Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-started human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. In this video, we're gonna see second part. What if Harry Potter awakened the lost power of Gryffindor after fifth year? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After fifth year, Harry Potter returns changed. The forgotten power of Gryffindor awakens inside him, ancient, dangerous, and unstoppable. As enemies rise, Harry decides to end the war on his own terms. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Centaurs and House Elves. As Harry, Ron and Neville walked into Firenze's classroom after breakfast the next morning, the centaur turned to watch their approach. "Good morning, Harry Potter," he said in the centaur's manner of formal salutation. "I see you have survived yet another brush with death." "Morning, Firenze," Harry said, ignoring the centaur's reference to his recent encounter with the squad of Death Eaters. "Now that we are all here, you can go ahead and close the door, Ronald Weasley," Firenze said. Ron looked quickly around. "But there are only 3 of us," he said hesitantly. "Yes," Firenze said, "there are just the 3 of you in this class." Stunned, Ron closed the door and walked through the magically created forest in the first-floor classroom and sat next to Harry on the spongy turf in the small clearing near what would have been the front of the room. "Professor Dumbledore has asked me to teach the 3 of you the kind of everyday divination that is used by wizards and muggles alike, as well as centaurs and every other intelligent creature." Turning to look intently into Ron's eyes, he said, "Tell me, Ronald Weasley, how is it that you are able to win so many games of chess?" Ron smirked and shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know. I'm just good, I guess." Harry and Neville snorted and Ron looked at them incredulously. "What?" he asked. "There is more to it than that, Ronald Weasley," Firenze said patiently. "There is much more to it than that. How is it that you are able to predict your opponent's moves 5 moves in advance?" Ron cast around several seconds for an answer before looking over at Harry and Neville, who shrugged their shoulders with looks of confusion on their faces. "I don't know," Ron finally confessed. "I don't know how I do it." Firenze took a step back and paced back and forth across the front of the clearing several times before stopping and turning to look into Harry's eyes. "All right," he said. "Let us take a different approach to solving this riddle. Harry Potter, how is it that you were able to craft that spell?" Harry closed himself off from his surroundings for several seconds and thought back to the creation of the charm. He recalled all of the reading and research they had done and all of the experimenting they had done on parchment. He began hesitantly. "We studied and searched for the kinds of energy we were looking for, and after we had found them we studied them to see what they might be capable of. After that we tried several theoretical combinations and arrangements until we felt certain that we had gotten it right." "Precisely," Firenze said. "You studied and you learned about the pieces of the puzzle you were trying to solve, and then you worked with those pieces, trying several different combinations, until you solved the puzzle." Harry looked over at Ron and grinned sheepishly. "And now, Ronald Weasley," Firenze said, returning his gaze to Ron's face, "what are the pieces you are working with when playing a game of chess?" Ron leaned back, resting on his elbows, and grinned. "Well," he said confidently, "there's the king, the queen, 2 bishops, 2 knights, 2 rooks and 8 pawns." "And," Firenze gently prodded. Ron looked up at the centaur, uncertain as to what he should have included in his list. "And," he added hesitantly, "my understanding of the game." "And," Firenze prodded again. Ron, though feverishly, trying to think through the last game of chess he had played and how he had won it. Then it hit him. "And my opponent's understanding of the game and my understanding of how my opponent thinks." "Precisely," Firenze said, smiling. "Your understanding of how your opponent thinks, Ronald Weasley, is your most valuable tool in predicting which moves they will make in response to your own. This is why Professor Dumbledore has asked me to encourage the 3 of you to study the psychology of your opponents. We will start with wizarding psychology and then move on into an intensive study of the various dark wizards who have existed through the ages. After that we will study the behavior patterns and abilities of the wide variety of magical creatures that have historically been used by these wizards. Next term we will be studying the dark arts and the charms that have thus far been used to defend against them. It is hoped that by the end of the year, Ronald Weasley, Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom, that the three of you will have a thorough understanding of our opponents' capabilities and how they think so that you can predict their actions and play them to your victory. Harry, Ron and Neville looked at each other as the light of understanding dawned upon them and simultaneously mouthed, "Oh. Wait a minute," Neville said as something occurred to him. "We don't teach the dark arts here, do we?" "No, we do not," Neville Longbottom, Firenze admitted. "However, Professor Dumbledore has made arrangements for a former Durmstrang student to teach that portion of the class. It will not be important for you to learn to use all of the spells he will teach, but it will be important for you to learn their structures and uses. This will give you a better understanding of what we are up against. I must stress, for all three of you, that none of what you are going to be learning in this class is to be taken lightly. We have the advantage in that the activities of many of this world's darkest wizards have been well documented and much can be learned from this documentation, but you do need to pay attention in class and do your homework." Harry set his jaw firmly and glancing over at his friends noticed that Ron, apparently remembering Ginny's scolding from the night before and Hermione's reaction upon hearing the news that they were going to study and learn everything they could to help her and to help her find a way to protect her parents, had set his jaw as well, and Neville's eyes were blazing as fiercely as they had during the battle in Diagon Alley. They looked at each other and nodded their heads in unison. "We'll do it," they said with determined looks in their eyes. "Very good," Firenze said, then added, "Know this, Harry Potter. The people will unite behind your banner and they will take orders from your generals, Ronald Weasley, Neville Longbottom and others, but some may be harder to unite than others. I know for a fact that the centaurs of the Forbidden Forest are not pleased with the events of the past year and will be difficult to convince. Therefore I can only suggest that while making contact with Bane and the others you set your humility aside and exercise all of your authority as the heir of Gryffindor." Harry studied Firenze's eyes for several seconds, reading the anxiety within the centaur's soul, before breaking eye contact and nodding his head. "I will," he said. For the rest of the morning they went over the books they would be reading, most of which were in the restricted section in the library, and the kinds of things they should be looking for while reading and studying these books. When Firenze let them out 5 minutes early, Harry, Ron and Neville walked out of the magically enhanced classroom and headed for the Great Hall. "This could be interesting," Ron mumbled darkly. "Yeah," Harry said softly in the same dark tone. "This could get really interesting. What did he mean when he told you to set your humility aside and exercise all of your authority when confronting Bane?" Neville asked as they approached the Great Hall for lunch. Harry sighed. "You don't want to know, Neville. You really don't want to know. But you are welcome to come along when the time comes if you want to find out." Ron and Neville looked over at Harry and studied their friend for several seconds before responding. "We'll be there, Harry. We're your friends and we'll be there for you no matter what." "Thanks, guys," Harry said as they entered the Great Hall, "that means a lot." After lunch, since Harry, Ron and Hermione didn't have any afternoon classes, Ron and Hermione headed off to the library while Harry went up to the 6th-year boys' dormitory and opened the 7th chamber of his trunk. What he saw when he looked down made his mouth fall open and his eyes bulge in stunned disbelief. Dobby and Winky were standing in the center of a large sitting room, a room at least 3 times as large as the original chamber, that was immaculately decorated in the Gryffindor colors with a polished mahogany ladder leading down from one end of the open trunk. Harry looked at the anxious faces of the 2 house elves and, sensing their nervousness, smiled and mounted the ladder to begin his descent into his private study. As Harry descended the ladder he looked through the rungs and saw that the room extended back beyond the edge of the trunk at least another 7 meters and ended in a large panoramic view of the Hogwarts grounds looking west from the top of the astronomy tower. The walls to either side were lined with swords, bows, quivers of arrows, lances, spears, suits of armor and a variety of period costumes, mounted on mannequins, from ages past as well as a number of other artifacts. When he reached the bottom of the ladder he slowly turned around and saw that the room was enormous. More than enormous, it was huge. And it had been tastefully decorated and divided into 5 separate regions, each dedicated to a different task. The main, central area was a large sitting room lined with a variety of couches and coffee tables. He recognized that much of the furniture was at least 100 years old and some of it much, much older than that. He also noticed that one of the tables was a chess table with a full complement of wizards' chess pieces standing at the ready. This central section was at least 5 meters wide by 7 long. The space behind the ladder, the one with the view of the grounds, was separated from the center section by a low wooden railing, and the entry to this section was guarded by 2 matching suits of armor, each of which was holding a long, vicious-looking spear. The center of this section was dominated by a large, circular conference table similar to the one in the headmaster's library, with several chairs arrayed around it. 4 more suits of armor stood in the corners of this section as though guarding the weapons on the walls. As Harry studied the view of the grounds, he noticed that it had curtains and a windowsill, and that natural light seemed to be pouring into the room from beyond. "Is that a window?" he asked in utter amazement. "Yes, Harry," Dobby squeaked happily. "It is a wizard's window. It can be set to any view you want." "Wow," Harry whispered. "I like what you've done to this place." Turning to his left, towards the back of the trunk, Harry saw a large, fully furnished wizard's kitchen. It, too, was separated from the center section by a low set of wooden barriers. Instead of being guarded by twin sets of armor, however, it was effectively cut off from the rest of the trunk by a low, swinging gate. Another wizard's window, along the back wall of the kitchen, showed the view to the south from the top of the astronomy tower. As Harry turned to face away from the latter, he saw a set of soft, chiffon curtains. "That is your sleeping chamber," Dobby said excitedly, in response to Harry's quizzical expression. "We is trying to make this as comfortable for Harry as possible. We know Harry may not be using it for a while, but it will be ready when Harry decides to use it." Brushing the curtains aside, Harry walked into the sleeping chamber and discovered that it was a simple, yet elegantly decorated, bedroom. There was a 4-poster queen-size bed against the wall to his left, with deep red velvet curtains tied back to the corner posts, and a small dresser on either side at the head of the bed. Another large wizard's window dominated the far wall with an eastern view. 2 large closets dominated the wall to his right, with a door-sized opening between. Stepping through the opening, closely followed by 2 very nervous house elves, Harry walked into a large bathroom. It wasn't as large or as fancy as the prefect's bath, but it was more than he would ever need. Turning to look down at the 2 expectant house elves, Harry beamed at them and said, "This is brilliant. I love what you've done to the place." Dobby smiled brightly at the news that Harry liked what he was seeing, but Winky let out a sigh of relief, as though expecting Harry to be upset by their modifications, but being thankful and relieved that he was not. "Come," Dobby squeaked excitedly. "Harry must see what Dobby and Winky has done to the 6th chamber." Leading Harry and Winky out of the bathroom, through the bedroom and back out into the sitting room, Dobby pushed open a low gate that separated the study area, an area roughly the same size as the kitchen, with a large oak desk dominating the center of the space and a number of filing cabinets, counters and bookshelves dominating the walls, from the rest of the room. Along the back wall, towards what would be the front of the trunk, Harry saw 2 cabinets filled with potions, ingredients, and enough space for at least 4 cauldrons to be going at once. This, he thought, would be an ideal place for Hermione, Ron, Neville and himself to brew their polyjuice potions. In the center of the back wall was a large, intricately carved, wooden door. Opening the door, Dobby led Harry into his private library. The 6th chamber was at least as large as the 7th, and 3 of the walls were lined from floor to ceiling with books. There were even several rows of bookshelves extending from the central, open section towards the walls at either end. There had to be thousands of books. The far wall was dominated by another wizard's window, this time with a view to the north, and in the center of the room, directly in front of him, were a series of couches and tables that formed an effective reading room. Harry's mouth fell open in wonder and awe as he looked around. When he finally found his voice, he said, "Where did you find all of this stuff?" Dobby smiled broadly and said, "Professor Dumbledore is giving Dobby and Winky permission to move certain items from the Potter family vault to your trunk, Harry. We is hoping you isn't minding." Harry looked around the library again, in awe of what he was seeing, and then looked back down at Dobby. "The Potter family vault?" he asked. Dobby nodded hesitantly. "Yes, Harry. The books, weapons and suits of armor is all family heirlooms. And some of the furniture is heirlooms. You isn't minding, is you?" the house elf asked nervously. Harry could see the nervous expression on Dobby's face and the almost satisfied look on Winky's, as if telling Dobby that he should not have brought so much of Harry's inheritance out of the vault. Getting down on his knees in front of the 2 house elves, Harry smiled and shook his head. "I didn't even know the Potters had a family vault, but, no, Dobby, I'm not upset. In fact, I think it's brilliant. But why did Professor Dumbledore tell you to move all of this out of my family's vault?" Dobby smiled, relieved that he had not overstepped his bounds too much, then said, Professor Dumbledore is saying that the goblins is not taking a side in the war yet, Harry. So he is telling Dobby and Winky to get all of Harry's heirlooms out of Gringotts Wizarding Bank just in case. Is this all of it then? Harry asked curiously. Yes. Except for the gold and the portraits hanging in your house in London, this is all of it, Dobby said. Well, thank you, Harry said, smiling as he stood up. Now let's go out into the sitting room so we can discuss this diet. As they left the library, passed through the study area and entered the sitting room, Harry couldn't help but notice that Winky was fidgeting nervously. As he sat down on one of the corner couches and Dobby hopped up onto one of the nearby chairs, Winky stood fidgeting, apparently uncertain as to what she should do or how she should behave. She did, however, glare over at Dobby as he made himself comfortable. What's wrong, Winky? Harry finally asked. Winky looked hesitantly up into Harry's eyes and said, Winky is not knowing what to do, Harry. She cried. Winky wants to please you, but Winky is not knowing what to do. Harry got down on his knees in front of the frightened house elf and, reaching out, lifted her chin so that she was looking into his eyes. Winky, he asked gently. How does Ginny treat you? Winky smiled wistfully for a brief moment then said, Ginny treats Winky as her equal. Good, Harry said. Then I will treat you as my equal as well. Does that mean Winky can sit on the furniture? Winky asked. Harry nodded. Yes, Winky. That means you can sit on the furniture. In fact, I would prefer it if you did because it makes me nervous to have people standing around waiting on me. Winky smiled apologetically and immediately hopped up to sit next to Dobby. When they were all settled and comfortable, Harry said, Now, tell me about this diet. For the next 2 hours Harry and the two house elves went over the diet that had been prepared for him. When all was said and done, and after breaking up several minor scuffles between the two elves, it was decided that they would manage the menus, offering him a variety of choices at each meal, and would alternate preparing his breakfasts and lunches and his dinners. It had taken some serious negotiating to get the timetable worked out, but in the end everyone left happy. After the meeting, Harry climbed out of the trunk, physically exhausted and emotionally drained from the experience, and closed the lid. Phew, he said as he ran his fingers through his hair and leaned against his trunk. Just then Ron and Neville walked in, Ron carrying a stack of library books and Neville returning from Newt-level herbology. How'd it go, mate? Ron asked cheerfully. Harry looked tiredly up at his friend and said, You know, I think I need a nap. Sorry, mate. No can do. We've got books to read. Harry groaned. Since when did you start liking to read? Ron grinned mischievously. Oh, I don't know. Probably about the same time you two started dueling Death Eaters in Diagon Alley. Harry looked at Neville as an evil grin spread across his face. Neville, he asked, shall we? Neville set his book bag down on his desk and started to draw his wand. When Ron saw this, he threw most of the books on his bed and, taking the one book he had already started reading, ran out of the room screaming, No. You guys stay away from me with those wands. Harry and Neville just laughed and Harry went over to look at the books Ron had checked out from the library while Neville started on his herbology homework. 10 minutes later Harry was sitting across from Ron in the Gryffindor common room reading The Philosophy of Magic and Its Many Manifestations while Ron read The Art of War and Hermione studied Most Potent Potions. All was quiet and the three friends were contentedly studying for their classes when, a few minutes later, Hermione broke the silence. I don't know what's gotten into the two of you, but whatever it is, I am both pleased and frightened. Harry and Ron both looked up from their reading. Ron spoke first, asking the question that had appeared in Harry's mind as well. Why? Well, look at you. Hermione laughed nervously. I've never seen either of you so interested in studying before, and to be honest with you, the looks of determination on your faces scare me. What's gotten into you? Harry looked up and with a wry smile said, Divination. What? Hermione asked, wrinkling her nose in confusion. Practical divination, Ron said and proceeded to explain Firenze's approach to real-world divination to her in the same way Firenze had explained it to them that morning. When he was finished, a light of understanding came on in her eyes and her face told both of them that she understood what they were doing far more effectively than any words ever could. Oh, she said happily. Well, I guess I'll leave you two to your reading then. Harry smiled to himself and returned to his reading. When Ginny came bouncing through the portrait hole several hours later, Harry was in the middle of a chapter entitled, thought his energy, and Ron was rubbing his eyes in a valiant attempt at staying awake while Hermione was in the process of completing her third foot of notes on the polyjuice potion. Ginny flounced over to their table and dropped her book bag on the table with a resounding thud. She had a smile on her face as she looked around at her three best friends, but when none of them looked up she plopped down in her chair and stuck her lower lip out in a pout. "Well," she huffed, "I can certainly tell you three have had an enjoyable afternoon. Doesn't anyone want to know how my afternoon went?" Harry marked his page, then closed his book and set it aside. "I'm sorry, Gin," he said as he rubbed the tiredness out of his eyes. Firenze gave Ron, Neville and me a lot of reading assignments, and Hermione has been researching the polyjuice potion for her essay. I didn't mean to ignore you, but I wanted to get to a good stopping point." Turning his chair to face her, he looked into her eyes and smiled. "So, please, tell me, how was your afternoon?" he said as he reached out for her hands. Ginny turned to Harry, took hold of his hands, smiled so brightly that Harry felt certain she could light an entire auditorium if she wanted to, and proceeded to tell him about her afternoon classes. In no time they were laughing and joking as Ginny told Harry about some of her fellow students' antics and about the dragon dung accident in herbology, and Harry told Ginny about some of the things he, Ron and Hermione had done in those class the year before. Ron scowled a few times at some of the more embarrassing stories, but pretty soon both he and Hermione had joined in the conversation and were taking a much-needed study break. Cheering charms in DA. At 7:30 that evening, Harry found himself on the 7th floor pacing back and forth in the corridor in front of the enormous tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy and his ill-fated ballet dancing troll experiment, thinking about his DA classroom. On his third pass, a door appeared in the wall opposite the tapestry. Clutching the piece of parchment Professor Dumbledore had give him at dinner, the class roster, he opened the door and walked in. The room looked much as it had the previous year. The walls of the spacious room were still lined with wooden bookshelves filled with books of hexes, jinxes, curses and counter-curses. Large, silk cushions still littered the floor. The shelves at the far end of the room still held the sneakoscopes, a large, cracked faux glass and other dark detectors, and resting on a small stand next to the door was the silver whistle he had used to get everyone's attention. He picked up the whistle as he entered the room and let the door close softly behind him. As he paced back and forth in front of the fireplace at the near end of the room, trying to remember everything they had covered last year, he glanced around at the torches and wondered if there was any way he could brighten the room up a bit to make it easier to see what was going on. Almost as if on cue, the atmosphere within the room began to softly glow and gradually became lighter and brighter until he was satisfied with the level of its luminous intensity. Then it stopped at a uniform level of luminosity, with the torches adding their medieval accents. He continued to pace, thinking, for several more minutes when he looked up and noticed a teacher's desk standing against the wall near the door. He walked over to the desk and found a parchment with all of the spells they had practiced the year before neatly listed in order, in emerald green ink. At that moment the door opened and his students entered the room of requirement for their first defense against the dark arts lab of the year. There were going to be 5 fewer students this year, as Fred and George and Lee and 2 others had left at the end of term last year. Well, to be honest, he reminded himself, Fred and George had left a little earlier than that. But all the same, he now had an even number of students, which meant he could spend most of his time teaching and only stepping in to help when necessary. When Luna walked in, Harry noticed that she wasn't quite so dreamy as she had been the night before. He wondered if her experiences in the Department of Mysteries at the end of the previous term and her acceptance into the Order of the Phoenix had taken some of the innocence and fantasy out of her life. She still had that dreamy air about her, but there was a more determined look in her eye that told him she had done a lot of growing up over the summer holidays. When Neville entered, he walked over and asked, "Do you want to give them a little demonstration, Harry?" Harry shook his head. "No," he said. "Tonight we are going to review and see where everyone is." Neville nodded and went to sit down with the rest of the class. When Hermione, Ron and Ginny entered the room, Hermione looked around and said, "I like what you've done to the place, Harry. It's so much easier to see what we're doing now." Harry smirked and blushed slightly. "Yeah, well, I want to be able to see what's going on." When everyone was settled, Harry pulled out the roster and compared names with faces. When he was finished, he looked up apologetically and said, "Sorry, guys, but Professor Dumbledore told me to take attendance. It's something I have to do to make sure everyone is here." He didn't tell me how I had to do it, he just told me I had to it. Since we already know each other, I want you to pair up because tonight we are going to review what we did last year. I am going to be observing, correcting any mistakes I see and, hopefully, helping you take your abilities to new levels. I don't want anyone to get hurt, so please be careful. Like I said, this week we are going to be reviewing everything we learned last year. Next week Fred and George and the others will be joining us, as well as several members of the faculty and the rest of the Weasley family, because next week I will be teaching you the rebounding charm Hermione, Professor Lupin and I developed over the summer. So, he said, lowering his whistle's cord over his head, shall we begin? By 9:35 they had reviewed and practiced everything they had done the year before with the exception of the Patronus charm. Harry found it amusing that no one wanted to partner with Neville. He was pleased to note that it was not because he was either clumsy or unskilled, but because he was so good and all of his hexes, jinxes, charms and other spells were so effective. When they had practiced the disarming charm, Luna hadn't even had time to say the first syllable of the charm when her wand had been ripped from her hand and flown across the room, where Neville calmly took possession of it. And when they had practiced the binding curse, Justin Fletchery had fallen to the floor so tightly bound that Harry had had to run over and immediately release him for fear of Justin being crushed by Neville's ropes. In the end, Neville had wound up practicing the spells on his trembling partners once or twice and then standing quietly while they practiced on him. Harry blew the whistle and everyone stopped practicing their hexes. "All right, everyone," Harry said loudly enough that everyone could hear. "We've done everything but the Patronus charm. Remember, it's a happy thought and, expecto patronum. I should caution you that practicing it in a controlled environment is a lot easier than using it to drive off a Dementor. When you are faced with a Dementor, all of your worst fears and memories will be replaying themselves in your head and you will begin to feel as though you might never be happy again. It will be hard to recall a happy memory, but that is the only way you are going to be able to summon a true Patronus and drive the Dementors back. They want to steal your happiness at least as much as you want to hold on to it. We are going to spend the rest of tonight practicing the Patronus charm in here, but I want you to be prepared for what you might be faced with out there, in the field. I want you to make a catalog your happy thoughts and continually review them. And most importantly, he continued, and this is going to be your homework for this class, I want each and every one of you to find something humorous to laugh at every day. It doesn't have to be much, but I want you to laugh every day so that if and or when you are faced with a Dementor you will be able to summon a truly powerful Patronus that will have no trouble beating back those disgusting creatures. With that he looked into Ginny's eyes, let the warmth and happiness the mere thought of her love brought flood throughout his entire being, raised his wand and cried out, expecto patronum. The silver-white stag that leapt from the tip of his wand glowed so brightly that all of his students had to shield their eyes against its glare as it pranced around the room and then trotted up to stand in front of Harry. Squinting through his eyelashes, Harry reached out and patted the ethereal creature's neck and silently thanked it for making an appearance. Harry could have sworn that the silver stag had winked at him before bowing its head slightly and returning to the ethos. Several appreciative murmurs circulated among the students until Harry blew his whistle. "All right then," he said confidently. "A happy thought and, expecto patronum." For the next several minutes Harry circulated among his students, all original members of the DA, and helped them where he could. It didn't take long for Hermione to be able to reproduce the otter she had created the year before, and Cho's swan followed shortly thereafter. Most of the others, however, were having a rough go of it. Ginny's Patronus looked like it wanted to take shape but was never quite able to consolidate its form into anything recognizable before dissolving. Harry watched her for several minutes, wondering if what had worked for him would work for her, when Ron called him over. "Hey, Harry," he called out over the various shouts and cries, "what am I doing wrong?" Harry walked over and watched as Ron concentrated and said the incantation several times. Each time the mist that escaped from the tip of his wand would look like it was starting to form wings but get no further before dissipating. "What are you thinking about?" Harry asked. "I keep thinking about the happiest moments in my life, like when I got my Hogwarts letter and the Quidditch match against Slytherin last year and stuff like that, but nothing seems to be working." Leaning in close so no one else could hear, Harry murmured, "I'll tell you what, Ron, why don't you think about how much you and Hermione love each other? Try that and let's see what happens." Ron looked at Harry with a confused expression on his face for a few seconds. Then, As a broad grin began to spread across his face, he raised his wand, crying, "Expecto Patronum." The large, silver dragon that leapt from his wand and soared around the room several times before shrinking in size and landing at Ron's feet to stand guard over its benefactor. Ron hesitantly reached out and patted his Patronus' head. As he did so, the tiny dragon turned its face towards Ron and smiled reassuringly as it slowly closed and reopened its eyes. Some of the students had screamed in fright when Ron's dragon had first appeared, but once they had realized it was a Patronus, they had laughed at themselves and went back to trying to summon their own guardians of light. "That's all well and good," Hermione laughed, congratulating Ron on his success, "but you keep that thing away from my otter." Ron laughed out loud and pulled Hermione into a hug. "Don't worry," he laughed. "He only eats Dementors." Hermione hugged him back, laughing at his comeback. Harry just shook his head and walked away, laughing to himself. As he walked towards Ginny, he noticed that she still wasn't having much success with her Patronus, so he decided to take a chance. After all, he reasoned, it had worked for him and Ron, maybe it would work for her as well. Ginny," he said, stepping in beside her. "Can I ask you something?" Ginny glanced up, a fierce look of determination in her eyes which immediately softened when she saw Harry standing beside her. "Sure, Harry," she said, "what do you want?" "It's kind of hard to explain really," Harry said, grinning sheepishly, "but when I summoned my Patronus and when Ron summoned his just now, we were thinking about how much we love you and Hermione and how much that love means to us. I don't know if you want to use that or not, but it's worth a try." Ginny seemed to think about this for a few seconds. Then, as a smile began to appear on her face, she too raised her wand and cried out, "Expecto Patronum." An enormous, silver lion sprang from the tip of her wand and bounded to the front of the room, then came galloping back. It sat down on its haunches in front of Ginny and looked up at her expectantly, its tongue lolling out of one side of its mouth. Ginny reached out and tentatively patted its head. Her Patronus blinked its enormous eyes once and bowed its head to her before returning to the ethos. Ginny squealed with delight and threw her arms around Harry's neck. "Oh, thank you, Harry," she squealed. "You don't know how much that means to me." Harry looked up and noticed that several people were staring at them. He blushed slightly, as though apologizing for Ginny's exuberance, then gently pried her off. "I love you too, Ginny," he whispered, "but we've only got a few minutes left and I want to make sure everyone can summon a proper Patronus before we close down for the night." Ginny lowered herself to the floor and blushed a bright shade of red, then smiled up at her boyfriend and nodded that she understood. For his part, Harry gazed dreamily at her for a few more seconds, a silly grin on his face, before remembering where he was and shaking his head to clear his mind and moving on to the next person. Neville seemed to be having a particularly difficult time with his Patronus. He could get a few wispy strands of white mist to come from his wand, but nothing specific. Harry walked over to him and watched him for a couple of minutes before interrupting his attempts. "What are you thinking about, Neville?" he asked cautiously, remembering that Neville's parents were insane Mungos and that they would probably never recognize their son because they had been tortured with the Cruciatus curse by the Lestranges when Neville was just a baby. "I'm trying to think about the day I received my Hogwarts letter," he said, and Harry remembered how important that had been to Neville, who had not shown any magical ability until his uncle had accidentally dropped him out of an upstairs window as a child and he had bounced across the lawn. Recalling the previous Christmas, when Ron and Hermione had been visiting Professor Lockhart and had seen Neville's mother give him the gum wrapper, Harry said, Neville, I know this is a touchy subject and I don't want to embarrass you in any way, but I want you to think back to last Christmas and your visit with your parents." Neville paled slightly but courageously nodded his head. "Do you remember when your mum gave you that gum wrapper?" Again Neville nodded. "Do you know what that tells me, Neville? It tells me that even though your mum may not be able to fully recognize you as her son, somewhere deep down inside she still knows who you are and still loves you as her son." Tears began to well up in Neville's eyes as memories of his parents' vacant expressions flooded his soul. "I hope you're right, Harry," Neville said softly as he wiped the tears away. "I hope you're right. I'm sure of it," Harry said, hoping with all his might that he was. "Now, Neville," he continued in strictest confidence amid the continued yells and screams, "I want you to relax, think about that love and combine it with all of your other happy memories and try again." Neville looked searchingly at Harry for a second or two, then visibly relaxed and closed his eyes. When he opened them again he raised his wand and cried, "Expecto Patronum." The thin vapory trails of mist that escaped from Neville's wand were not much of an improvement over his earlier attempts, but at least there were more of them and they did look like they were trying to form a Patronus. Harry looked at Neville for several seconds, deep in thought, before looking his friend in the eye. "Neville," he said, "I'm going to try something. I'm going to cast a cheering charm over you, and when I do I want you to try the Patronus charm again. I know you've got the power and the ability. All we have to do is help you get through this happiness block." Neville nodded, so Harry took out his wand and, pointing it at Neville, muttered a simple cheering charm and stood back. With a smile on his face this time Neville raised his wand and yelled, "Expecto Patronum." The effect was hilarious. The shining silver Patronus that sprang forth from Neville's wand was in the shape of a huge bulldog. It reminded Harry so much of his Aunt Marge's dog Ripper that he stumbled backwards and tripped, falling over Luna, who was practicing nearby. After scrambling to his feet and helping Luna up, Harry burst out laughing. "I knew you could do it, Neville. I knew you could do it. But why a bulldog?" Neville laughed nervously at first and then more openly. "Thanks, Harry," he said between gasps for air. "But why did my Patronus frighten you so much?" Harry shook his head, still laughing. "It's a long story, Neville. I'll tell you later." Looking at his watch, Harry noticed that they only had 5 minutes left, so, blowing his whistle, he called the class to order. "How many have had success so far?" he asked loudly. About half the class raised their hands. "All right," he said confidently. "I want those of you who have successfully produced a Patronus to pair up with those who haven't. We've only got 5 minutes, so I want those of you who have produced a Patronus to cast cheering charms on those who haven't yet and stand back. I know you might think this is cheating a bit, but where Dementors are concerned I really don't care if we cheat a little. Ready, go." He blew his whistle again and his students went into action. In no time the room was filled with lions, tigers, bears, dragons, otters, swans, stallions, beavers and bulldogs. Colin Creevy's Patronus was the most unique of them, although because his Patronus was a squirrel, and as soon as it had erupted from his wand and checked around for any signs of danger it had scampered up Colin's robes and perched itself on his shoulder. At 10 o'clock Harry blew his whistle again and, after reminding them to watch out for Filch and Mrs. Norris, sent the remaining members of the DA back to their houses. When the owls arrived at breakfast the next morning, Hermione paid the delivery owl for her daily profit and promptly opened the paper to read the morning's headlines. She had no more than opened the paper when she let out a gasp and a small scream. "What's wrong?" Ron asked, peering over her shoulder. "What's happened?" "There's been another Dementor attack," she said shakily. "This time in Devonshire." "Was anybody hurt?" Ron asked, a note of concern in his voice. She quickly scanned the article. "It says one man received a partial key, and 3 Aurors were badly shaken. All 4 of them are currently in St. Mungo's. They don't even have a prognosis for the man who received the partial key, but they say the 3 Aurors should be out in about a week. They are quoting one of the Aurors as having said that there were just too many of them and that they were having trouble with the Patronus charm." "A partial key?" Ginny asked. Hermione read in silence for a moment, then said, "One of the Aurors said that the Dementor was bending down to key the man and had just made contact when it was hit by a Patronus. The man still has his soul, but it is so disjointed that they don't know what will become of him." Harry shivered slightly, remembering his encounters with the Dementors in his 3rd year and on Privet Drive last year. "Are you all right?" Ginny asked, noting the sudden change that had come over him. Ron and Hermione looked up. "Yeah, I'm fine," Harry said, still shaking. "I just hope I didn't do you guys a disservice last night by letting you use the cheering charm. I don't want anyone to get overconfident, but half the battle in performing the Patronus charm lies in knowing you can do it." "Is it really that bad?" Ron asked. "Yeah," Harry said, hunching his shoulders and doing everything he could to shake the memories off. "It's really that bad." "Too bad we couldn't bottle the cheering charm," Ron said disappointedly. "It would sure make the Aurors' jobs a lot easier." Hermione laid her paper down and looked at Ron, her mind obviously working on a solution to the problem. "That's it," she exclaimed after several seconds. "Ron, you're a genius." Ron looked at Hermione, then looked inquisitively across at Harry, who shrugged his shoulders. "Not bottling it, of course. That would be too cumbersome and would take too much time in the heat of battle, but oh, Ron, I could key you." Ron looked at Harry again, who once more shrugged his shoulders. Don't you see? Hermione asked excitedly. Fred and George. They have developed everything from canary creams to nosebleed nougats. Why couldn't they develop a simple, edible candy with a cheering charm locked inside? She stood up so fast that she almost knocked the bench she had been sitting on over along with all of its occupants. I'm going to all them right away, she said excitedly, stepping over the bench. Can I borrow Pigwidgeon, Ron? Yeah, sure, Ron said. But where's my key? Hermione quickly bent down and keyed at him on the cheek and turned towards the door. Tell them it will have to be a strong one, the stronger the better, Harry called after her. Hermione waved her hand over her head to signify that she had heard as she raced out the door on her way to the Ollery. What was that all about? Professor McGonagall asked as she walked up behind Harry and Ginny. Harry, Ron and Ginny all jumped at the sound of McGonagall's voice, but Ginny was the first to recover. Fred and George and cheering charms, she said cryptically. Professor McGonagall looked at Ginny for a few seconds, a confused expression on her face, then said, Be that as it may, I want to see the three of you in the Transfiguration Room at 7 o'clock this evening for our first Quidditch meeting of the year. Hermione caught up with Harry and Ron on their way to Defense Against the Dark Arts, and as Ron pulled some toast and marmalade sandwiches he had prepared for her out of his pocket, she explained what she had done. I told them everything, she began excitedly. I told them about the class last night. I hope you left the part about Neville's bulldog out, Harry interrupted. They would never let me live that one down. Hermione ignored him. I told them about your advice before we began working on our Patronus charms. I told them about the difficulties some people were having and how it all tied into being able to think of a happy memory. I told them about the cheering charms we used and about our subsequent successes. I told them about the article this morning and about Ron's comments about bottling a cheering charm and your warning that it would have to be a strong cheering charm to work in an actual confrontation with a Dementor. Ron put his arm around her shoulders, handed her the marmalade and toast sandwiches and said, Here, my own. Eat. Breath. Hermione looked at the sandwiches, then up at Ron and, taking the sandwiches, smiled up at him and said, Thank you, as she leaning into his shoulder. Despite being preoccupied with the Dementor problem, Harry was able to pay attention in Defense Against the Dark Arts and Charms that morning. Well, most of the time anyway. On a few occasions, like when Tonks was teaching them the basics of a masking spell or when Professor Flitwick was reviewing the Blue Bell Flame charm, either Ron or Hermione had caught him with a closed look on his face and nudged him to bring him back to the realities at hand. At lunch, Ron and Hermione watched Harry carefully, concerned that he might be lapsing into some kind of post-traumatic stress disorder or depression. When he didn't show any signs of eating the meager rations he had asked Dobby to send up, Ron took the initiative and, leaning across the table, softly asked, What's the matter, Harry? You've been quiet all morning. What's wrong? Ginny glanced up, then turned to look at Harry, an expression of concern etched on her face. Harry looked into Ginny's eyes and, feeling the love that she held for him, knew that an emotional outburst wouldn't do anyone any good. So, he looked back down at his plate and played with his food for several seconds, aware that the others were watching him, then said, The Dementors. What about them? Ron asked. The Patronus charm is a defensive maneuver. That's all it has ever been and that's all it will ever be. We need to find a more permanent solution. What do you mean? Ginny asked. Dementors are a menace, Harry said, voicing his concerns for the first time. They live to destroy hope and happiness. So long as they exist, no one will ever truly be free of their influence. There has to be some way to destroy them. According to magical philosophy and its many manifestations, everything in the universe has some kind of energy signature and can, therefore, be manipulated through magical means. What we need to do is find out everything we can about their energy signatures and find a way to destroy them, because I don't know about you guys, but so far as I am concerned, one Dementor is one too many. But no one's ever been able to measure a Dementor's signature, Hermione said, recalling something she had read in the library the year before. No one's been able to get close enough to measure it without feeling its effects. Harry sat silently thinking this over when something he had heard on the news shortly after returning to Privet Drive the previous summer popped into his mind. What was that thing about the space-based telescope that was in the news last summer, Hermione? He asked. Wasn't there something about it being able to measure the energy signatures of distant galaxies even though it couldn't see them? Ron and Ginny looked at each other at a total loss for words and not knowing what to think. Hermione, however, looked thoughtfully at the corn on her plate for a few seconds before allowing a smile of understanding to begin spreading across her face. When she looked up, the others knew that she was onto something. Yes, she said. It has something to do with measuring the electromagnetic energy signatures of stars. But can it be adapted to the magical world? There's only one way to find out, Harry said, standing up and stepping over the bench. Hold that thought. I'll be right back. Harry walked quickly up to the teacher's table and over to stand in front of Professor Dumbledore. Several heads turned and watched as he passed, but no one really paid all that much attention. Harry was secretly glad that, even though he had earned quite a reputation over the years and that many still stood in awe of him as the boy who lived, his classmates and schoolmates were finally accepting him as one of their own. Professor Dumbledore looked up as Harry approached and didn't seem at all surprised when he walked over to stand in front of him. "Yes, Harry," he asked. "What can I do for you today?" Professors McGonagall and Flitwick looked up in surprise as Harry leaned over the table. "Professor," Harry began, remembering the formalities of the student-teacher relationship that were to be observed outside of the headmaster's office, "we need your help with something." Dumbledore peered at Harry over his half-moon glasses, his blue eyes sparkling with interest and anticipation. Nodding his head, he said, "Go on. We need to find some way of measuring the energy signature of a Dementor. We already know that a proper reading has never been done because no one has been able to get close enough to do a proper reading without feeling the effects. But we've been talking and we think there might be a way." Harry explained about the Hubble Space Telescope and some of its capabilities and described his hope of finding a way of adapting some small portion of that Muggle technology to the wizarding world so that an energy signature reading could be done on a Dementor from a distance. "What I would like to know, sir," he said in closing, "is if any of the Muggle-born's parents work in this field. I think they call it physics. If so, I would like to know if there is any way I could meet with them and a few unspeakables from the Department of Mysteries, that you feel can be trusted, to explain what we are up against and what we are trying to do." Professor Dumbledore looked into Harry's eyes for several seconds while pondering this information, then nodded. "I'll see what I can do," he said. Harry thanked him and went back to his table. As he sat back down next to Ginny and began eating ravenously to catch up with his friends, Ron looked over at him and said, "Well." Harry looked up with an evil grin on his face and said, "Those Dementors' days are numbered." As they entered the potions classroom later that afternoon, Professor Snape looked up and snarled, "Potter. Over here." Harry glanced apprehensively at Ron and Hermione, then broke away from the line of students entering the classroom and approached the potions master's desk. Snape was leaning low over his desk, looking to be examining someone's summer essay. Harry looked down and saw that it was the summer essay he had written after receiving written confirmation of his OWL results. "Closer," Snape hissed, barely loud enough to be heard. Harry bent lower. "I want you to know that you have earned my respect," Snape murmured just loud enough for Harry to hear. "By defeating the most powerful death squad that has been assembled in many years, you have given the Dark Lord something to think about. I am still struggling with the idea of forgiving your father and his friends, but I want you to understand that I cannot play favorites. I no longer have anything personal against you, but I want you to understand that so far as everyone else is concerned, between us it is going to be business as usual. I am not the only spy in attendance at Hogwarts and I cannot afford to blow my cover." Startled, Harry glanced up at the potions master and said, just as softly, "Yes, sir." Snape grabbed Harry's hand before he could stand up and hissed, "One more thing, Potter. I would appreciate it if you could explain to Longbottom that I have to appear to loathe the two of you because your parents were formidable forces in their day, and if I let anyone even suspect that I respected either of you in any way, my cover would be blown." "Yes, sir," Harry said and stood up. "And from now on, Potter," Snape said loudly enough that everyone in the room could hear, "I expect you to apply yourself to your studies because I will not accept such shoddy workmanship from my advanced potion students." "Yes, sir," Harry said more loudly, retrieving his potions essay, that was clearly marked with an O, and heading back to sit between Ron and Neville. "What was that all about?" Ron whispered while Harry was busy setting up his cauldron. "Oh, just business as usual," Harry groaned while trying to think of a way to get Neville alone to explain the situation. At 5 minutes to 7 that evening, Harry, Ron and Ginny walked into the Transfiguration classroom to join their teammates and await Professor McGonagall's arrival. As co-captains, however, Harry and Ron looked nervously around when they realized that with the departures of Katie Bell, Angelina Johnson and Alicia Spinnet and the resignations of Andrew Kirk and Jack Sloper, they were the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Guys, Ron said nervously, I think we're going to have to do a little rebuilding this year. Thank you for stating the obvious, Ron, Ginny said sarcastically. The only question now is where to start. I think tryouts might be a good place, Harry said offhandedly. I agree, Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall said from the back of the room, causing all three students to jump. We do, indeed, have a lot of rebuilding to do this year, and tryouts is a good place to start. This year, however, we are going to be fielding two teams. One will be the official Gryffindor Quidditch team and the other will be our reserve team in case anyone gets hurt. All of the houses will be fielding two teams this year and the heads of house will be calling the practices. Our tryouts will be this coming Saturday evening, from 6 until 9, and our practice times will be on Monday and Wednesday evenings and every fourth Sunday afternoon. You should also know that all practices and games are going to be monitored for security reasons. Yes, Mr. Weasley, she added at the surprised expression on Ron's face. Security had been tightened. Looking at the faces of the three stunned students, her expression softened slightly as she said, I'm sorry, but this is how things are going to be for the next few years. I like Quidditch as much you do, but unfortunately we are on a wartime footing and we cannot afford to take any chances. As co-captains, and as members of the Order, I would like the two of you, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter, to use this experience to your advantage and look upon it as a learning experience in the formation of battle plans and strategies. We aren't going to have much practice time, so you are going to have to pick your team members carefully. All of you will have to be willing and able to work together as a cohesive, military unit. I will, of course, have the final say, but I will be relying upon your observations and suggestions. Turning to Ginny, she said, I trust you will be trying out for the seeker position on the reserve team. She asked, even though it was more of a statement than a question. I was actually thinking about trying out for one of the chaser positions, Ginny said hesitantly. But if you want me to stay on as reserve seeker, I will. Professor McGonagall smiled briefly. I think that can be arranged, she said. However, I would like to keep you on as a reserve seeker. So apparently this year we will have two reserve seekers, if you become one of our chasers. Ginny nodded briefly, then looked down at the table. That will be all, the Transfiguration teacher and head of Gryffindor House said. I expect to see the three of you on the Quidditch pitch at 6 o'clock Saturday afternoon. Yes, ma'am, the three teens said as they stood up and turned to leave. Oh, and that was a very good game you played at the end of the year last year. I hope you can repeat it again this year because I am getting used to that cup being in my office. Ron and Ginny smiled at each other and Ron threw an arm around Harry's shoulders as Ginny gently took hold of his hand that was on her side. Out in the hall, as they made their way back to the Gryffindor common room, Harry was thinking furiously, trying to think of anything but the remorse and guilt he felt for getting kicked off the team the previous year after Malfoy had purposely baited him into a fight. As they approached the portrait of the fat lady, Ron said, Cheer up, mate. I know it still bugs you, but Malfoy isn't here anymore, and with the three of us on the same team there's no way we can lose. Harry looked tiredly up at Ron and said, Yeah, but do the other teams know that, and what are we going to do about the other positions? Ginny squeezed his hand. I don't think we should have any trouble filling them. There really is quite a bit of talent in Gryffindor, and if last year's tryouts are any indication, we should have a fairly decent pool to choose from. Harry smiled at Ginny's confidence. Yeah, he said solemnly. I hope so. The next morning there was a crowd around the bulletin board in the Gryffindor common room as the notice had gone up overnight that Quidditch tryouts were going to be held on Saturday, and, to Harry's surprise, Neville was among them. Harry and Ginny were visiting at the breakfast table a few minutes later, Harry listening while Ginny told him about some of the pranks Fred and George had pulled on her and Ron as children, when Neville stepped over the bench and sat down next to Harry. Hey, Neville, Hermione said from across the table. Hey, Neville said, a bit too preoccupied to give a proper response. So, are you going to try out for the team? Hermione asked encouragingly. Neville blushed slightly and said, Yeah, I think I might. The notice says they are going to be filling 3 chaser slots and 2 beater positions on the main team and that they are going to be fielding an entire reserve team this year. I thought I would try out for a beater position on the reserve team. Harry and Ron looked at Neville in surprise. What? Neville said defensively. I'm a pretty fair flyer, you know, and I have been practicing. Harry smiled and said, I think it's a great idea, Neville. Yeah, Ron added, catching on to the idea of encouraging Neville to come out of his shell. I think it's brilliant. Yeah, Neville said, threatening to slip into a mild depression, but do you think anyone will notice? He asked, quickly glancing over his shoulder towards the Ravenclaw table where Luna was chatting merrily with some of her friends. Hermione caught this action and tried to reassure him by saying, people will notice, Neville, she said. The right people will notice. She then glanced at Ginny and gave her a meaningful look as if trying to communicate the idea that they needed to talk. In divination that morning, Firenze, Ron, Harry and Neville discussed what they had read. When Ron complained that he didn't understand where all of their reading was getting them, Firenze explained that since they would be going up against an opponent in a life-and-death struggle for survival and that there would most likely not be any rematches, the most important thing they could do before the match began was come to an understanding of their opponent's abilities and how Voldemort thinks, and that the best way they could do this would be to study and learn everything they could about him. His history, how he thinks, how he acts, his strengths, his weaknesses, his powers and abilities, and even how he treats his subordinates. When this was made clear, a determined gleam came into Ron's eye and he said, all right then. Let's get busy. If I'm only going to be allowed one chance at this guy, the first want to make sure I win. At this, Harry and Neville snickered and Firenze said, I thought you might take that approach, Ronald Weasley, while struggling to suppress some laughter of his own. At 6:55 that evening, as Harry approached the headmaster's office, no one was around and he was still several meters from his destination when he glanced up at the sound of the gargoyle moving aside. Expecting someone to descend the stairs, he waited at the bottom of the steps for several seconds, listening and waiting. But when no one came down after almost a minute, he cautiously mounted the steps and rode the revolving escalator up to the landing just outside the office door. Tentatively knocking on the heavy wooden door, he waited for the familiar, come in. When it came, he pushed the door open and walked into the headmaster's office. Looking around, he saw that Albus was the only one present. Albus? He asked hesitantly. Yes, Harry. When I was approaching your office just now, the gargoyle swung aside before I reached it and I didn't use the password you gave me. I thought someone was coming out but no one did. What's going on? Dumbledore peered curiously over his half-moon spectacles at Harry, his twinkle in full force, for several seconds, then said, tell me, Harry, have you had any other interesting experiences, with the portraits perhaps, since you placed Godric's ring on your finger? Harry scowled and told Albus about his encounter with the fat lady and the numerous other encounters he had had with portraits treating him as though he were some kind of royalty, and ended by saying, I mean, it's nice and all, but after a while it starts to get on your nerves. Dumbledore chuckled softly to himself, then said, I am afraid that is something you are going to have to learn to live with, Harry. You see, Godric Gryffindor's magic was so interwoven with the magic of Hogwarts that once you placed that ring on your finger and it became a part of you, the castle naturally woke up and began to recognize its master. This castle is as much a part of you as you are a part of it. While you are here, you will be able to draw from its power to supplement your own in times of need. And I have my suspicions that you will begin to notice other changes as well. For example, you may suddenly find that the stairways and halls will give you the most direct route to your destinations. You may also find that the suits of armor will come to attention as you pass. Harry scowled and groaned. Oh, great. That's all I need, an entire castle responding to my magic. Albus chuckled. But, Harry, it could prove very useful if, for example, you want to get somewhere in a hurry or if you simply wish to be alone for a while. This castle holds many secrets and even I do not know them all. But tell me, what else have you noticed that seems to be different since your Maturo Octus? Sitting down in one of the chintz chairs across from the headmaster, Harry thought for a moment, then said, well, aside from the wandless and wordless magic, my increased abilities at occlumency and legilimens and my increased and in-depth understanding of all of my subjects, I somehow seem to be able to sense people's emotions, at least when they are directed at me. Albus, who had been watching Harry intently while gazing contentedly over his steepled fingers, sat silently gazing at Harry for several seconds, his eyes seeming to glaze over as though recalling his own Maturo Octus training. "Ah, yes," he finally said as he lowered his hands and sat back in his chair. "You have begun to tap into the ethereal, Harry. The ethereal is the magic of pure thought and pure emotion. Your wandless magic is another manifestation of this ability. It is another one of those obscure branches of magic that is very seldom studied. There are a few of us, however, who have studied it and are proficient enough at it to be able to teach the basics and set you on the path of discovery. We will start with this and I will help you, as this is something I use quite regularly to keep track of the goings-on at Hogwarts. From what you told us the other night, however, I believe there may be a few other branches of magic you would like some specialized training in as well. Is this correct?" Harry thought for a moment then said, "Yes, Albus, there are. I'm pretty sure I understand the theory behind the animagus transformation and I'm fairly certain I can brew the potion, but I would like to sit down with Minerva sometime to discuss it in detail to make sure I have got it right. Another branch of magic I would like to study in some depth are the metamorphagus abilities I studied and supposedly have. I don't know how good they are, but I would like to find out." Albus rocked back in his chair and folded his hands in his lap. After a few seconds of seeming to study the ceiling he said, "Yes. I believe Minerva and Miss Tonks would be more than happy to help you with these matters. Is there anything else?" Harry thought for a moment then said, "Is there any way I can get rid of these glasses? I mean, if I'm going to have to go up against Tom in the final battle, I don't want to be blind if I lose my glasses." Albus leaned forward and, resting his elbows on his desk, steepled his fingers, gazing pensively into Harry's eyes. "A reasonable request," he finally said after several seconds had passed in silence. "I will look into it. The Muggles, of course, have something called contact lenses, but I have a feeling you were looking for something much more permanent than that." Harry nodded his head. "If there is a permanent solution, Albus, I would be more than willing to pay for it." "I'm sure you would, Harry," the old man said as he stood up and began walking around to stand in front of his desk. "You are much more dedicated to our cause than even I could have hoped. I will talk to the ophthalmologists at St. Mungo's and see what, if anything, they might have that could prove either useful or beneficial to our cause." Turning around to face Harry and leaning back on his desk, Albus said, "Now, Harry, are you ready to begin your training in ethereal magic?" Harry nodded his head. Placing his hands on the desk behind him, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry silently bowed his head and closed his eyes in thought for several seconds before suddenly opening his eyes, raising his head and gazing into Harry's eyes in what Harry had come to recognize as the old wizard's teaching mode. "Ethereal magic," Professor Dumbledore began, "is an obscure branch of magic which deals, primarily, with the expansion of one's conscious awareness through meditation and something the Muggles call self-hypnosis. Ethereal magic is, by and large, undetectable and exists outside of and beyond most of what are considered to be the physical laws of magic. It has been theorized that nothing is impossible for the master of ethereal magic, but that is little more than theory. Theory and practice, however, are two different things. I will not tell you that anything is impossible when working with ethereal magic because I quite simply do not know. For tonight's lesson I will be introducing you to the wonders of expanded awareness, Harry. So if you could do me the favor of slipping into a light meditative state, similar to the states you achieved this past summer while learning occlumency, we will begin and I will guide you through these initial exercises." Nodding his head, Harry relaxed into the cushions of the chair he was sitting in and closed his eyes. With all of the practice he had been doing, it didn't take him long to reach the desired state of mind and begin focusing upon his magical core. Then, almost as though a mist was rising, or a veil was being lifted, he became aware of the entirety of the headmaster's office. He could see and was aware of everything. He saw himself sitting in the chintz armchair. He could see Albus standing in front of his desk and could hear him talking. The words weren't making much sense, but he could hear them. Next, his attention was directed towards a piece of parchment on the headmaster's desk and he found himself reading and memorizing a list of ethereal magic exercises he should be doing on a regular basis. These exercises included continually expanding his awareness to ever-increasing ranges, focusing his attention upon one or more areas of interest, recognizing thought patterns and magical signatures so that he could seek them out and find them at later dates and in subsequent sessions, listening to, hearing and remembering everything he heard, memorizing charts and data for later transfer to parchment, and setting internal alarms so that his body could rest while he was out exploring the world and so that he would return to a thoroughly rested body at a given time. The last thing he did before returning to his body was, to his utter amazement, pick up the parchment and turn it around. When he finally did return to his body and opened his eyes, Albus was smiling down at him and his eyes were both twinkling and brimming with tears of joy. "Wonderful, Harry. Simply wonderful. It took me almost a week to get that far. I can see that this is going to be an interesting year. I would not be surprised if your ethereal abilities far surpass my own by the end of the year. Indeed, I would be surprised if they do not." Harry blushed slightly, at a loss for words, as he stood up. What he had just experienced was far beyond anything he had ever thought possible, and yet he had done it. He had left his body, experienced an expanded form of consciousness, read a piece of parchment, turned that parchment around and then returned to his body. It seemed amazing and almost impossible, and yet he had done it. Several minutes later, a book on ethereal magic in hand, Harry was walking past a suit of armor on his way back to the Gryffindor common room when it suddenly snapped to attention. He looked at it and scowled, then realized that all of the other suits of armor were snapping to attention as well. Glaring at the original suit of armor, he said, "At ease, soldier." When that one suit of armor returned to parade rest but all of the others remained at attention, he let out an exasperated sigh, then shouted, "All of you. After defense against the dark arts on Friday." Moody pulled Ron aside and growled, "Bring your chess set to class tonight, laddie. We're going to play us a couple o' games." At 6:55 that evening, 5 young Gryffindors and 1 young Ravenclaw found themselves approaching the stone gargoyle that marked the entrance to the headmaster's office. Harry, Ron and Neville, Ron carrying his chess set, had fiercely determined looks on their faces and in their eyes, and Ginny, Hermione and Luna, while not as fierce as their male counterparts, were just as determined. Remus was waiting for them near the entrance and, seeing their approach, turned to mutter the password. But before he could say anything, the gargoyle sprang aside, revealing the spiraling escalator. Clearly surprised, Remus looked curiously up into the opening and then glanced back at Harry and the others. "Don't ask," Harry grumbled as he stopped at the base of the stairs and motioned for Remus to go first. Remus chuckled and smiled down at his young friend. "Don't worry, Harry," he said, "I won't. There are things about this castle that I don't think even Albus understands yet." Albus, Alistair, Severus, Madame Pomfrey and Minerva were waiting for them when they entered the headmaster's private library. Alistair quickly motioned for Ron to join him at the small table that had been set up in front of the fireplace where he had his own chess set standing at attention. Albus motioned for Harry to join him at the main table, which was covered with file folders. Madame Pomfrey took Luna over to a set of shelves dedicated to the healing arts and began going over which texts she should be studying. Minerva motioned for Hermione to join her by a ladder where she would be giving her student a tour of the library and help Hermione find her way around the circular room. Severus took Neville aside and began discussing the role of plants and herbs in potion making and their various properties. And Remus took Ginny over to a section of books dedicated to the various relationships that have been formed between witches and wizards and the many other members of the magical community throughout history. "These are the family files of all of the Muggle-born and half-blood students currently attending Hogwarts," Albus said in response to Harry's questioning look. "Students are almost never allowed to see these files. But under the circumstances I thought an exception could be made. The first page of each file contains the student's biographical information: name, age, date of birth, home address, hobbies, interests, pre-Hogwarts educational experiences, manifestations of magical ability and the like. The second page, however, is what we are most interested in. It contains their parental information such as current careers or career paths, education, training, hobbies and interests. So far I have been able to divide them into 3 general categories. The files on the left," he said, indicating the lines of files taking up the left end of the table, "are in what I call the unlikely category. The files in the middle," he said, indicating a second, smaller set of files, "are those I think might hold some possibilities. And those on the right," he said, indicating the single line of files occupying the right end of the table, "are what I consider to be the most likely candidates. You will, of course, be making the final decision as you know what you are looking for and I do not." "So," the aging headmaster said lightly, "let us begin." Half an hour later, While Harry was reading through the profiles of a husband and wife team of doctors, a question appeared in his mind and he decided to act on it. Albus? He asked. Yes, Harry, Dumbledore asked without looking up from the chart he was examining. Why did you bring me here after the attack? Wouldn't St. Mungo's have been closer? Professor Dumbledore looked up from the chart and slowly laid it back down on the table. Initially we did take you to St. Mungo's, Harry. But old habits die hard, and old memories have a way of haunting even the most accomplished of wizards. If you will recall, I once told you that during Tom's last rise to power people were suspicious of one another. Even old and dear friends, like Sirius and Remus, did not know if they could trust one another. Those were dark times, Harry, and as soon as you were stable enough to travel we used a portkey to transfer you here and brought one of their top neurologists, someone we knew we could trust, to you. Oh, Harry said and returned to the stack of files in front of him. 15 minutes later, however, another thought occurred to him and he decided to act upon it as well. Albus. He began again. Yes, Harry. What exactly are our roles in the order? You mean yours, Ron's, Hermione's, Neville's, Luna's and Ginevra's? Yes, Harry said, closing yet another file and setting it aside. Your role, Harry, Dumbledore said sagely, is you are, indeed, the heir of Gryffindor as well as the one whose coming was foretold in the prophecy, is to recruit as many members of the magical community to our side as you can and learn to harness the power of love so that you can finally and completely defeat Voldemort. I am happy to say, I might add, that you seem to have taken a major step in that direction with the development of that charm you used this summer. Ginevra's role is to help you in your recruiting efforts as well as helping you discover the true nature of love. You see, Harry, Ginevra possesses many of the same qualities your mother had while she was in this world, and while some members of the magical community will respond to the more masculine energies you possess, others, such as the unicorns, will only respond to the more sensitive, feminine energies Ginevra possesses. The two of you are a team, and if you will let her, she will teach you the meaning of love and help you harness its power. I must caution you, however, that she must be allowed to teach you in her own way and in her own time. Do not, and I repeat, do not, try to force anything. For her lessons to be effective they must come from the heart and be freely given. Under no circumstances should any of the lessons she has to offer be forced. You must let her teach you in her own way and in her own time. The headmaster paused and waited for several seconds to let this message sink in before continuing. Ron and Hermione are a team as well. While Ron's specialty is the soft logic of behavior, tactics and strategy in an ever-changing world, Hermione's role is to keep him balanced and help him understand the hard logic of the Muggle sciences and the finer points of their magical counterparts so that, together, they can help us take full advantage of all of the resources available to us. Neville and Luna are a team as well. With Severus' help and guidance, Neville will be brewing the stockpiles of potions and drafts we will need in case of a major attack. I don't know if you knew this or not, Harry, but for centuries Hogwarts has been a major medical evacuation center. If St. Mungo's should ever be stretched to its limits, the overflow would come here. Luna is being trained as a healer. We could probably call upon St. Mungo's in case of a local emergency, but when time is of the essence it is best to have at least 2 healers on hand. And since Poppy is not as young as she once was, Luna will be dispatched out into the field to help stabilize and heal any and or all witches and wizards injured during battle so that they can be transported to either the castle or St. Mungo's. We are, of course, looking for additional teams. But for right now they are our first, second if you count Poppy and Severus. Harry sat silently and thought this over for a moment, then looked over at Dumbledore with a thoughtful expression on his face. You said Ginny and I are supposed to be recruiting people to our side. Where do you think we should begin? Albus frowned and bowed his head briefly before looking up into Harry's eyes. Alas, my friend, I cannot tell you where to begin, because where I would begin may not be a wise choice at this time. Where would you begin? Harry asked. I would begin with the centaurs, as they are the guardians on the Forbidden Forest, and gaining their support can provide both you and us with innumerable opportunities. But, alas, they are no longer as friendly as they once were. I am afraid the events of the past year has put a strain on our relationship. Yeah, Harry said flatly. Firenze said I might have a little trouble with Bane. He did? Dumbledore asked, somewhat surprised by this revelation. Yeah, He said I might have to go all out and exercise all of my authority as Godric's heir to get through to him. Dumbledore rested his elbows on the table and, placing the tips his fingers together in his usual posture of contemplation, studied Harry for several seconds. "Do you feel up to it?" he finally asked. "I don't know," Harry admitted, "but I've got to try and I won't know if I feel up to it unless I do." "Well said, Harry," Dumbledore said. "Well said. Have you set a date yet?" "I was thinking about trying it after breakfast tomorrow." Albus sat back in his chair and studied Harry carefully for several more seconds. "My thoughts will be with you, Harry. But I am afraid I will not be able to accompany you. I have business at the Order's headquarters that needs attending to and." Harry waved him off. "I understand," he said. "I'll do my best and let you know how it goes when you get back." "Thank you," Dumbledore said, then smiled thoughtfully to himself. "I look forward to your report. Do you have any suggestions as to where we might go next?" Harry asked. Almost an hour later, after poring over at least 50 more files, Harry heard Professor Dumbledore cluck with interest, followed by his characteristic, "Ah." Harry glanced up. "Do you think you have something?" he asked. "Possibly, quite possibly," the former Transfiguration professor said, laying the folder open on the table in front of him. "Come over here and tell me what you think." Harry stood up and, upon realizing how stiff he had become while hunched over the stack of files, stretched. After getting all of the kinks out, he walked over and stood beside the headmaster and leader of the Order of the Phoenix and, resting his hands on the table, began studying the file that lay open before him. "Mother's name," he read, "Amanda Babcock. Occupation, astrophysicist, specializing in the study of energy signatures and gravitational anomalies." He read the rest of the mother's information, then moved on to the father's information. "Father's name, Robert Babcock. Occupation, theoretical physicist, specializing in energy transfer and black hole research." Harry smiled and looked up into Professor Dumbledore's expectant eyes. "I don't pretend to understand what all this means," he said, smiling. "But it sounds promising." Harry looked up and scanned the room for Hermione to ask her opinion and finally found her clinging to the uppermost rungs of a ladder, examining a book on the shelf in front of her. "Hey, Hermione," he called. "Could you come down here for a minute? I think we may have found something and I want your opinion." Hermione glanced down, then looked immediately back up. "Sure, Harry," she said, a slight edge of nervousness in her voice. "I'll be right down." Harry smirked. So the great Hermione Granger is afraid of heights. He guessed that was all right, though. She had more than proven herself in other areas. She had the right to be afraid of something. After all, wasn't Ron afraid of spiders? When Hermione reached the bottom of the ladder, she let out a sigh of relief and walked over to stand beside Harry. "What have you got?" she asked. Harry pushed the file over to her and pointed to the columns of parental information. Hermione studied them for several minutes, then looked up and smiled. "Yes," she said. "I think these are the people we are looking for." Then, turning to Albus, said, "How do we go about contacting them and convincing them to help?" "You let me worry about that," the aging professor said. "In the meantime, I think it would be a good idea if one or all 6 of you were to befriend their daughter." "What's her name?" Hermione asked. Albus flipped back to the first page of the chart and scanned it briefly. "Her name is Andromeda Babcock. She is a first-year Ravenclaw. I will point her out to you upon my return Sunday evening." At that moment Ron let out a triumphant, "Ha! Checkmate," as Alistair scowled in defeat. "That was a good game, though," Ron said encouragingly. "Same time next week." Alistair growled threateningly. "You're on," Ron said with a smile, wiping the beads of perspiration from his brow. "I'll give you this though, Alistair, you're good. You are very good." Moody grumbled something about being out of practice as he set his pieces up for their rematch the following week. Ron, however, gathered his pieces up and put them in their carrying case. At breakfast the next morning, Ron and Neville glanced over at Harry as Hermione and Ginny joined them at the Gryffindor table. "So when are you going to go talk to Bane?" Ron asked. "After breakfast," Harry mumbled. "What's after breakfast?" Hermione asked. "Nothing," Harry said too quickly. "Harry," Hermione scolded. "If it's anything dangerous, we're not going to let you do it." "At least not alone," Ginny added. Harry scowled and looked at his plate, thinking about what he was going to be doing that morning. Hermione had almost blown it for them at the end of the previous year when she had led himself and Dolores Umbridge into the forest and expected the centaurs to take care of Umbridge. He already knew that the centaurs were not happy with Hagrid for bringing Grawp into the forest and that they had ostracized Firenze for helping humans. He didn't know how Dumbledore had gotten Umbridge away from the centaurs, but he was fairly certain that they were not too pleased about that either. As he looked up at Neville, Ron, Hermione and Ginny in turn, taking in the looks of concern in their eyes and recognizing their desire to help, he knew that he could not refuse them. He could warn them and explain about the possible dangers, but he could not refuse them. "All right," he said finally. "I'm going down into the Forbidden Forest to meet with Bane. It will be dangerous and possibly even deadly, but it is something I have to do." After explaining what he was going to do and why and outlining his concerns and the other possible dangers, he fell silent and waited for the information to sink in before asking the one question he least wanted to ask. "So," he said softly, "do you still want to go?" "You're my friend, mate," Ron said seriously. "We've been through too much together for me to back out now." "I'm with you." "Me too," Hermione nodded. Ginny squeezed his arm and he turned to look into her eyes. "I won't let you do this without me, Harry Potter. We're a team and I won't let anyone or anything tear us apart. I know the risks and I'm willing to face them no matter what, so long as you are by my side." Harry looked into her confident and reassuring eyes and smiled. "Thank you," he said and nodded his head, satisfied that he had chosen his friends well and that they would stand by him no matter what. Neville cleared his throat and said, "I'm with you too, Harry. I've only been down there once in first year with you and Ron and Malfoy, and it seems you make a habit of going into the forest at least once a year. If I'm going to be your dueling partner, then I guess I had better get used to the idea of facing more than just my fears, so I'm in too." "What's going on?" Luna asked, stepping up behind Harry and Ginny. "We're all going down into the Forbidden Forest after breakfast," Ginny whispered urgently. "Harry is going to try to talk to the centaurs and we are going along because we aren't going to let him do it alone." Luna was silent for a few seconds, then asked, "Does Albus know?" Harry nodded his head. "Yes, he knows. He's worried about how they might react, but he knows and has given it his approval." "Well, then you can count me in as well," Luna said forcefully, which surprised everyone, "because the six of us are a team and I will not be left out just because I'm in Ravenclaw." Harry turned around and looked up at Luna, who was standing resolutely with her hands on her hips. "I wouldn't dream of leaving you out, Luna. Least of all because you are in Ravenclaw." After breakfast they left the castle and, by agreement, headed towards Hagrid's cabin to say hello to their friend before venturing into the forest. The sky was clear and the sun provided them with some welcoming warmth as they crossed the lawns on their way to Hagrid's hut, and in the distance Harry could see several people flying over the Quidditch pitch. "I wonder who that could be," he mused out loud. "What?" Ron asked. "Huh," Harry said, shaking his head. Then, realizing what he had said, "I was just wondering who was flying over the Quidditch pitch." Ron thought for a moment, then said, "That would be Hufflepuff. All the tryouts are being held on one day this year due to the heightened security. Hufflepuff gets the early morning slot, then comes Slytherin, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor." "Why are we last?" Harry asked. "I dunno. Luck of the draw, I guess. Anyway, each team gets 3 hours." "Luck of the draw," Harry groaned. "Oh, Filch will love that." Ron snickered. "Yeah, he probably will at that. He won't be able to bust us, though, because we have permission to be out until the tryouts are over." As they approached Hagrid's cabin, Fang, Hagrid's giant boarhound, started barking, and they looked up just in time to see the giant black dog bounding across the lawn towards them. Harry's eyes widened as he had less than a second to brace for impact before Fang jumped and hit him in the chest with the force of a small locomotive. Harry fell back and instinctively rolled several times so that for a time it was hard to tell where dog ended and boy began. When they finally stopped, Harry was sitting with his legs splayed out in front of him and Fang was excitedly licking his face. "It's good to see you too, Fang," Harry laughed as he struggled to push the enormous dog away. At that moment Hagrid came running around the end of his cabin nearest his vegetable patch, looking panicked and calling out for Fang. "Fang! Fang! Where are ye, Fang?" Hermione and Ginny called Hagrid over, as Ron was too busy rolling on the ground, struggling for breath between gales of laughter at the sight of Harry being body tackled by a boarhound. Neville and Luna, who were still ignorant of the special bond between Harry and Fang, stood back and watched, confused as to what, if anything, they should be doing. "He's over here, Hagrid," Ginny and Hermione called out between fits of laughter. "He's just tackled Harry." Hagrid trotted over and stopped beside to the two girls. When he saw Harry's predicament he started laughing as well. "Well, o' course he has," he laughed. "He's been worried 'bout ye, Harry. It's no, every day a wizard goes up against 23 Death Eaters and lives to tell a boo, it. Come, Fang," Hagrid said, stepping forward and pulling his dog off of Harry so he could stand up. "Thanks, Hagrid," Harry said, standing up and scratching behind the boarhound's ears before straightening his robes. "So how ye feelin', Harry? I don't mind tellin' ye, we were all kinda worried 'bout ye, fair a while there." "I'm all right, I guess," Harry said, brushing the last of the grass off of his shoulders. "All I can really tell you about the attack, though, is that it wasn't exactly a walk in the park. Yeah, tha's I've been hearin'. I still don't know how ye did it, though. So brings ye down here anyway?" "Professor Dumbledore explained why ye aren't talkin' care o' magical creatures this year, so I understand, duh." "How's Grop?" Hermione asked suddenly. The effect was immediate. Hagrid's smile was wiped from his face and replaced by a frown, and the sparkle in his eyes was replaced by an expression of sadness and loss that bordered on devastation. If Harry didn't already know that magic would bounce off of him, he would have sworn that Hagrid had been hit by a sadness curse. Hagrid looked down and studied his massive hands for a full minute before looking up and saying one word. "Dead. Dead. What do you mean dead?" Hermione gasped. "The centaurs was kinda ups when he broke loose last year, so they killed Hagrid said solemnly. "Murder and scum," he growled. "And now they won, even let me force see his body and give a proper burial." "Oh, I'm so sorry," Hermione said sympathetically. "Is there anything we can do to help?" "No, unless ye can bring back to life," Hagrid said gloomily. Then brightening he said, "But there's enough o' that. What I'd like ter know is what doing down here. It ain't safe in the fours any more, so I hope not thinkin' o' goin' in there." "That's exactly what we're doing," Harry said softly. "Wah!" Hagrid cried. "Have ye lost mins? It's dangerous in there. I won't even go in there any more." Harry looked fiercely up at his first friend in the wizarding world and said, "I have to, Hagrid. I have to talk to Bane. These 5 don't have to go, but they want to. I, however, have no choice." Hagrid looked down at Harry and studied his face for several seconds, then said, "Alright. But if ye in trouble, I want ye send up some red sparks. If those centaurs any o' ye, I'll teach 'em fair." Smiling grimly, Harry nodded his head. "Thanks, Hagrid," he said. "I don't think that will be necessary, but thank you anyway." The trip into the Forbidden Forest started out innocently enough. The trees gradually blocked out all light which, even with their wands lit, left them stumbling through an oppressive gloom, and the tree roots, brambles, briars and low-lying bushes made walking difficult. But before long a more sinister feeling of being watched began to fill the air around them. At one point, almost 15 minutes into their journey, Ron tripped over a tree root and fell. He had screamed and stumbled back against a tree, sputtering nervously about spiders, and Hermione had comforted him, taking his hand and gently reassuring him that she would take care of the spiders. Ron breathed a labored sigh of relief and nodded his head resolutely. "I'm not forcing you to come, you know," Harry said with just the right amount of concern in his voice to let Ron know that he was not mocking him. "You can go back if you want to." "No," Ron said nervously. Then, setting his jaw, stated, "We're your friends, Harry. Where you lead we follow." Several minutes later they entered a dimly lit clearing and Harry said, "This is it. Put your wands away." "What?" Ron asked incredulously. "I said wands away. We came here to talk, not to fight, and I don't want them feeling threatened in any way," Harry said as he made a show of tucking his wand away in an inner pocket of his robes. When they reached the center of the clearing he stopped and took hold of Ginny's hand. "All right," Harry said softly. "Stop. I want a defensive posture, so backs together facing out." The others didn't need to be told twice and immediately formed a defensive circle. Harry then cleared his throat and called out, "Bane. I know you're there, Bane. We've put our wands away so there is no danger." All we want to do is talk. At that moment an arrow flew through the air and stuck in the ground at Harry's feet. As it stood, quivering from the force of impact, a small army of centaurs emerged from the surrounding trees, bows drawn and arrows notched. Harry heard Hermione's gasp and Ron's gulp and felt Ginny shivering beside him. In the gloom Harry watched as the familiar figure of Bane stepped forward and walked up to stand directly in front of him. "You are not welcome here, human," the centaur said menacingly. "This is our forest and we did not invite you here. Leave now and you may live. Refuse and you will die." With that Bane turned his back on Harry and started to walk away. "Don't turn your back on me, Bane," Harry threatened, and the others could feel the waves of magical energy beginning pour off of Harry. "We came here to talk and I am not leaving until I have said my piece." Bane stopped but did not turn around. "I told you to leave, human. If you wish to die that is your affair." Bane was about to take another step away from Harry when a sudden bolt of lightning struck the ground a little more than a meter in front of him. As the crack of thunder died away Harry raised his voice and said, "I told you not to turn your back to me, Bane. I came here to talk. We can do it the easy way or, if you insist upon being as stubborn as your ancestors, we can do it the hard way. The choice is yours." Bane spun around and glared at Harry. "Leave this forest now, human," he bellowed. The clearing and the surrounding area was suddenly filled with lightning strikes. The ground was upturned and several trees were reduced to kindling, but amazingly no one was either hurt or injured. The violence and noise went on for almost a minute. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville and Luna were covering their ears and screaming for it to stop, and several of the centaurs were glancing nervously around at each other as if wondering what they should do. Harry and Bane, however, simply glared at each other. Finally, when it was evident that Harry was not going to stop until he gave in, Bane flinched and Harry relaxed. The thunder and lightning stopped and the two stood facing each other for several more tense seconds, hatred and loathing burning brightly in Bane's eyes. Then, as he motioned for his warriors to lower their weapons, Bane stepped tensely forward and said, "Say your piece, human. I can make no guarantees but we will listen." Harry could hear the others let out audible sighs of relief. "Oh, you'll do more than that," Harry threatened, "or I swear I will destroy this forest." Bane looked into Harry's eyes and seemed to study the look of grim determination that was etched on the young man's face, then nodded. "We will listen," he said. Harry relaxed a bit more and unclenched the fists he didn't know he had formed. "My guess is that you know that Voldemort has returned," Harry began. Bane nodded. "I am here to tell you, Bane, that we are going to fight him with everything we've got and do everything in our power to bring him down once and for all. I would like to be able to count you and the rest of the centaurs among our allies." Bane thought for a moment, then asked, "And why should we ally ourselves with you?" Harry looked slightly stunned for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. "Do you remember that Umbridge woman from last year?" "Yes," Bane nodded, disdain and disgust dripping from the tone of his voice. "Her attitude is very similar to that of Voldemort and his followers. They do not think that anyone who is not a full-blooded wizard should even have the right to exist. They want to destroy everyone and everything they deem unworthy. This includes centaurs." "I'm listening," Bane said, seeming to relax a bit. Harry thought for a moment, then decided to draw upon several of the experiences he had had during his Maturo Octus. "Almost every civilization and society," he began, "has established a set of guidelines for what it considers to be acceptable behavior. Most people do not recognize them as such, and many will go so far as to deny that they even exist. For those who are willing to acknowledge their existence, however, most will strive to justify them in some way so that they will not have to change their ways. For lack of a better term, I call these unwritten rules, formalities. When some people are confronted by something that does not conform to their expectations of what is proper and right, they will flee from it and try to get away. These people are usually harmless and wind up only hurting themselves by gradually closing themselves off from the greater possibilities the world has to offer. Others will lash out and try to destroy those things they deem as being either unacceptable or abominations. These people are the dangerous ones. Rather than trying to learn from that which they do not understand and gaining from their experiences, they would rather destroy the things they view as unacceptable or abnormal and deny that they ever existed. Some of these people are fueled by the simple fear of the unknown, while others are fueled by hatred, anger and rage. Indeed, some are even fueled by a mixture of motives. Now, I cannot guarantee that everyone on our side will accept you as you are and respect your rights as centaurs and members of the magical community, but I think it is safe to say that many, if not most, of Voldemort's supporters would rather see you and your kind destroyed. I cannot offer you a peaceful resolution to all of your troubles, but if you will fight with us, on our side, and if we win, I can guarantee you a chance. Our two races may never peacefully coexist, but with your help I would like to think that we have an opportunity to give peace a chance. Bane looked Harry up and down, critically studying him for several seconds, as he thought about what Harry had said, then nodded. You speak well, human, and we accept. We will be your allies in this war. But tell me, by whose authority do you do these things and speak these words? Harry smiled and raised his hand into the air. As the heir of Gryffindor I do and say these things by the authority vested in me by my ancestors. A blinding sliver shaft of light suddenly appeared, extending up and out from his outstretched hand. When it disappeared, Harry was holding the hilt of the sword of Gryffindor. He turned it over and buried the tip of the sword in the ground between himself and Bane. With your permission, sir, he said, bowing slightly to Bane, I ask that we might grasp the hilt of my sword as comrades in arms and future friends. Bane looked at Harry, who was watching him with a mixture of confidence and hopeful determination. Hesitantly at first he reached out and placed his hand on the hilt of Harry's sword. Harry then placed his other hand on top of Bane's and smiled up at the centaur. Bane slowly placed his other hand on top of Harry's and nodded. How may we serve? He asked. As equals and, hopefully, as friends, Harry said confidently. Yes, Bane said as he looked into Harry's emerald green eyes, as equals and as friends. Then, as the two warriors removed their hands from the sword, Bane said, You are a brave man, Harry Potter, and I am proud to call you friend. Is there anything we can do for you that will make your task easier? Harry thought for a moment, then said, My friends and I will need to get to know everything we can about both you and your abilities so that we can include you in our plans. Myself, and these 5 will need to meet with you on a regular basis so that we can get to know one another. I would like it if we could arrange regular meetings for this purpose. Bane nodded thoughtfully. It will be done. Is there anything else? Harry sighed. I suppose you know Hagrid is heartbroken about his brother. Bane nodded. Is there any possibility you could let him in to bury his remains? Bane scowled darkly for a moment, then said, It will be done. Harry and Bane then shook hands, and as Harry pulled the tip of his sword out of the ground, Bane walked back to the edge of the clearing and motioned for his warriors to follow. As they walked out of the forest, Harry with the sword of Gryffindor resting on his shoulder and Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna and Ginny with their wands out and lit, Ron said, You were right, Harry. I didn't want to know what Firenze meant when he said you would have to exercise all of your authority as the heir of Gryffindor to get Bane's attention. If I had known you were going to do that lightning thing, I would have stayed home. Harry mumbled something about not knowing what he would have to do until the last minute and continued walking, only glancing up every now and again to make sure they were on the right path. Hermione stayed close to Ron and Ginny stayed close to Harry while Neville and Luna brought up the rear, Neville with his wand drawn continually scanning for signs of trouble. Every so often Hermione and Ginny would exchange furtive glances of concern as they recognized the symptoms of Harry starting to shut down and withdraw into a self-imposed cocoon of isolation. As they were nearing the edge of the forest and drew within sight of Hagrid's cabin, Ginny extinguished her wand and took hold of Harry's free hand. Are you all right? She asked. Harry looked into her eyes and nodded. Yeah, he sighed. I'm fine. I just need a little rest. I've got to get this sword back up into the library and then I'm going to go lay down and take a nap. At the sound of Fang's excited barking, Harry stopped and looked tiredly up at the rapidly approaching dog. Ron and Neville, realizing that their friend probably couldn't handle another body tackle from the boarhound just now, stepped in front of Harry and braced themselves for impact. When it came, they wavered slightly but held their ground as Fang crumpled at their feet. Hagrid came running up a few seconds later with an expectant smile on his face, but when he saw how tired Harry looked, he looked from Ron and Neville to Hermione, Ginny and Luna, searching for an explanation. Tired? Ginny finally said, looking up into the friendly half-giant's face. Yeah, Ron added. That lightning storm took a lot out of him. Hagrid, who was now scratching Fang behind the ears, stopped and looked at Harry with an odd expression on his face. Was you? He asked. Harry looked up at his old friend and nodded. Yeah, he whispered, that was me. He wasn't listening, so I had to let him know that I meant business. Hagrid shook his head. A lightning storm. On a day like this. You scared the students and most of the teachers. They almost cancelled Quidditch tryouts. I don't know what they woulda done if it had gone on much longer. Harry lowered the sword, burying its point in the ground, and leaned on it for support. Sorry about that, Harry shrugged. I didn't mean to scare anyone, but Bane, I guess it got a little out of hand. A little out of hand. Ron laughed nervously. You should see what's left of that clearing. Hermione elbowed Ron in the ribs, who looked at her in disbelief. What? He asked. I'm going to have to go change my robes before I go in for lunch. Harry laughed softly at this. Sorry about that, Ron. That's okay, mate, Ron said as a blush rose into his cheeks. You were successful and that's all that matters. You were successful then? Hagrid asked. Yeah, Harry sighed again. We were successful. And that's not all, Hermione said. Harry got Bane to agree to let you go in and bury Grop. A tear came into Hagrid's eye. Then, he said. Yeah, Harry said softly. I wouldn't go running in there right away if I were you, though. They're still a little upset, so I think you should wait until they come to you. I will, Hagrid said. Then, noticing the sword Harry was leaning on, asked, Where'd ye get sticker? Dumbledore's office, Harry said simply. Hagrid was about to say that they hadn't had it with them earlier when he saw Ginny shaking her head and stopped. Then, looking up at the sky, to check the position of the sun, said, they should be goin' in eat in a bye. If ye want to can in cabin. Harry thanked him and Ron stepped over and slipped his arm under Harry's free shoulder. Harry looked up into Ron's eyes and wordlessly thanked him with a small smile. Ginny took the sword from his other hand and carried it up to Hagrid's cabin, where they stopped and waited, resting on the steps, until the other students had gone in for lunch. Walking up to the castle several minutes later, once more in possession of his sword, Harry said, You guys go on in. I'm just going to take this up to the library and then head back to the dorm. Oh no you don't, Ginny said pointedly. I'm going with you and you are going to eat. Then I'll take you back to the dorm. Told you she was just like Mum, Ron snickered. Ginny glared at her brother. You be careful, Buster, or I'll hex you into next week, she growled. Then turning to Hermione said, Hermione, could you tell Dobby that Harry is very weak and tired and have him bring 2 orders of whatever Harry is having up to the headmaster's library? Hermione said she would in a tone that suggested she really didn't want to cross Mrs. Weasley's daughter. Harry just shook his head and, laughing softly to himself, started walking towards the main stairs. What's so funny? Ginny scolded when she caught up with Harry at the base of the marble steps. Harry smiled and, shaking with a mountain of suppressed laughter born of fatigue, looked at her and said, He's right, you know. You are a lot like your mum. Ginny stopped and stared at him for several seconds. Now you listen to me, Harry Potter, I'll have you know that the Weasley women may be strict from time to time, but it's only because we have the best interests of our men at heart. This was too much for Harry and he had to sit down to keep from falling over, he was laughing so hard. Ginny stood in front of him with her hands on her hips glaring at him. Every time Harry looked up at her he burst out laughing again. Ginny finally relented and walked over to sit next to him. I'm sorry, Gin, he gasped. To hear it is one thing but to see it is almost too much. They sat on the stairs and laughed for several minutes, earning more than just a few curious glances from the students in the Great Hall, before picking themselves up and headed off to the headmaster's office. They were still laughing when they reached the entrance to the headmaster's office, where the gargoyle sprung aside to let them enter. At the top of the stairs they entered the outer office and then the private library. Harry carefully replaced the sword and turned to look at Ginny, who was standing on the far side of a small circular table that Dobby had apparently set up off to one side. The table was set for 2 with a single white candle set in a golden base burning brightly in the center. Ginny smirked. It looks like Dobby is a romantic. Harry stumbled away from the larger table and looked apprehensively at the arrangement, remembering his experience with Cho Chang in Hogsmeade the previous year. Yeah, he said at last, uncertain as to what he should say or do. Well, Ginny said, smiling sweetly. Shall we? Yeah, I guess, Harry said as he cautiously approached the smaller table. It's not going to bite you, Ginny laughed as she watched Harry's guarded approach. It's not the table I'm worried about, Harry said, glancing up at Ginny. Oh, well, I won't bite you either, Ginny said lightly, not realizing that that was exactly what Harry was afraid of. After they had seated themselves and started eating, Harry made several attempts at small talk but failed miserably. Finally, after exhausting all other possible topics of conversation that he felt comfortable with, he said, Ginny. Albus and I were talking the other night and he seems to think you are going to be the one to teach me how to harness and use the power of love. Startled, Ginny looked up and watched Harry as he made his confession. For his part, Harry shifted uneasily in his chair and played with his food while he summoned up the courage to continue. What I mean to say is looking across the table into her eyes, he silently pleaded with her to understand what he was trying to say. I mean, I already know how I feel about you and I have a feeling you feel the same way about me. I have been calling it love because it feels so right and I don't know what else to call it. The problem is that I really don't know if it is love or not. I mean, the Dursleys didn't exactly teach me anything about it, and he trailed off, looking nervously over at the beautiful girl sitting across from him. Ginny smiled pleasantly and reached out, taking hold of his hands which were now fidgeting nervously with his napkin, much the same as his Aunt Petunia had done earlier that summer, and for a moment Harry could not help but wonder if he had inherited that from his mother as well as his eyes. It is love, Harry, Ginny said softly. I've felt it and I've known that feeling for years. What you are feeling is love at its most magical. What else did Albus tell you? Harry let out a sigh of relief, then, gently taking hold of Ginny's hands and rubbing the backs of them with his thumbs, looked into her eyes and whispered, I love you, Ginny Weasley, before dropping his eyes and continuing his confession. He told me not to force or rush into anything because he said that for it to work it would have to come naturally and be freely given. He told me that it had to come from the heart, your heart, or it wouldn't work. Harry stopped and looked up at Ginny, who was still watching him, then went back to playing with his food. The thing is that I really don't know anything about love. I mean, like I said, the Dursleys didn't exactly teach me anything about it and I've never really had a girlfriend or anything, so, if you want to go ahead with this thing then I'm going to have to ask you to please go easy on me. I know I've been pretty much of a prat over the past few years and I'm not trying to make excuses or anything, but it hasn't really been all that easy. I mean, I learned a lot about myself in my Maturo Octus, but I still have to learn how to love someone. I'm not good at it, and to be quite honest with you, it frightens me. I can take on basilisks, centaurs, dragons and Death Eaters without batting an eye, but love— Harry glanced up briefly. It scares the heck out of me, Ginny. So if it's all the same to you, I would like to take it slow and easy. Like I said, I want to get to know you for who you are on the inside, but I'm afraid. Ginny reached out and took hold of Harry's hands again. Harry looked up, startled. I understand, Harry, Ginny said softly. I understand. And something in her eyes told him that she really did understand and that she would patiently guide him through what lay ahead. For the next several hours they ate slowly, talked about their lives, joking about some of their misadventures, laughing at some of Fred and George's pranks, and generally getting to know one another. They had lost all track of time when Dobby and Winky suddenly appeared beside their table. Harry, Ginny, the faithful house elves squeaked. Harry and Ginny both stopped laughing at the story Harry had been telling about one of the pranks the Marauders had pulled on a group of Slytherins, and turned towards their friends, surprised at their presence but neither angry or upset in any way. What can we do for you? Ginny asked. Do for us? Winky squeaked in surprise. Nothing, Ginny. Nothing, Dobby added. Dobby and Winky is just here to tell you that it is nearly 5 o'clock and time for dinner. Would you like to eat here or will you be eating in the Great Hall? Winky asked. Harry and Ginny looked at each other for a moment, then Ginny turned back to the two house elves. Would it be too much trouble if we ate up here? She asked. No, Ginny, Winky said confidently. Winky and Dobby is glad Ginny and Harry is finally getting some time alone, Winky said boldly. Harry was slightly taken aback by this revelation but quickly recovered. Winky, Dobby, he asked, since we will be eating up here this evening, could you please come and get us at about 5:45, and bring our brooms? We have Quidditch tryouts at 6 and we really don't want to miss them. Winky and Dobby both nodded their heads vigorously, and 5 minutes later, after taking their orders and returning to the kitchens to prepare their meals, the two house elves were back with 2 steaming plates of their master and mistress' specially prepared dinners. Even though neither of them would ever admit it to either Ron or Hermione, Harry and Ginny were both secretly glad that they could eat dinner in private, and Harry decided that he might be taking advantage of the fact that he had a fully furnished wizard's kitchen in his trunk sometime in the not-too-distant future. A candlelit dinner at sunset with a view from the top of the astronomy tower sounded like just the thing to get their relationship off the ground, and the privacy of his trunk would give them time to get to know one another and work their way through whatever issues might come up, away from the prying eyes of their friends and classmates. At 15 minutes to 6, after another 45 minutes of delightful and enlightening conversation, Dobby and Winky appeared with Harry and Ginny's brooms in hand. After thanking their friends for the wonderful dinner and for bringing their brooms, Harry and Ginny left the library and then the headmaster's office. A dark-haired student Harry didn't recognize at first, a first year by the looks of him, was walking past as they exited the hidden stairs. Upon second glance, however, he thought he recognized the boy from, of all places, Little Whinging. "Mark?" he asked. "Mark Evans." The skinny boy turned quickly around and looked at Harry, his hazel eyes bulging slightly and his mouth falling open in surprised recognition. "Harry Potter." Harry nodded. "Yeah," Harry said brightly. "I don't need to ask why you are here, but what house are you in?" "I'm in Gryffindor," Mark said proudly. Harry glanced at Ginny, who looked mildly surprised that Harry and Mark seemed to know each other, for confirmation. Ginny nodded her head, then asked, "Do you two know each other?" Harry nodded. "Yeah. Unfortunately for Mark, he was one of Dudley's punching bags last year." Ginny winced. "Oh, I'm sorry, Mark," she said. Mark looked down at his shoes and shuffled his feet. "That's all right," he said. "I understand, Big D, and his parents died in an accident on the road to London last month." A suit of armor snapped to attention as they passed, and Harry scowled at it briefly before responding to Mark's unasked question. "I don't think it was an accident, Mark," Harry said dismally. "I think it was murder." "Murder?" Mark asked, astonished. "Yeah," Harry said solemnly. "You see, there are some pretty bad wizards out there who have trying to kill me essentially since the day I was born. They'd already killed my parents, a friend and my godfather trying to get to me, and the only way they could get to me at the Dursleys was to kill my aunt. The reason I think it was murder is because as soon as the protective wards came down, 20 tree Death Eaters attacked the house and I had to run for it. They were now walking down a staircase that was notorious for sending people in the wrong direction, but which was currently taking them on a direct route to the entrance hall." "Is that what that standing ovation was for at the welcoming feast?" Mark asked. Harry grimaced but nodded. "Yeah. Some friends and I developed a rebounding charm over the summer that is effective against the killing and pain curses, and, if our research is correct, every spell ever invented, and I was the first to test it in an actual combat situation." "Oh," Mark said softly. Then brightening, said, "Say, do you mind if I write a letter home and tell my parents that you don't go to St. Bruno's?" Harry laughed and said, "Sure. You can also tell them that my friends and I will be here for you if you should ever need any help." "Hey, thanks," Mark said excitedly. "For a while there I was afraid I wasn't going to make any friends." "What about your dorm mates?" Ginny asked. Mark shrugged his shoulders. "Yeah, there's them, but there are only 3 of them and they aren't very exciting." Harry smirked at Ginny, then looked back at Mark and said, "Mark, this is my girlfriend, Ginny Weasley. She has a pair of twin brothers I think you should meet." Ginny almost choked as she started laughing at what she felt sure Harry had planned. Mark looked up worriedly. "What?" he asked. Harry smiled and said, "Fred and George are a couple of pranksters the likes of which Hogwarts hasn't seen since my father's day. I just think it might be a good idea if you met them and started building a reputation for yourself." "Harry," Ginny said in mock outrage. "What would Albus say if he knew you were contributing to the delinquency of a minor?" Harry looked up innocently. "What?" he said. "All he said is that he drew the line at the destruction of school property. Besides, with everything Remus told Neville and me this summer, creative pranking is a sure way to catch your enemies off guard. And besides, it could easily lead to a career as a spellcrafter." Ginny was silent for several seconds, then nodded her head. "Yes, I can see where that might be useful." As they were walking across the entrance hall, Harry asked, "So what are you up to today, Mark?" "Oh, I was just out exploring, finding my way around really." "Why?" "Well, I was just thinking that since Ginny and I have Quidditch tryouts in a few minutes, you might want to come down and watch for a while." Mark's face immediately brightened. "Can I? Is it allowed?" he asked excitedly. Harry and Ginny both smiled and nodded. Then Harry added, "Since I'm one of the captains, I think we can allow it." "Brilliant," Mark almost shouted. "I've never seen a Quidditch game before. Is it fun?" Harry and Ginny both laughed. "It's the most excellent game in the world," Harry said enthusiastically. As they were approaching the pitch, Ginny took hold of one of Harry's hands. "Are you going to be all right?" she asked. "I mean, you were going to take a nap after all and I kept you up all afternoon." Harry grinned. "I'll be fine," he said softly, "try not to let Mark hear. Most of it is the company I keep, but the way Albus explained it, because of who I am, I have a special kind of relationship with the castle and I am able to draw energy from its reserves." "Cool," Ginny said. "What's cool?" Hermione asked, coming up behind the three. "Oh, nothing," Harry said with a sidelong glance at Mark. "I'll tell you later." Then turning to Mark he said, "Mark, I'd like you to meet Hermione Granger. She's the smartest witch in our class, if not in the entire school, and she is one of the Gryffindor sixth-year prefects. Hermione, I'd like you to meet Mark Evans. Mark is from Little Whinging and, unfortunately for him, was one of Dudley's punching bags last year." "Evans?" Hermione asked, shifting the book she was carrying to her other hand so that she could shake Mark's hand. "Yes," Mark said, mildly surprised at Hermione's interest in his last name. "Why? Do you think it's possible?" Hermione asked, looking between Harry and Mark. "I mean, I know it's a long shot, but do you think you two could be related?" Harry shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know. I never thought about it before, but I guess it's possible." "Are you an Evans?" Mark asked, looking suspiciously up at Harry. "My mum's maiden name was Evans, so, yeah, I guess you could say I'm an Evans." "Really? My dad's really into that genealogy stuff, so I'll ask him. What was your mother's name?" "Oi, Harry, Ginny," Ron called from the center of the pitch. "Come on, we've got tryouts." As Harry and Ginny mounted their brooms, Harry turned to Mark and said, "All I know about my mother's side of the family is that my mother's name was Lily and my aunt's name was Petunia. Sorry, Mark, but I gotta go." As Harry and Ginny rose into the air and the wind began whipping through his hair, Harry felt the familiar thrill of freedom and rush of adrenaline that had always accompanied him on his flights. He smiled over at Ginny, who smiled back, then, nodding in silent agreement, turned his attention to his firebolt and shot up into the sky. This was freedom. There was no other way to describe it. It was pure, unadulterated freedom. Harry shot high up into the air, pushing his broom to its limits, and then turned around and, performing a twisting, spiraling dive, drove his broom back down to the uppermost reaches of the playing field before dropping into a steep, vertical dive reminiscent of the Wronski feint. With mere centimeters to spare, he pulled out of the dive, the toes of his shoes gently brushing the grass as he skimmed the surface, then soared back up and did several loops around the pitch, spinning, swirling and twisting all the while. On his third pass he noticed a single, solitary figure, a familiar face really, sitting in the Ravenclaw section. He flew over and stopped, hovering a few meters in front of her. "Luna?" he asked. Luna smiled. "Hi, Harry. You're really very good, you know." Harry blushed slightly. "Thanks, Luna." The smile on his face from flying was almost frozen on his face. "What are you doing here?" "Watching Neville," Harry asked. Luna nodded shyly as a smile and blush spread across her face. "All right then," Harry said brightly. "I'll see you around." The tryouts went amazingly well considering they only had 3 hours to audition 30 people. Ron only let one goal through the entire time, and that had been on one of Ginny's stalling approaches where she had flown in at an angle and stalled in front of the goal while Ron, trying to anticipate her move, had flown just enough out of her way to let her score. Ron had screamed in frustration and Ginny had laughed, teasing him by calling out that she knew him too well as she flew back out to join her teammates. Harry scared almost everyone by diving through the players at breakneck speeds to catch the Muggle golf balls that were being thrown for the Seekers. He and Ginny had each caught every ball that had been thrown for them. The next closest Seeker was Dennis Creevy, who had caught 80% of his. Of those who were trying out for the beater positions, however, Neville proved to be the most determined as well as the most lethally accurate. Neville unseated several players, who had been rescued by Madame Hooch and Professor McGonagall, and disrupted more chaser formations than anyone else. He even helped his team's keeper a few times by knocking the quaffle out of the hands of approaching chasers. Ron was secretly glad that Neville was on his team in the final game. They played 3 short elimination games to give everyone a chance to play, because of the beatings the other keepers had taken from Neville's bludgers. When it was all over, Ron walked over to Neville, who was being congratulated by Harry and Ginny on his excellent showing, and said, "Fred and George would be proud, Neville. I don't know where you got it from, but I'm impressed." "Thanks," Neville said, smiling. "I just needed a little motivation to bring out the beater in me." At that moment Hermione walked up and started talking to Ron as Luna ran over from the Ravenclaw stands and tapped Neville on the shoulder. "Hi, Neville," she said. "I was watching you from the stands and you were really good." Thanks," Neville said, glancing uncertainly up at Harry as a blush started to fill his cheeks. Harry just smiled and nodded his encouragement. "Can we talk?" Luna asked. Sure," Neville said bashfully. "We'll see you later," Harry said and motioned for Ron, Hermione and Ginny to follow him up to the castle so Neville and Luna could be alone. "Don't be too long, though, or Filch will have a fit." "Yeah, thanks," Neville said. Half an hour later Harry glanced up from the game of chess Ron and Hermione were playing as Neville walked through the portrait hole. "I'll be right back," he said, squeezing Ginny's hand as he stood up. Walking over to Neville he smiled and said, "How's it going, Neville?" Neville, who looked to be on cloud 9, just smiled and said, "She likes me. She actually likes me." Good," Harry said. "I'm really happy for you, Neville, but we need to talk." Snapping out of his reverie Neville looked at Harry and said, "Huh? What?" "We need to talk," Harry said urgently and pulled Neville over to their table. Then, glancing around the common room and seeing how crowded it was, said, "Maybe we had better go up to my trunk for this." Looking curiously up at Harry, Ron, Hermione and Ginny could see the tension on his face and seemed to sense Harry's urgent need to talk to the 4 of them alone and in private. So, levitating the chessboard in front of them, Ron, Hermione, Neville and Ginny followed Harry up into the 6th-year boys' dormitory. When Harry opened the 7th chamber of his trunk the other 4 looked down and their jaws dropped in amazement. "Wow," Ron said, as his eyes grew round. "Nice trunk, Harry." Harry sniffed. "Yeah, right. It's only nice if I use it." Leading the way down into his private quarters Harry descended the ladder and levitated Ron and Hermione's chess game down onto one of the nearby tables and waited as the others scrambled down the ladder. As Neville was the last one down Harry called up to him and said, "Hey, Neville, could you close the lid, please? This is kind of important and I don't want anyone knowing who doesn't have to." Neville nodded and pulled the lid closed as he descended the ladder. As soon as the lid was down a soft, warm glow filled the rooms and the light adjusted to a comfortable level for all. When they were all safely down Ron looked around and said, "Whoa, Harry. Where'd you get all this stuff?" Harry shrugged his shoulders. "Dobby says most of it is from the Potter family vault," he said noncommittally. "I didn't even know the Potters had a family vault so I really don't know." Walking over to the chess table Ron looked at the pieces and gasped. "These are antiques, Harry." Then, picking up one of the pawns and inspecting its base, said, "Not only that but they are Checkman originals. They must be at least 500 years old." Harry sighed. "Yeah, fine, Ron. I didn't bring you down here to brag. I'll give you a tour later but right now we need to talk." When they were all seated comfortably in one corner of the sitting room Harry cast an extra privacy charm on the trunk so that neither Dean nor Seamus could hear them if they should enter the room while they were talking. As he was about to begin speaking Dobby and Winky appeared out of nowhere and asked if they could get them anything to drink. After goblets of pumpkin juice and water were distributed Harry and Ginny shook their heads at their faithful companions and friends before turning their attention to the more serious matters at hand. When Ron, Hermione, Ginny and Neville were all looking at him Harry inhaled deeply and said, "I had a little talk with Snape last week, Neville, and he asked me to explain something to you." Harry hesitated as he tried to gauge the reaction he would get from Neville upon hearing that Snape was a former Death Eater. When he realized that he didn't really know Neville well enough to know how he would react he decided to plunge ahead and hope for the best. "Neville, Professor Snape is a former Death Eater." Watching Neville's face for any signs of action or reaction Harry saw the first signs of anger boiling to the surface. Reaching across the table to stem the flow of anger Harry quickly added, "Before you get all excited, Neville, let me explain. Snape is spying for our side and Dumbledore trusts him. He is in a difficult situation and I honestly think he is beginning to regret some of the choices he's made." The reason he is so hard on us, you and me in particular, is because he cannot afford to blow his cover. I think he suspects some of the Slytherins may be spying on him, and since our parents were, as he said, formidable forces in their day, he cannot afford to let anyone think he favors us in any way. In fact, I am almost certain he would be reported if he showed anything short of contempt for us. He doesn't really have anything against either of us personally, but it's the position he's in that makes him have to treat us the way he does. He wanted me to explain that to you so that you will at least begin to understand where he is coming from. Harry watched Neville's face and breathed an inner sigh of relief when he saw the anger begin to dissipate and drain away. He's a good actor, then, Neville said quietly. Oh, it's not all an act, Harry reassured him. A lot of it is genuine, but that's just who he is. Is that all then? Neville asked hotly, starting to stand up. No, it's not, Harry said quickly. There's more. There's a lot more. Neville sat back down and looked around the table at the close-knit circle of friends. All right, he said. Go on. Harry looked apprehensively around at his closest friends and then back at Neville. He hadn't told anyone the full prophecy yet, and he didn't know how they would react. All right, he sighed. I guess the best place to begin is with the prophecy. How much of it do you know? Neville asked as Ron, Hermione and Ginny turned to look more intently at Harry. I mean, I dropped it in that room and it broke, didn't it? The recording broke, yes, Harry nodded grimly, dreading what he would have to say next. But that was only a recording. The original is upstairs, in Dumbledore's office. I listened to it after Dumbledore returned from the Department of Mysteries at the end of last term. Ron, Ginny and Hermione were staring at him in shocked disbelief. Why didn't you tell us? Ron almost shouted, and Harry was thankful for the privacy charm. Harry bowed his head and studied his hands for several seconds, then looked up at Neville, who was watching him with an almost blank expression on his face. I didn't tell you because it's not something I like to think about, and because at the time the prophecy was recorded there were two possibilities as to who the second person in it could be. Harry looked tiredly across at Neville. I was one and Neville was the other. Hermione and Ginny gasped, and Ron let his mouth fall open as he looked from Harry to Neville and back again, searching for something, anything, that would explain what he had just heard. Neville's eyes grew wide as he sat disbelievingly back in his chair. Me? He squeaked. Harry nodded. Yes. You, Neville. The prophecy said that the one who had the power to vanquish the Dark Lord would be born at the end of July, and that they would be the child of those who had defied the Dark Lord 3 times. At the time of the recording, your parents as well as my own had each had 3 run-ins with Voldemort and escaped. The prophecy also said that this child would be born at the end of July. You and I were both born at the end of July, Neville. The thing that put my name on that prophecy was when Voldemort marked me as his equal. Neville looked at him curiously, so Harry lifted his bangs so that they could see his lightning bolt scar. What else did the prophecy say? Ron asked. Harry took a deep breath and let it out in a heavy sigh. He then looked at Ron, across at Neville and over at Hermione. He then looked at Ginny, who could see the worry and concern etched on his face. It said that neither could live while the other survives. It said that, ultimately, I am either going to have to either kill him or die trying. Hermione let out a little scream. Ron flung himself back in his chair, muttering to himself. Neville's face drained of all color, and Ginny tensed up at his side as her breathing came in irregular gasps. My job is to recruit members of the magical community to our side and take care of Voldemort. Ginny's job is to recruit and to help me learn to harness the power of love. Turning to look into his girlfriend's eyes, he said, I hate to say it like that, Gin, but that's okay, she said. I understand. Ron and Hermione are our logistics and battle strategy team. Ron is in charge of what Albus calls the soft logic of psychology and behavior, while Hermione is in charge of the hard logic of both the Muggle and magical sciences. You two, he said, looking at Ron and Hermione, are a team, and Albus is hoping that you can balance each other out. Turning back to Neville, he said, a part of your job, as you probably already know, is to help Severus stockpile the potions we will need in case of an emergency. But there's more to it than that. While my main task is to take out Voldemort, we need someone in our generation, someone who has a real bone to pick with the Death Eaters, to lead the fight against them. And that, my friend, is you. As an angry and determined look rose in his eyes, Neville looked across at Harry, set his jaw and firmly nodded his head, and at that moment Harry knew that they were now even more of a team than they had been that morning. "What about Luna?" Hermione asked. "Luna is being trained as a healer and a field medic," Harry said. "And we are all going to be trained to fight. Neville and I have a little bit of a head start on that front, but I have a feeling you will all catch up fairly quickly. I mean, we all know what we are up against and we all know what the stakes are, so I have no doubt that you three and Luna," Harry said, glancing around at Ron, Hermione and Ginny, "will catch up fairly quickly. Besides, after next week we are going to start dueling in DA. I hope you'll be ready for a major demonstration next weekend, Neville. Remus, Tonks, Kingsley and Alistair told me that next Saturday it is going to be you and me against the four of them in the Quidditch pitch after lunch, and after that it is going to be me against Albus. The same rules of engagement we used this summer are going to apply. As soon as you are disarmed you are out." Neville shook his head and grinned. "They really are gluttons for punishment, aren't they?" Harry chuckled. "Yeah, they are. The one I'm worried about, though, is Albus. I've never dueled him before, and if you've ever seen him in action it's amazing. I wonder what he's playing at." Half an hour later, after giving his friends a tour of his trunk and assuring Hermione that she could use his library whenever she wanted, Harry lifted the privacy charm and started climbing the ladder. When he opened the lid to his trunk and stuck his head out, Seamus and Dean jumped up from their beds in surprise, both of them half-clothed, wands at the ready. Harry blushed slightly. "Sorry, guys," he said. "We were just having a little meeting. You might want to cover up, though, because there are girls on the premises." "Girls on the premises?" Seamus asked loudly. "Who?" "Ginny and Hermione," Harry said as he climbed out of the trunk and reached town to help Ginny. When Ginny was high enough to poke her head over the edge of the trunk, she looked over and smiled mischievously at the two startled teenagers. "Hi, boys," she said seductively before smiling up at Harry and bursting out laughing as Seamus and Dean scrambled to cover themselves. Harry spent most of that Sunday in his trunk reading, studying, doing his homework, practicing occlumency, working on his ethereal magic and sifting through his memories with his pensieve. He was slowly sorting through his most troubling memories and setting them aside for future reference to dull their impact and, hopefully, get them out of his dreams. While he was in the process of removing one particularly disturbing memory, the memory of Cedric's death and Voldemort's return, it occurred to him that he finally understood how Albus was always able to appear so calm and relaxed. The old man simply refused to deal with many of his most painful memories until he had the benefit of time and experience on his side. At first it seemed as though the aged wizard had an unfair advantage, but the more he thought about it the more he realized that Albus was doing the only really reasonable thing he could under the circumstances. Ron, Hermione and Ginny came in around 10, Ron and Hermione to finish their chess game and Ginny to check up on Harry. They wound up staying for lunch, and Hermione, although she was probably loath to admit it, learned a lot about house elves and realized her mistake in trying to free them because Harry and Ginny had insisted that Dobby and Winky join them at the table. At one point Ron asked Harry what he was going to do with the other 5 chambers of his trunk. Harry paused and looked thoughtfully around the kitchen for several seconds before voicing his opinions. "You know, Ron," he said thoughtfully, "I really don't know. I suppose I should be thinking about that, though, since I really don't have anywhere to go after Hogwarts, and with the modifications Dobby and Winky have made to this place I could, quite literally, live out of my trunk." Then turning towards Dobby, said, "What do you think, Dobby? I don't want to make any extra work for you or anything, but do you think you could do a little work on chambers 3, 4 and 5? Dobby looked at Harry, an eager smile on his face, and said, "Yes, Harry." Dobby is only too happy to help Harry. Harry thought about what kinds of rooms he would like in his home after Hogwarts for several more seconds, then said, "The first thing we need to look at is a proper room for you. I mean, if you are going to be my house elf I want you to be comfortable. So I want you to turn the 5th chamber into a proper apartment for yourself." Then glancing at Winky and then over at Ginny, added, "I want you and Winky to work on it together because we have got to look to the future, and, even though I am not going to say anything definite just yet, I have a feeling you two might be sharing that apartment in the not too distant future. I will make one stipulation, however. I want it to be large enough that any one of us, or all of us for that matter, can come in and have tea with you." Then, turning to Ginny, he asked, "Is that okay with you, Gin?" Ginny smiled and nodded her head. The next thing we will need is an olary. I don't want just any olary, though, because they start to smell after a while. Is there any possibility you could transform one of the chambers onto an open-air field with lots of grass, a few trees, a bush or two and a pond or stream? Dobby and Winky looked at each other, holding a silent conversation for a few seconds, then turned back to Harry. Yes, Harry, Dobby said. Dobby and Winky can do it. It will take a little longer, but Dobby and Winky is sure they can do it. Harry hesitated before making his third request because he didn't even know if it was possible in a trunk. He knew it was possible in the castle environment, but a trunk. He just didn't know. Then, deciding to go for it, asked, "Now, I don't even know if this is possible in a trunk, but I've got to ask. Can you put a copy of the Room of Requirement in one of the chambers of this trunk?" Ron, Hermione and Ginny all gasped and looked at Harry as though he had lost his mind. At this Harry smiled sheepishly and shrugged his shoulders. "I just thought I'd ask," he said innocently. Several seconds later, after another silent conversation, Dobby turned to Harry and said, "Dobby and Winky is sure they can do it, Harry. But it will require study and house elves is not usually allowed to study." Harry turned toward Ginny who, seemingly reading his mind, nodded her head, granting him permission to give Winky permission to study. Then, turning back to Dobby and Winky, Harry said, "Ginny and I give you permission to study anything you want. We do, however, ask that you stay away from the dark arts unless it is for information purposes only." Dobby and Winky jumped up onto the table and ran across the table, throwing themselves into Harry and Ginny's arms. Winky was crying tears of joy as she launched herself at Ginny. "Oh, thank you, Ginny," the overjoyed house elf screamed. "Winky is always wanting to study but is not wanting to upset her master." Ginny hugged Winky and laughed. "That's all right, Winky," she said. "I want you to study. Remember when I told you that I wanted you to think of me as your equal? Well, being able to think for yourself and study is a part of that equality." Dobby just launched himself at Harry, too overjoyed for words, and clung to his neck, crying his eyes out. When the excitable house elf was finally calmed enough, Harry set him back on the table and, noticing the scowl on Hermione's face, inwardly groaned but smiled at Dobby and said, "You're welcome." After lunch, Hermione and Ron left to go to the Hogwarts main library to finish their homework, and Ginny left to get the rest of her homework and returned a few minutes later with her books. She spread her stuff out on the large oak table in the room Harry had come to call the conference room, even though the walls were lined with weapons and the far wall held a spectacular view of the Hogwarts grounds. For himself, after Ginny was settled, Harry set the book on ethereal magic Dumbledore had given him in the center of his desk and retired to his bedroom to work on expanding his awareness of the world around him. Stretching out on his bed, Harry closed his eyes and entered into a deep meditative state. Setting his internal alarm for half an hour before dinner, so he would have time to take a shower and get cleaned up, Harry left his body and expanded his consciousness to include the whole of his trunk. He watched Ginny as she worked on her potions essay for a few minutes and then turned his attention to the book on his desk. As he approached the book and touched it with his consciousness, he was surprised when he felt all of the information in the book, and all of the experiences behind this information, become a part of his awareness. He quickly sorted through this information and stored it in his own mind for future contemplation, but then returned to the book and started reading. He felt Ginny look up as the cover of the heavy book thudded softly on the desk and chided himself for making so much noise, because even though he had told Ginny what he was going to be doing, he could not help but imagine that seeing a book reading itself was a creepy sight. At first, from Harry's point of view, the reading went slowly. But before long he was quite literally flying through the pages. When he was finished, he softly closed the book and turned his attention back to Ginny. Looking over her shoulder, he saw that she had only written about 20 centimeters and wondered if he had really read that entire book so quickly. Finding a small scrap of parchment, Harry picked up one of Ginny's spare quills, dipped it in her inkwell and wrote, "Sorry about the noise. I will leave you alone for a while. I am going to do a little exploring. H." The writing was messy but legible, as he hadn't quite got the hang of writing with his mind yet. Needless to say, Ginny was startled when one of her scraps of parchment began floating towards her. And she was almost unnerved when one of her quills rose up, dipped itself in her ink and began writing. But when she read the note, she smiled and, nodding, said, "All right then. I'll see you later." After cleaning her quill, Harry laid it down and began expanding his consciousness beyond his trunk. As he took in the sixth-year boys' dormitory, he became aware of Dean, who was sitting at his desk working on a transfiguration assignment, Seamus, who was working on a charms essay, and Neville, who was reading one of his herbology texts. Slowly expanding his awareness even further, he gradually became aware of the goings-on in all of Gryffindor Tower and, eventually, the whole of Hogwarts. He briefly turned his attention towards the library, where he found Ron and Hermione browsing through the books in the restricted section. He mentally chuckled at the changes that had come over Ron since the end of last term. He guessed that the combination, the brain attack, the realization of Hermione's motivation, and his new responsibilities in the Order were largely to blame, but he knew that he couldn't discount Love's role in his friend's transformation. Next, Harry expanded his consciousness to include Hogsmeade and the surrounding countryside. He was hesitant at first, as he began to explore the region, but gradually grew comfortable with the idea of being able to become aware of ever-increasingly large regions of space and time. What surprised him most, however, was the fact that he could feel the complex swirls of thought and emotion that filled the world. He could tell what people were thinking and feeling, and he could feel as to whether their intentions were honorable or not. He could also feel the general flow of individual thoughts and emotions so that he could know whether or not they merited further investigation. On a whim, Harry gradually increased his awareness to include the whole of Great Britain. It was more of an experiment to see how far he could extend himself than anything else, and at first he was overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of all of the various thoughts and emotions of the millions of souls involved. But he gradually began to sift through the mundane and focus himself upon a few of the more interesting gatherings. Sifting through those as well, he became aware of the Order's headquarters, and the debates going on there, and a particularly disturbing collection of thoughts in an old manor home on the outskirts of a small town in northern England. Focusing himself upon this second collection of emotions, he followed then to their source and found himself looking down upon a gathering of cloaked and hooded figures bowing down before a tall, central figure with a reptilian face, red eyes that seemed to glow with malevolence, and thin, bony, white hands and fingers. This central figure was issuing commands to his faithful followers, and telling them of his plans to attack Hogsmeade. Harry listened in horror as Voldemort described the attack and, before he knew what was happening or could even stop himself, found that his consciousness was split between Order headquarters and Voldemort's meeting. The members of the Order of the Phoenix were discussing the progress that was being made with the werewolf population and the renovations that were being made to one of Harry's castles in Wales and another in Ireland. Hestia Jones was taking notes when the quill suddenly flew out of her hand and a fresh piece of parchment laid itself out on the table. Most of the Order members either screamed or gasped when this happened, but one, the leader of their group, sat calmly and watched as the quill took on a life of its own. The first words to appear at the top of the parchment, in a still sloppy script, were, "Death Eater meeting in progress." The quill then underlined these words and proceeded to record everything that was being said by Voldemort and his followers as they made plans to attack Hogsmeade. 15 minutes later, as the Death Eater meeting came to an end, Harry, whose writing was much neater at this point, made a notation at the bottom of the parchment which said, "Sorry, no date set." As Hestia retrieved her quill and the various members of the Order looked on in amazement, Albus simply nodded his head and smiled, his eyes twinkling merrily with the mischievous glint, and said, "Ah. It would seem as though our second spy was successful." At dinner in the Great Hall that night, Harry approached the head table and briefly, out of the corner of his eye, caught a quick nod from Snape. Walking over to stand in front of the headmaster, he cast a quick privacy charm and said, "I was successful with Bane, sir. It wasn't easy, but it did work." Albus looked up and smiled. "So I hear, Harry. Tell me, did you study the elements during your Maturo Octus?" Harry nodded. "Yes, sir. I didn't think I would need it, but Merlin insisted." Albus chuckled slightly. "Ah, yes, Merlin. He is a bit of a taskmaster, isn't he?" Harry knew that it was meant as a joke, but he was so tired that he couldn't bring himself to laugh. "Yes, sir," he said softly. "He is at that." Sensing Harry's subdued demeanor, Albus gazed over his half-moon glasses at Harry for several seconds before saying anything else. And when he did, it was with a sense of compassion and understanding. "Tell me," he asked, "did he teach you to brew the restorative drafts as well?" Harry nodded. "I've got 4 of them going as we speak. They should be ready in a few hours." "Very well. I want you to know that Severus has confirmed your transcript of the Death Eater meeting. I don't know how you did it. Splitting your consciousness so clearly in two is very difficult, Harry. You must be careful. From now on I will suggest you attend to their meetings and then report your findings unless it is a matter utmost urgency. Hestia has been instructed to leave a fresh quill, a bottle of ink and a stack of parchment on a separate desk in her office at headquarters for your use. Harry nodded again. Where's this Andromeda Babcock girl we are supposed to be meeting? Albus looked over Harry's shoulder. He could tell the young man before him was fatigued, but at the same time he knew, even though it pained him greatly, that certain things could not be helped. Finding the little dark-haired girl sitting next to Luna, he said, "It would seem that Miss Lovegood has already found her." Harry turned around after lifting the privacy charm and started back towards his seat when Remus stopped him. "You had better get a good night's sleep tonight, Harry. You and Neville are going to have an early start in the morning. I will be up there at 4:30 to make sure you're up so we can start warming up for our run." "Our run?" Harry asked, quirking an eyebrow at the werewolf. "Twice around the castle grounds," Remus said, smiling sadistically. "We've got to get you back in shape for Saturday." Harry groaned as he recalled the forgotten training schedule. "I'll be sure to warn Neville," he said. "But you had better be ready for a fight on Saturday because we aren't going to let you off so easy this time." Remus chuckled, but Harry was almost certain he could hear Tonks saying that she thought Harry meant it. At breakfast on Tuesday, Professor Dumbledore walked over to where Harry was sitting and placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. Leaning over, he said, "You might want to think about expanding your room tonight, Harry." Harry looked up in surprise. "What do you mean, sir?" he asked. "Well, it would seem," the headmaster began softly, "that you are going to have quite an audience tonight." "What do you mean?" Harry asked nervously. The headmaster chuckled softly at Harry's sudden panic. "All of this evening's defense labs have been cancelled so that the professors can attend this session, so you will not only have the entire faculty but at least 1/5 of the student body as well. In addition, there will be a few ministry representatives from around the world as well as a number of private citizens who are very interested in what you three were able to accomplish. I believe Madame Bones will be attending, as will Neville's grandmother and Luna's father. My guess is that you should expect an audience of around 300 this evening." Harry's jaw fell open. But I've never taught more than 30 at a time," he stammered. "I realize this, Harry," the headmaster said sympathetically. "But then I am afraid you may be going before crowds much larger than this in the very near future, so I suggest you take this opportunity to get used to speaking to large crowds." 300. Harry whispered hoarsely, his eyes threatening to bulge from their sockets. "You're kidding, right?" "No, my dear boy, I am not kidding. I cannot say for sure, but that might be a conservative estimate, so you might want to make it closer to 500. 500. Harry mouthed and watched as Professor Dumbledore returned to his seat at the head table. 500. He gasped at anyone who would listen. "How am I supposed to fit 500 people in that room?" "Well, it is the room of requirement after all," Hermione reminded him. "I know," Harry said. "But 500 people." Throughout the day, Harry watched in dismay as witches and wizards began arriving at Hogwarts. Most were dressed in recognizable combinations of robes and balaclavas, but a few were dressed in costumes that told Harry that they were definitely from different countries and different parts of the world. Those wearing kimonos were definitely from the Orient, and the cowboy hats had to be either from Australia or the United States. But some of the costumes were so outrageous that Harry had no idea where they had come from. He guessed that Mr. Weasley must have been right. Whenever a bunch of witches and wizards get together, they can't help but show off. But this was serious business, and Harry didn't think this was any time to be showing off. After a quick dinner, Harry was still nervous and didn't know how he was going to fit that many people in the room of requirement. He ran up to the 7th floor and stood in front of the tapestry of the disgruntled trolls in tutus and tried to think of a way to fit 500 people in a single room so that everyone could hear, see and practice what he was going to be teaching. Fortunately, the students would not be practicing the charm until they were back in their own laboratory classes. But that still left at least 300 people to teach. He was about to throw his hands up in frustration when he remembered Dean's posters of the football players from their first year. A football stadium, he thought. Of course, a football stadium would be perfect. But would the room of requirement be able to give him what he needed? It didn't have to be huge like some of the stadiums he had seen on Muggle television, but it did have to be large enough to accommodate at least 500 people. All he could do was try, so he began pacing and thinking about a football stadium large enough to accommodate 500 witches and wizards. When the door appeared on the third pass, he walked over and opened it. At first all he could see was a dimly lit corridor. But as his eyes adjusted to the light, he became aware of a set of stairs leading up at the far end of the short hallway. Hesitantly walking the length of the corridor and climbing the stairs, Harry soon found himself standing in the middle of a stadium-style set of bleachers surrounding a large, oval grass field. He walked down onto the field and out to stand in its central ring. "Lights," he said, his voice echoing off the walls. "I need lights." The air began to glow and gradually became brighter, illuminating the auditorium, until he told it to stop. As he walked around the field, familiarizing himself with his new teaching environment, people started arriving and taking their seats. Among the first to arrive were Fred and George Weasley, who softly whistled their amazement when they saw the stadium. "Whoa," Fred said. "I like what you've done to the place." "Hey, Harry," George called out. "Can we talk? We've got some samples of that new candy Hermione owled us about," Fred said. "We'd like you to test them and let us know what you think." Harry walked towards them and invited them onto the field. "Let's see what you've got," he said when they met near center field. Fred pulled a small bag out of his pocket and handed it to Harry. Inside the bag were what looked like 4 cherry red licorice nibs. "We've only got 4 of the final product left," Fred said. "We originally made 6, but as this is important, we each tested 1 to make sure they're safe." "Do you have a name for them yet?" Harry asked, smiling up at his friends. "Not yet. But we're working on it. How long will it be before you can mass-produce these things?" Harry asked. Fred and George looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders. "I don't know. End of the week, maybe." "Good enough," Harry said, immediately adjusting his prepared presentation to include the testing of these new candies. "We'll know tonight. If they work, I want you guys to get them into production as soon as possible." "How are you going to test them?" George asked. "And how will we know if they work?" Harry smiled knowingly at them and said, "This is the room of requirement, right?" "Yeah," they both said together, wondering what he was getting at. "And my Bogart just so happens to be a Dementor." "Oh," Fred breathed. "You're going to willingly face a Dementor to test these things?" George asked in awe. "Yep," Harry nodded. "Now I suggest you go find some seats or you are going to miss the show." As Fred and George hurried off the field to join the rest of the Weasleys in the rapidly filling auditorium, Harry turned his attention to the room and mumbled, "I need a Bogart." Immediately a small wooden trunk appeared in the center of the field. As Harry approached it, he could hear the Bogart banging around inside. Still thinking about the room, he said, "Thank you," in a muttered whisper that no one but himself could hear. Several minutes later, Harry saw Professor Dumbledore step out of the stairwell and up into the stands. He nodded at Harry to begin and took a seat near the opening. Harry pointed his wand at his throat and said, "Sonorous," while silently asking the room to dampen the echo. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen," he began nervously. "As most of you are probably aware, my name is Harry Potter." A hush fell over the arena. "You have come here to learn about the charm I used last summer. We'll get to that in a minute, but first I would like to ask 3 members of my regular class to come down onto the field. We are going to be testing some sweets that have been developed by the owners of Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes to help us deal with the Dementor problem until a more permanent solution can be found. Could Ronald Weasley, Ginevra Weasley and Neville Longbottom please come forward?" Harry looked up expectantly and watched as Ron and Ginny stood up, leaving Hermione alone with the rest of the red-haired Weasley clan, and began making their way down, and as Neville, who had been sitting with a stately-looking matron wearing a broad-brimmed hat with a stuffed vulture on top, a green dress, and was clutching an enormous red purse, stood up and made his way down onto the field. These candies have been laced with a particularly powerful cheering charm that should make it easier for anyone who finds themselves in the presence of a Dementor to summon a Patronus. These 3 have yet to face a Dementor, and I hope they never have to. But to be on the safe side, we have been practicing the Patronus charm in our laboratory class. Ron, Ginny and Neville had reached the edge of the field, now, and were making their way out towards Harry. "Now, lest you think this be some form of blatant commercialization and that I am merely trying to take advantage of a bad situation, I am going to be talking to the owners of Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes after tonight's presentation to see if they might be willing to donate a portion of the proceeds from the sale of these suites to a reconstruction fund for the rebuilding of the wizarding communities after we have won this war. Harry knew he sounded more confident than he was, but his audience didn't need to know that. He was, after all, the one who had been sent to rid the world of Voldemort. When Ron, Ginny and Neville reached the center of the field, they glanced apprehensively at the wooden chest as Harry handed each of them one of the sweets and temporarily removed the voice amplification charm from his throat. "What's that?" Neville asked nervously. "A Bogart," Harry said darkly. "But you're Bogarts," Ron began. "A Dementor," Harry finished for him. Ginny looked up at him, concern in her eyes. "Are you sure?" "Yes," Harry said. "I'm sure. You guys are going to do the demonstration. I'm going to do the testing. Now when I tell you to, I want you to put those things in your mouths, chew on them for a bit and cast your charms. I don't know how long they last, so you might want to cast your charms as soon as they take effect." Replacing the amplification charm, Harry turned his attention back to his audience. These three produced their first full-fledged Patroni last week. Those of you who were there will remember what they looked like and will be able to judge how effective these sweets are. Turning to Ginny, he said, "Ginny, ladies first." Ginny smiled sweetly up at Harry and popped the cherry-red licorice nib into her mouth and began chewing. Almost immediately a smile began to spread across her face. She raised her wand and forcefully cried, "Expecto Patronum." The lion that leapt from her wand this time was much larger than it had been the week before and glowed so brightly that many were shielding their eyes against its radiance. The lion raced to one end of the field, silently roared at the audience, then raced back. When it reached Ginny, it sat back on its haunches, bowed its head to her, let her scratch behind its ears, then dissipated into the ethos. When the applause had died down, Harry turned to Neville and said, "Neville, you're next." Neville stepped nervously forward. As he was about to pop the treat onto his mouth, Ginny touched his arm and said, "Don't worry, Neville. You'll do fine. Just pretend you are in a regular class." Neville smiled nervously at Ginny, then looked up at Harry. Harry smiled and nodded as if to say, "You'll do fine, Neville. I wouldn't have asked you to come down here if I didn't think you could do it." With that thought in mind, Neville popped the candy into his mouth. As the cheering charm began to take effect, he raised his wand and yelled, "Expecto Patronum." The bulldog that jumped from his wand was at least twice the size of his first Patronus and glowed at least as brightly as Ginny's had. It raced around the field for several seconds, viscously tearing at the air with its bared fangs, before trotting over to lie down at Neville's feet. Neville bent down and scratched his Patronus head and patted its back before it too evaporated. As the applause from the general audience and cheers from their classmates died down, Harry said, "Yes, those were very good and very well done. It would seem that these sweets are living up to their expectations. For this next demonstration, I must ask you to please remember that it is only a Patronus and, according to Ron, it only eats Dementors." With that, he stepped aside and let Ron take center stage. Ron popped the little red sweet into his mouth and began to chew. He had to stop himself from laughing as he raised his wand and bellowed the incantation. The dragon that exploded from the tip of his wand glowed silver-white and swooped over the spectators, belching flames of silver gold as it went. Almost everyone was ducking and screaming, but Harry could swear he heard Charlie cheering, "Yes! A dragon! I knew ya had it in ya, little bro." When Ron's Patronus had completed 2 circuits of the stadium and landed in front of Ron, it bowed its head to him and disappeared in an explosive mist. Harry and Ron smiled at each other, and Harry once more removed the amplification charm from his voice. "Good job, guys," he said. "I'm going to want all of you back down here for the demonstration of the defensive charm, but right now I need to be alone with that Bogart, so if you could step over to the side." As they were leaving, Harry called after them, "Ron, I will need you to open the chest." Ron nodded, still smiling from his successful Patronus. Reactivating the amplification charm, Harry waited for the commotion to die down before continuing. "So far so good," he said. "But we still have to test it against a Dementor. This trunk," he said, tapping the rattling chest with his wand, "contains a Bogart. My Bogart just so happens to be a Dementor. So I am going to step back, and on my signal Ron is going to open the chest. I must ask all of you to please remain seated and quiet. I want this to be as realistic a test as possible, so I do not want it distracted from me in any way. With that he stepped back from the trunk and, when he was several meters away, removed the amplification charm again and nodded towards Ron. Ron pointed his wand at the box and muttered something under his breath. The box sprung open as Harry focused his attention on its occupant. As the Dementor slowly rose from the box, Harry could feel the familiar chill coming over him. What happened next chilled him to the bone. In his mind's eye he saw his godfather, Sirius, slowly falling through the veil and heard Bellatrix Lestrange's cackling laughter as she celebrated her victory. Then came the screams, the terrible screams of his parents' dying sacrifices. And finally came the scream of, "Kill the spare," from the knight of the third task. Harry felt his blood drain from his face as his hope began to fall away as a cold, grey mist began to cloud his vision. In a last desperate struggle he remembered the licorice nib in his hand and popped it into his mouth. When he bit down on the sweet, cherry-flavored candy the cheering charm took effect. The mist suddenly lifted and the screams quickly receded into the background. He saw the Dementor before him and immediately thought of the conversation he and Ginny had shared in Dumbledore's private library. It was the happiest he had been in ages, just sharing a part of himself with the girl he loved. He raised his wand, pointed it at the Dementor and shouted, "Expect Patronum." The blindingly white stag that jumped from the end of his wand shone so brightly that there were screams and shouts of pain as the spectators shielded their eyes against its brilliance. The stag charged the Dementor, but before it had traveled more than a few meters the Boggart became confused by the commotion in the stands and exploded. The stag stopped and looked around, confused by what had happened, turned around, looked at Harry, and walked gracefully back to stand before its master. Harry reached out and stroked its neck. His Patronus stood still for several moments, then, with an even more blinding flash, was gone. Harry pointed his wand at his throat and said, "Sonorous," then cleared his throat and said, "It looks like they work." Then, shifting gears, he said, "I have been assured by Fred and George Weasley, of Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes, that these candies will be on their shelves, exclusively, by the end of the week. Their store can be found in Diagon Alley, London. For those of you who do not have easy access to Diagon Alley, I am sure arrangements can be made to have cases sent to your offices or ministries as soon as they are ready. Fred and George will be happy to answer any questions after tonight's presentation. They will be stationed at either end of the field at the end of the program." He looked up at Fred and George, who were eagerly nodding their agreement with this arrangement. Turning his attention to the room again, he asked it to get rid of the trunk the Boggart had been in. It promptly vanished. "What I am going to be teaching you tonight," he began, slowly walking around the center of the stadium's field, "is a defensive charm that experience has shown can deflect and rebound back upon the caster at least 2 of the 3 unforgivable curses as well as a wide variety of other spells. It has not been fully tested against every spell yet, but if our research is correct it should be effective against all spells. I have been asked to teach you everything I can about this defensive charm so that you can begin using it, if not today then in the very near future. In addition, I will be speaking to the owners of Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes in the near future about developing a line of sweets incorporating the effects of this charm so that you can use it while learning the charm and to protect your loved ones. I must warn you, however, that this charm is more about attitude than magic. It is a piece of wandless magic that comes from a combination of Muggle spiritual philosophies and involves tapping onto the greatest source of magic imaginable, the universal magic of creation, and using your body as a wand. Or perhaps a better way to explain it would be to say that when casting this wordless spell you are allowing the magic of creation to flow through your magical core, the magical core that exists within your body, to protect you in your times of need. The only major drawback to this charm is that, as I have said, it is a purely defensive maneuver. If you should try to cast an offensive spell while using the charm, it will rebound back upon you. Over the course of this evening we will be accomplishing 3 things. First, we will be examining and reviewing the source and structure of this charm. There will then be a demonstration of this charm and its power. And finally, for those of you who have come here to learn the charm tonight, we will be practicing this charm in teams. I don't expect everyone to get it down tonight, but you will be practicing it so that you can get a feel for what it is all about. Harry stopped and, looking up, made eye contact with a young woman in the back row who looked to be in her early 30s. As a part of this charm involves a re-examination of some of the more classical theories of magic, this is probably a good place to start. For years, indeed centuries, we have been taught that our magical abilities reside within our blood. This is only one part of the equation. For you see, our bodies are little more than machines. Apart from the biological components which are primarily found in our blood, the only thing that really sets us apart from the Muggles is a certain spiritual openness and willingness to believe that our Muggle counterparts do not have. The thing that sets us apart from squibs is that we were able to connect with the magical cores that exist within our bodies, on a deeply spiritual level, at or before birth while they were not. Squibs are still open and willing to believe, they just weren't able to connect with their magical cores while their bodies were still in their mother's wombs. It is the combination of these three components that makes us magical. Despite what some of you may believe, we are no better than anyone else. Witches, wizards, muggles and squibs are all equal in the eyes of creation. The only real differences lie in the spiritual planes of belief and openness and the amount of bonding we did with our bodies while they were developing. We have also been taught, again for hundreds of years, that magic flows from within, that we are the source of this magic and that we need words and wands to make it work. This is not true. We are little more than conduits through which the magic of creation flows. What we choose to do with that magic defines, more than anything else, who and or what we will ultimately become. Harry paused and walked back to the center of the field and looked over at Ron and Ginny and Neville who were sitting on the sidelines. Before we go any further, I think I should stress that thought really is energy as our want, need and desire. How we choose to channel those thoughts is up to us. My hope is that you will choose to channel your thoughts towards the ideals of peace and harmony. The thoughts and energies you are about to experience have been designed to help you defend yourselves against unwanted attacks. I can only hope that you are able to learn how to use them and that you will use them well. Glancing up slightly, Harry saw Tonks leaning forward in her seat, a look of intense interest on her face. He also noticed that her hair was blonde again and that she really did look rather beautiful. He smiled at her and continued. As I said, this charm comes from a combination of Muggle spiritual philosophies. Some of them are more than 2,000 years old while others are relatively new. The combination of these philosophies and ideas is what makes this charm work and what, quite frankly, saved my life a little more than 3 weeks ago. Raising his wand, he drew an intricate diagram in the air and cast a quick spell. A spider web of light sprang from the tip of his wand and slowly rose into the air to hover several meters above the center of the field. As it rose, it formed a ball and grew in size so that everyone could easily see the diagrams that would be appearing within and around its three-dimensional surfaces. The charm begins, Harry began, with the idea of doing unto others as you would have others do unto you. This is its core and the principle that gives it its power. As he said this, a bead of light began circulating throughout the spherical spider web above his head. The thing that gives it its force and the ability to rebound spells back upon their casters, including those employing its power, is another ancient principle which holds that those who live by the sword shall die by the sword. Another bead of light began circulating throughout the webbed ball. Since, while using this charm, you cannot be sure who will be casting which spells, there is a built-in safety mechanism that will protect you from all hexes, curses, charms and spells no matter their power or origin. This is the true power of creation and that which gives us free will. It is the idea that we should not pass judgment upon anyone or anything lest we be judged likewise. I know we are only human and that we cannot help but pass judgment upon the people, places and things around us, but this is a very important part of the charm because as soon as you let your guard down to one kind of magic, the spell will fall apart and you will be vulnerable to all kinds of magic. A third bead of light began circulating. The fourth, and perhaps the most important, aspect of this charm is humility. This is also the one aspect that will be the hardest for some of you to master because very few of us are truly humble. I say this because this spell, indeed no spell, in my opinion, should be used frivolously, as a means of drawing attention to yourselves. I have only used it a few times while learning it, once in an actual combat situation and once in a classroom demonstration. I can only recommend that you only use it while learning to use it, while practicing it as a teaching tool. The reason for this will become clear in a moment. Harry glanced up at the ball above his head and then looked around at his audience. He noticed that Bill Weasley and the white blonde young woman sitting next to him, could it be Fleur, were taking copious notes. The attitude part of this charm is a modernization of some spiritually philosophical ideals that have actually been around for thousands of years. I can't really say how long because the basic ideas were written down in some of the most ancient Muggle texts and one can only assume that they existed long before they were ever written down. These 4 principles are: A. Life is my religion. This is so because it is only through our actual experiences in life that we are able to learn about hope, faith, patience, understanding, life and love. B. The universe is my cathedral. This is so because we should not limit ourselves to the teachings of any one particular sect or set of experiences. We should be open to learning new things at all times and in all locations. I do not know where I will be 5 years from now, and yet I know that wherever I am I must remain open to the possibility of learning something new. See, the underlying intelligence behind the miracle of creation is my spiritual guidance counselor. Some religions call this entity God while others call it Allah and still others give it other names. I, however, cannot give it a name because it just isn't. To give it a name would, in my mind anyway, limit it in some way when it is, in point of fact, an infinite form of power and intelligence. The 4th aspect of humility, and the one that serves to reinforce the 3rd aspect of this charm, actually has 2 parts to it. The first holds that we should love our Creator with all our hearts and all our minds. The second holds that we should never set ourselves above any aspect of creation in any way. 5 more beads of light appeared and began circulating throughout the webbed ball. The 5th and final aspect of this charm is the understanding that your body is your wand and that you are little more than a conduit through which many aspects of creation are able to make themselves known. To use an old, occult Muggle term, you are a channel through which the power of creation is able to manifest itself in our world. Through your choices, however, you are responsible for choosing how that power becomes manifest. With the conclusion of his lecture, the ball began to shrink. It shrank until it was no larger than a tennis ball, then slowly lowered and entered the top of Harry's head. There were several gasps as those present realized what Harry had actually done, and then a thunderous round of applause as 500 people rose to their feet to give him a standing ovation. When the applause had died down to a manageable level, Harry raised his hands for silence and cleared his throat. "Thank you," he said. "But before we get too carried away, I think a little demonstration is in order. Could all of the members of last year's DA class, as well as the entire Weasley family and Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, Lupin, Moody, Shacklebolt, Tonks and Snape, please come down onto the field and surround me along the field's perimeter?" Harry waited while the additional 36 people made their way onto the field and surrounded him. While he waited, he turned his attention to the room and asked it to provide a padded backdrop for them because he didn't want anyone getting hurt. He made a point of nodding to and smiling at each person as they entered the field. Most of his students and former students smiled nervously and waved as they entered the field. Bill Weasley was whispering urgently to Charlie as they descended the stairs onto the field, and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were casting anxious glances over their shoulders as they tried to listen to what Bill was saying. Percy lumbered sulkily onto the field and smiled anxiously at Harry when Harry caught his eye. Professor Snape merely scowled and stalked to his chosen position. Most of the other professors were on their guard but smiled at Harry as they entered and Professor Dumbledore, however, smiled brightly and nodded encouragingly towards Harry as they entered the field and turned to take their positions. When everyone was in position and all was ready, Harry cleared his throat again and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, none of these people knew that they were going to be called to participate in this demonstration, and so I have no idea which spells they will be throwing at me. The only thing I am going to suggest to them is that they not cast anything that is either long-lasting or does not have a counter charm, because they will be struck by the full force and impact of the spells they cast. I will feel them, but only emotionally. They will be on the receiving end of their effects." Glancing around briefly, he added, "I might also suggest that they step out away from the wall a bit, because while the walls are padded they will need some distance to fall. I don't want any broken bones or internal injuries, so, ladies and gentlemen, if you please." When everyone had stepped several meters in towards the center of the field, Harry said, "At your mark." Harry felt rather than heard the first spell being cast and immediately felt the familiar calm that accompanied the charm wash over him. Several seconds later, after Harry felt the 39th spell strike its caster, he looked up and let the charm drop away. The audience was sitting in stunned silence, but behind him Harry could hear someone laughing uproariously. He turned around and saw Professor Dumbledore leaning against the wall, squirming uncontrollably and laughing hysterically. Several people were watching the headmaster curiously and glancing at Harry for some kind of an explanation. Harry reviewed the spells he had felt being cast and shook his head. Tickle charm, he said and walked over to relieve the headmaster of his burden. When Harry had either released everyone from the effects of their spells or helped them to their feet, except for Snape who scowled and waved him off, another round of applause filled the auditorium. As it died down, Harry said, "Yes. Thank you for your assistance. Now, if those of you who have come here to learn this charm could come down onto the field and pair off into groups of 3 or 4, we can begin learning and practicing this charm. For those of you for whom this would be your regular laboratory period, you are excused." For the next several hours Harry and Remus walked around the field helping those who needed it and congratulating those who did not. At one point, while visiting with Bill, Charlie and Percy, Bill took the opportunity to introduce Harry to his fiancée. "Harry," he said, "I'd like you to meet my fiancée. Harry Potter, meet Fleur Delacour, soon to be Fleur Weasley. Fleur, meet the one and only Harry Potter." Harry blushed at the flourish with which Bill had said his name but smiled anyway and reached out to shake Fleur's hand. But Fleur had other ideas. She lunged at Harry and pulled him into a bone-crushing hug. "It has been so long, Harry Potter, has it not?" Fleur said after releasing him. Harry noticed that her English was much better than it had been during the Tri-Wizard tournament. Yeah," he had stammered. "How's Gabrielle?" "She is doing wonderful." Fleur beamed. "She still cannot believe that you were the one to save her from the mermaids." Harry blushed again, his face going even redder this time, and Bill and Charlie burst out laughing. "That's the sign of a true hero, Harry," Charlie laughed. "Modesty." Harry smirked and started to turn away but Bill grabbed his arm. "Actually, Harry, Fleur and I were taking notes on this charm of yours during the presentation and we don't think your charm can be broken." Harry smiled softly and said, "Thanks," then excused himself and moved on to the next group. A few minutes later he glanced over and saw that Ron, Hermione and Ginny were talking to Percy. Percy looked understandably nervous, given Ron's temper, but things seemed to be going relatively smoothly so Harry silently thanked Snape once again for his unusual outburst the week before. He then wondered about Fred and George and looked around to see where they were and found them camped out at either end of the field under painted signs that read, "Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes, tonight's special, Dementor Delights." And each looked to be doing a good bit of business. Harry couldn't help himself but he had to shake his head and laugh. As things began to wind down Harry glanced at his watch and saw that it was almost midnight. "Oh, great, Filch is going to love this." At that moment Mr. and Mrs. Weasley walked over and Mrs. Weasley pulled him into a hug. "Harry dear," she said, "it's so good to see you." Harry smiled and hesitantly patted her on the back. "It's good to see you too," he said. Then, stepping back and, motioning Mr. Weasley over, murmured, "I haven't told Ron and Ginny about our little arrangement yet. I figure Christmas will be soon enough so I hope you don't mind if I don't call you Mum and Dad just yet." Mr. Weasley smiled. "We understand, Harry. It is, after all, on a need-to-know basis and after tonight's little demonstration we cannot help but trust your judgment on this." There's something else you should know that might complicate matters a bit," Harry said hesitantly. "What's that, dear?" Mrs. Weasley asked. "Well," Harry said, feeling an uncomfortable tightness around his collar, "you see, Ginny and I we kind of fancy each other. It's nothing serious yet. We are just getting to know each other as people right now. But I thought you should know." A broad smile spread across Mr. Weasley's face and he burst into laughter as he clapped a hand across Harry's shoulders. "But that's wonderful, Harry. However, I must warn you. There are some things about the Weasley women that can be quite intimidating." Mrs. Weasley scowled at her husband but before she could say anything Harry let out a sigh of relief and laughed. "I know," he said. "Boy do I know. If looks could kill I would have died 5 times last week alone." This seemed to do the trick as Mrs. Weasley smiled and began to laugh as well. Then, turning serious again, she said, "When did they learn to produce a Patronus?" "Last week," Harry confessed. "I know how important it is to you that they be able to defend themselves and I figured the best way to let you know that they could do it was to have them participate in the demonstration." Mrs. Weasley hugged him again. "Thank you," she said, her eyes brimming with tears. "Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm so glad you did." Harry patted her on the back again and smiled. Looking over at Mr. Weasley he smirked and shrugged his shoulders. Tears of joy brimming from his eyes as well. Mr. Weasley stepped into the hug and said, "You have no idea, Harry. You have no idea." Harry looked up and, seeing Charlie standing behind his parents, pulled a face and shrugged his shoulders. Mum, Dad," Charlie began hesitantly, "do you mind letting him breathe so I can ask him a couple of questions?" Mr. and Mrs. Weasley turned to look at their second oldest son and smiled through tear-stained faces. Charlie stepped quickly back, clearly shocked to see his parents in tears, but Mr. and Mrs. Weasley stepped aside and disappeared into the crowd. "What did you do?" Charlie asked in awe. "I've never seen them like that before." Harry shrugged modestly. "I just made sure they knew Ron and Ginny could defend themselves against a Dementor." "Oh," Charlie said, following his parents with his eyes. "Yeah, that dragon was something else. And Ginny's lion, well, let's just say I don't envy those Dementors. If that lion has half the temper Ginny does, they don't stand a chance." Harry laughed nervously. "Yeah, I know." Charlie laughed as well and then changed the subject. "Say, Harry, I was wondering if you could find some time to come to the Dragon Preserve to teach our people about your charm and how to do a decent Patronus charm. It's not a very common talent, you know, and you seem to be one of the best teachers around." Harry's face darkened. "I don't know," he said. "I'm more than willing to do it, but it's the security thing that gets me. I mean, you know they're after me, Charlie. I'm safe here at Hogwarts, but what am I going to do in Romania? I'm not defenseless by any means, but I don't want to put you guys in any danger." Charlie nodded. "I understand, Harry. Believe me, I understand. But we need your help. If you're willing to do it, I'll talk to Dumbledore and see if something can be arranged." "All right," Harry said. "You talk to Dumbledore, and if something can be arranged, I'll come." "Good," Charlie said and started to turn away. "Hey, Charlie," Harry called after him, "I just thought of something." "What's that?" Charlie asked, turning back. "How's Norbert?" "Who?" "Norbert, Hagrid's pet." "Oh," Charlie said as understanding dawned, "the Norwegian Ridgeback." "Yeah, Norbert's doing just fine. In fact, he's one of our best flyers." Walking over to stand beside Charlie, Harry said, "I was wondering, how hard would it be to put together a photo album of Norbert for Hagrid for Christmas?" "Not hard at all," Charlie said smiling. "We have tons of photos of him in our scrapbooks. All we'll have to do is pick out the best of the best and put them in an album." "Thanks," Harry said. "It would mean a lot to me, and I know it would mean a lot to Hagrid. However, I want you to let me pay you for it." Charlie thought for a moment, then said, "I'll tell you what, Harry. Being as it's a gift for Hagrid, I have a feeling a lot of us are going to want to chip in. But if you want to buy the album, that'll be fine." The next people to approach Harry, after Charlie had left in search of Bill and Fleur, were Neville and his gran. Neville tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Hey, Harry." Harry spun around to see who had said his name, and when he saw that it was Neville, he let out a quick, but audible sigh of relief. "Oh, hi, Neville. Thanks for helping with the demonstrations. How'd you do on the charm?" "I got it right on the first try, thanks to you." Harry blushed slightly at the credit he was being given for his friend's success. "Now, Neville," he began, "you know as well as I do that the ability comes from within. All I've done so far is help you begin to realize your potential." Neville started to say something but was interrupted by his grandmother, who was standing behind and slightly to one side of her grandson, clearing her throat. Neville glanced up nervously. "Oh, yeah, Harry, I believe you know my gran. Hello, Mrs. Longbottom," Harry said. "How are you?" "I'm doing well, thank you, Harry," she said. "I want to thank you again for everything you have done for Neville. You have no idea how much it means to me that Neville is able to produce a corporeal Patronus, and at 16 as well. It's simply amazing what you have been able to do." Harry was about to object and explain that most of it was Neville's doing, but he was saved the embarrassment of having to respond to such high praise from a woman who so obviously commanded a great deal of respect by Professor Dumbledore, who chose that moment to approach with Luna Lovegood and a dark-haired man with the same, slightly protruding silver blue eyes. Harry guessed that he must be her father. "Ah, Amanda," Dumbledore said cheerfully. "I see you've met our youngest professor, Professor Potter." Mrs. Longbottom's eyebrows shot up and she looked more closely at the young wizard in front of her. "Professor, did you say?" "Yes," Dumbledore chuckled. Harry is one of our defense against the dark arts professors. He is not teaching any classes, yet, per se, but he is teaching one of our labs. A lab to which your grandson and this lovely young woman belong, I might add, he said, indicating Luna. Mrs. Longbottom eyed Luna suspiciously for a moment, then, returning her gaze to Harry, said, "Well, Albus, with people like Harry teaching your defense classes, I don't think I will have to worry about our children not being able to defend themselves after graduation." Dumbledore chuckled softly. "Ah, Amanda, I fear that with people like Harry on hand they will be able to defend themselves long before graduation." Harry blushed slightly as Mr. Lovegood stepped forward and shook Harry's hand. "Audmont Lovegood, Professor Potter. It's a pleasure to meet you at last." "Please," Harry interrupted him, "call me Harry. I've never liked titles and I'm just helping them learn." "Be that as it may, Harry," Mr. Lovegood said, "Luna has told me so much about you and your classes, and that interview you gave last year was the only time in the Quibbler's history that we have had to run an article more than once. Add to that the fact that you are helping my little girl grow up in ways I never could, and I will be forever in your debt." Fatigue was catching up to him at this point, and Harry could feel the long-suppressed emotions of anguish and grief rising up within his soul. As his eyes began to tear up, he said, "I don't think you guys get it yet. I'm just trying to help. They do most of it themselves, I just." Then, quickly shifting gears to acknowledge the source of his grief, he said, "If you're talking about what happened back in June, I think you should know that I've never done anything on my own. I've always had help. If you want to meet the true heroes, talk to Luna, Neville, Ron, Ginny, Hermione, and everyone else who has put up with me through the years and stood by my side when times got tough. They're the true heroes. I'm just a guy who is lucky enough to have such good friends." By this time his voice was starting to crack, and it was evident that he was about to do something he had never let himself do before. "In fact, Mr. Lovegood," he choked out, "you are just as much a hero as I, because you had the guts to print that story, and both you and Mrs. Longbottom are heroes because you have raised two wonderfully talented, courageous and intelligent children who had the guts to follow me on an ill-fated mission that cost my godfather his life." Harry was gasping for breath by this time, and his tears were falling unhindered. At that moment he felt someone take hold of his hand. Glancing down, he saw that it was Ginny, and that she was looking at him with concern written all over her face. "Now if you will excuse me," with that he brushed past Neville and Mr. Lovegood and walked rapidly off the field, up into the stands, down the stairs and out of the room of requirement. Ginny caught up with him as he collapsed against the wall just short of the portrait of the fat lady who was looking at them with concern. Harry was in tears by this time and was barely able to stand up, let alone walk. Ginny scowled at the fat lady and said, "Just open up already. He's hurting and I don't even want to think about your stupid password right now." The fat lady harumphed but acquiesced and swung open to let them pass. Once in the common room, Ginny guided Harry over to the couch in front of the extinguished fireplace and rocked Harry in her arms as he cried his heart out for the friends and family he had lost. Some time later, after Harry had cried himself to sleep with his head resting in Ginny's lap, Ron, Hermione, and Neville came through the portrait hole, and Ginny motioned for them to be quiet and pointed to Harry, who was curled up on the sofa, his head resting comfortably in her lap. Ron and Neville went up to their room, Ron returning a few minutes later with a pillow, which he gave to Ginny, and a blanket, which he used to cover Harry. Before he left he leaned over and whispered, "You really are a lot like Mum, you know." Ginny smiled up at her brother and whispered, "Thanks." Before she went up to her room, Hermione started a fresh fire in the fireplace and brought 2 glasses and a pitcher of water down from the girls' washroom and wished Ginny a good night. Ginny thanked her and began humming lullabies as she gently ran her fingers through Harry's tangled hair. Ron, Hermione and Neville came down early the next morning, after only a few brief hours of sleep, and found Harry and Ginny, sound asleep, comfortably sharing the couch, blanket and pillow in a chaste embrace that respected their dignity as human beings. As they descended the stairs from their respective dorms, Remus stepped through the portrait hole and into the Gryffindor common room. When he saw Harry and Ginny asleep on the couch, he walked over to Neville and said, "You know, I should probably give you guys the morning off because we were all up kind of late last night, but we've only got 3 more days to get you 2 in shape for Saturday." Harry groaned. "I heard that, Remus." Remus chuckled. "Good," he said, walking over and pulling the blanket off of the pair on the sofa. Then you won't mind if I don't give you a break. Harry grumbled. You're asking for it, Remus. I hope you guys are ready for the duel of a lifetime on Saturday. Laughing out loud, Remus said. Bring it on, Harry. The only thing you can't use on Saturday is your elemental abilities. I won't need them, Harry said as he tried to figure out how to untangle himself from Ginny. After several seconds he decided that there was no other way out of his predicament, so he murmured, Ginny. Are you awake? Ginny giggled. I'm sorry, Harry murmured, but I've got to go train. You can probably get another 3 hours of sleep, but my South Avenue driver doesn't know the meaning of a good night's sleep. Remus chuckled again. Get up, you lazy bum. Go get your sweats on and I want you back down here in 3 minutes. Harry grumbled and, sitting up, once more apologized to Ginny before asking where his glasses were. Ginny picked his glasses up off of the end table and handed them to him. Here, she said, putting his glasses in his hand. After standing up, Harry helped Ginny to her feet and, hugging her briefly, whispered a heartfelt thank you, then turned towards Remus. All right, Wolfman, I'm up. You satisfied? Remus checked his watch and said, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Arg! Harry cried out in exasperation as he ran up the stairs to the boys' dormitories to change. When Harry entered the headmaster's office that Thursday evening for his Maturo Octus training, Professor Snape was sitting rigidly in one of the chairs facing the headmaster's desk. Harry glanced over at his potions professor and fellow spy for the Order of the Phoenix and nodded. Severus, he said in greeting. Severus glanced up. Harry, he said almost cordially. When Harry had settled himself into one of the other chairs and turned his attention to Albus, the headmaster sighed tiredly and Harry could sense the old man's fatigue. We have a problem, Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry looked up expectantly, hoping his mentor would elaborate. Severus, Dumbledore said, turning the floor over to his potions master. Snape shifted uncomfortably in his chair. I fear my cover may have been blown. As a member of the Dark Lord's inner circle, I should have known everything about the planned attack on you long before it happened. However, the only information that was revealed in my presence was that an attack was being planned. And even then I fear that the information may have been inadvertently divulged. You recorded Sunday's meeting accurately. However, as you noted, no date was revealed. I have no doubt the attack will take place, I just don't know when. But how? Harry asked. We do not know, Dumbledore said gravely. Which is why we must ask you to dedicate a portion of each evening to surveillance. I do not want you to neglect your studies or wear yourself out, Harry, but we really do need your help in this matter. I hesitate bringing this up because it is usually viewed as an incredibly complex task and I do not wish for you to burn yourself out, but one of the ethereal abilities I studied, but was never able to master, is the ability to store an ethereal memory in a crystal ball, much as we store a regular memory in a pensieve. The primary difference being that you do not necessarily have to experience the memory to record it. According to the texts, all you need to is establish a connection between your conscious, ethereal self and the sphere and tell it when to begin and when to stop recording. All you have to do, then, is observe and the crystal will record the event for later viewing and study. Harry nodded his head. Yes, he said. I read something about that towards the end of that book you gave me while I was reading it Sunday afternoon. The headmaster's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Tell me, Harry, he asked. Have you finished it yet? Harry blushed slightly and looked down at his hands for several seconds, keenly aware of the two men who were watching him with renewed interest. That's just it, sir. I read it while I was practicing my ethereal magic, and as soon as I turned my attention towards the book, all of the information in the book, as well as all of the experience behind that information, made itself known to me. I still remember most of it because I didn't know what to think, so I stored it in my brain before going back and reading the book. It took me less than an hour to read the entire book from cover to cover, and everything I read just reinforced my first impressions. Ah, Dumbledore said, sitting back in his chair and gazing contentedly over his half-moon spectacles at Harry. You have stumbled upon one of the wondrous advantages of ethereal magic. By merely touching a book you can become aware of all of the information it holds. And if the author has first-hand experience with the subject matter, you will become aware of it as well. I guess I wouldn't get much out of Lockhart's books then, would I? Harry mumbled. Severus snorted at this and the headmaster laughed out loud. No, I'm afraid not, Harry. You would have gotten the information, but I am afraid you would have gotten very little experience. Several minutes later, after talking around the subject and discussing what should be recorded with both Severus and Harry, Albus turned to Harry and, with a serious expression on his face, asked, "So, are you willing to give it a go, Harry?" Harry hesitated briefly, then, after glancing at Snape, said, "I'll do my best." "But what about Severus?" Snape scowled. "I will still be attending the meetings, Harry, because while you will be recording I will be interpreting your recordings for the Order." Harry could tell that a part of Snape wanted to insult him for missing this detail, but he let it slide. If they were going to work as a team, then there was no need to aggravate his partner any more than absolutely necessary. Standing up and walking over to a cupboard, Professor Dumbledore withdrew a small wooden box and handed it to Harry. "Here you go," he said. "This particular ball has been wiped clean in anticipation of your acceptance. You will have to program it to your particular frequency for recording purposes and restrict access to its contents to myself, Severus, Minerva, Alistair and, of course, you. We do not want too many people to know that we are able to spy on Tom in this way." Opening the box, Harry found a finely polished, clear crystal sphere, roughly 5 centimeters in diameter, nestled in a dark green velvet cradle. He could feel the raw energy radiating from deep within the heart of the crystalline structure and reached out with his mind to touch and examine its properties. What he found was the living, breathing consciousness of a stone. It was a very primitive and very subtle form of consciousness that he somehow knew would be easily frightened and intimidated if he did not take his time and gradually introduce himself to its presence. Over the course of the next hour, totally oblivious to the goings-on in Dumbledore's office, Harry introduced himself to the consciousness within the stone and began building a working relationship with its structures. When he was satisfied with the form their relationship had taken, he bid it good rest and withdrew. Looking up into the expectant eyes of his mentor, he sighed and said, "This presence will work just fine. We've met and introduced ourselves and I explained what we are trying to do. The stone has agreed to cooperate to the best of its abilities and will do as I ask." Both professors looked curiously at Harry, so he went on to explain how the spherical stone was alive and how its consciousness existed on a level that was so subtle that most humans, indeed, most sentient beings, could not sense it. He then described the nature of the stone's consciousness and the working relationship he had built with it. Snape was skeptical at first and sniffed disdainfully at several of the points Harry was trying to make, but gradually came to accept what Harry was telling them. When it was all over, 2 hours had passed since his arrival in the headmaster's office, and he was beginning to feel the strain of the day's activities as they took their toll upon his body. After shaking his head briefly to try and stay awake, Harry looked back up and asked, "Is there any place in particular you would like me to observe as a test case?" Recognizing Harry's level of fatigue and not wanting to push him any harder than absolutely necessary, but at the same time needing the kinds of information only this kind of remote viewing could provide, Albus said, "If you feel up to it, Harry, I would like to know the exact nature of the situation in Romania. I have spoken with Charlie and, based upon his recommendation, I'm very tempted to send you over there to help them at the end of the month. But I need to know everything I can about the situation so that appropriate security measures can be taken." Harry nodded. "Yes, sir," he said tiredly. "Is there anything else?" Albus smiled softly. "Just one more thing, Harry. You might want to get a good night's sleep on Friday and review your notes on your Maturo Octus." Harry looked up curiously. "As you know," Albus continued, "everything you studied during your Maturo Octus is in your mind waiting for you to either need it or be reminded of it. The first duel on Saturday between you and Neville and Remus, Nymphadora, Kingsley and Alistair is simply a demonstration to show the rest of the student body how to fight and defend themselves. The second duel, between the two of us, has been arranged so that I can essentially force your hand and help you bring some of those lessons to light. The only stipulation is that you will not be allowed to use any of your elemental abilities." Harry ran his fingers through his hair and stood up, clutching the box with the crystal ball in it firmly. Yawning, he said, "Yes, sir." Then, as he turned to leave, said, "Could you tell Remus I am going to be spending the night on my trunk? I want to get to work on this thing as soon as possible and I don't want the guys asking too many questions." Albus chuckled. "Ah, yes, your trunk. I have been meaning to ask you about that, but another time, perhaps. Where will he be able to find you?" Harry turned as he reached the door and looked back at the headmaster. After thinking for a second or two he said, "Seventh chamber, down the ladder and straight across." Albus nodded his head and turned his attention back to Severus as Harry opened the door and left his office. Ron looked up as Harry opened the seventh chamber of his trunk and asked, "What's up, Harry?" Turning around, Harry looked tiredly at his second friend in the wizarding world and said, "Homework. It looks like I'm going to be spending a lot of time in this trunk from now on, so I guess." In his trunk, Harry walked into his bedroom and gently placed the box containing the crystal ball in the center of the top of the small dresser at the head of the far side of his bed. He didn't really know why he did it except that Albus wanted it kept secret, and even though only he, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Ginny, Dobby, Winky and Remus were currently allowed in his trunk, he didn't want to take any chances of it being seen and asked about. After opening the box and briefly reaching out to the crystal's consciousness, he laid his wand on the dresser next to it and got ready for bed. As he pulled the covers over himself, Harry fell into a deep meditative state. Even though he was physically, mentally and emotionally exhausted, he found it easy to keep his mind alert while his body went to sleep. Focusing on the tasks outlined in a chapter on rejuvenating the physical body through ethereal magic while it slept, even if the soul was actively participating in another ethereal exercise, Harry re-established his occlumency wards, set his internal alarm for 4:30 and initiated a sequence of ethereal events that would allow him to awaken refreshed and ready to face the day. To the outside observer, however, it would look as though Harry's body had begun to glow, surrounded by a soft, golden halo of light. Harry reached out and contacted the stone soul again and, after a brief dialogue, relaxed and began expanding his sphere of conscious awareness. In a few short minutes he was aware of the whole of Great Britain. Expanding his awareness even further, he soon became aware of France, Germany, Spain and the whole of Western Europe. Going still further, he became aware of the Baltic states and the fringes of Eastern Europe. Focusing his mind on the spiritual signature of Charlie Weasley, the emotional impression he had received upon meeting the second oldest of Mr. and Mrs. Weasley's children, he found himself being drawn towards a series of high-altitude valleys surrounded by snow-capped peaks. The first things he became aware of, besides the setting, of course, were the dragons. There were literally hundreds, if not thousands, of them, filling the various valleys and nesting on the hillsides. It was well past sunset, but because of the puffs of flame issuing from the mouths and nostrils of several of the older dragons, an eerie red glow illuminated most of the battlefield, for it truly was a battlefield. Several dragons were in the air with riders guiding them into combat against an onslaught of giants, dementors and Death Eaters. There were also several witches and wizards on brooms on both sides of the conflict, as well as a number of ground troops. Hexes, curses, jinxes and charms were flying everywhere. There were casualties on both sides and the injured littered the ground between the sleeping dragons. He could see comrades in arms gathering the injured up into their arms and apparating away to field hospitals, for the less critically injured, or to the Dragon Preserve's main hospital complex, for the more serious injuries. He watched as two giants tried to disrupt the sleep of a particularly large nesting female. She roused briefly and snapped at the giants, who lumbered away but returned moments later to try again. As they approached a second time, bearing enormous spears to use against their prey, a dragon and rider swooped down from above. The dragon issued forth with a stream of fire that reduced the giants' spears to ashes. As the first dragon snatched up one of the giants in its claws and carried it away, a second dragon swooped down and captured the other. The riders of these two dragons directed their charges to carry their captives away from the battlefield and drop them in a ravine that was far enough away that these two giants would not be able to rejoin the battle anytime soon. Harry sensed a desire to kill the giants but an unwillingness to do so, on the part of the dragon keepers, because the giants were, after all, an endangered species, and even though they were currently allied with the Death Eaters, the dragon keepers did not want to make them go extinct. The Dementor problem was complicated by the fact that very few of the dragon keepers could produce a corporeal Patronus, and while they were fighting both Dementors and Death Eaters, they had to provide both cover and protection for those field medics who were trying to treat and rescue their injured comrades. At one point Harry watched in horror as a defender went down after being hit by a cutting curse, and a Dementor reached him before anyone could even get close enough to help. He heard the man's screams and felt the agony of his fear as well as its intensity as the Dementor drew nearer. He finally had to turn away as the Dementor bent down to key the man. Harry forced himself to turn off his emotions as the battle raged. He spent the next several minutes visiting the different areas of the battlefield, memorizing the lay of the land and studying the tactics used by each side. If he was going to travel to Romania to teach his charm to the Dragon Keepers, then he wanted to know what he was getting himself into. After recording almost an hour of some of the most intense fighting he had ever seen, he stopped the recording and severed the link with the crystal and returned his consciousness to his trunk. He knew the images he had seen would haunt him until he deposited them in his pensieve, but he had other things he wanted to do before returning to his body. He spent the next several hours doing his homework, reviewing his notes from his Maturo Octus and reading books from his private library. He found that the more he read while using ethereal magic, the easier it became and the more accurate his initial impressions became. By the time his internal alarm went off and he was forced to return to his body, he had completed most of the homework for the following week and read 30 books from the defense section of his library. Some of the spells he had learned were fairly ancient and he doubted that several of them had been used in at least 100 years. After getting dressed, since he knew he had a few minutes before Remus' arrival, he entered his study and, pulling out his pensieve, deposited his memories of the battle in Romania. Remus descended the ladder into his trunk while he was in the process of removing the last of these memories and, as Harry finished the procedure and moved to return his pensieve to its cupboard, he noticed that his friend was watching at him with an expression of concern on his face. "What is it, Harry?" the werewolf asked. Harry returned his pensieve to its cupboard and locked it, then turned around to face his friend. "Romania," was his one-word answer. "That bad?" Harry grimaced slightly, then said, "Worse. Do you want to talk about it later? Let's go train." Remus nodded his head and the two friends climbed the ladder to begin the day. After stretching and warming up for 20 minutes, Harry, Neville, Remus and Tonks ran twice around the perimeter of the castle grounds and then into the Quidditch pitch where Alistair and Kingsley were waiting for them. After another half-hour of gymnastics and tumbling, it was 6 o'clock and they began their practice dueling. Remus, Tonks, Kingsley and Alistair retreated to one end of the pitch while Harry and Neville walked to the other. "Now remember," Moody said with the help of the sonorous charm, "disarm only, and we only have an hour before you two have got to hit the showers and get ready for breakfast." Harry grumbled and let Neville start the practice session with a stunner aimed at Kingsley, which Harry quickly followed up with by casting 3 rapid-fire jinxes at Tonks and Remus. For the next 30 minutes Harry concentrated on Tonks and Remus while Neville focused his efforts on Kingsley and Alistair. They were so focused on both attacking and defending that they didn't even notice the small knot of professors that had gathered along the sidelines to watch. The first break came when Harry took 3 really quick shots at Moody while Neville, on unspoken signal, disarmed Tonks with tickle and summoning charms. Even Moody was slightly flustered by this sudden change, as he had been focusing on deflecting Neville's spells and didn't see Harry's coming until it was almost too late. He did, however, get his shields up in time. What was disconcerting to the observers was that none of the combatants was saying anything loudly enough to be heard by anyone. They had to guess which spells were being cast by their energy signatures and effects. As if by unspoken agreement, the conjuring and transfiguration phases of the duel began at 6:35. By 6:40 the air was filled with flying objects and the ground was cluttered with a wide variety of objects that seemed to be moving of their own accord. The explosions of conjured and transfigured objects as they were hit by various spells were at times deafening, depending upon the size of the object being destroyed. It was, therefore, no wonder that several students saw Kingsley go down when a snowball suddenly appeared out of nowhere and hit him in the face with a resounding splat. He was then quickly hit by a disarming spell and taken out of the competition. He was not angry about being disarmed. In fact, he was laughing as he picked himself up. "A snowball," he said while shaking his head. "This is a duel, not a snowball fight." 10 minutes later, as a small number of students began making their way down to the Quidditch pitch, Alistair went down when a conjured raven flew in from behind and unexpectedly snatched his wand from his grasp as he began casting a shielding charm to protect himself from one of Neville's most powerful stunners. The combined effect was that Alistair Moody was thrown 50 meters back, out of the Quidditch pitch, while the raven flew over to deposit the retired Auror's wand at Harry's feet. Madame Pomfrey quickly ran over to help him up. When he was awakened back on his feet, he shook his head and growled, "Those two are almost too good. I sure didn't see that one coming." At 7 o'clock Tonks sent a shower of red sparks into the air signaling the end of their training session. As the last spells died away, the teachers and the few students who had made it down to the Quidditch pitch began applauding. Harry, Neville and Remus looked up, realizing for the first time that they had an audience, and blushed a light shade of pink. Harry and Neville knelt down to pick up their opponents, once as Remus came over to congratulate them. "I can see we're going to have to be on our toes tomorrow," he said. "That tickle charm was a stroke of genius, Neville. After everything you two had been throwing at us, I think the sudden switch with the addition of that tickle charm was the last thing anyone expected. I would like to know who threw that snowball, though." Harry smirked and snickered as he bowed his head, his eyes dancing with mischievous glee. Remus threw his head back and laughed. "Harry," he said, "you are a true marauder. No one, and I do mean no one, in their right mind would ever think of throwing a snowball in a wizarding duel unless they were born to be a marauder. And that attack on Alistair was brilliant. I only hope he's all right," Neville said. "That was a pretty strong stunner I hit him with." "I'm all right, laddie," the retired Auror growled as he limped across the field towards the three survivors. "I must admit, though, that stunner of yours has quite a kick to it." Neville laughed nervously as Harry returned Alistair's wand to him. "Yeah, well, I never really knew how powerful it was until today because you guys have always been able to block it." "Well, now you know," Tonks said as she and Kingsley joined the group in the middle of the pitch. "I'm just glad this is disarm only. I would hate to go up against you two in an actual fight." "Who threw the snowball?" Kingsley asked in mock anger. Harry looked up and sheepishly raised his hand. "It worked, didn't it?" he asked innocently. Kingsley burst into a booming laughter. "Yes, Harry," he laughed. "It did at that. A snowball was the last thing I would have expected in a wizarding duel. I can see that tomorrow is going to be an interesting demonstration." As they made their way up to the castle, walking slightly slower than usual so that Moody could keep up, Albus came over and said, "That was quite an impressive display you put on this morning. How long did it last?" "From start to finish was 1 hour," Tonks said cheerfully. "These two are real fighters." "Yes, I can see that. How much time would you like to allocate for your demonstration tomorrow afternoon?" The four main defense against the dark arts professors turned to look at Harry and Neville, who looked back and shrugged their shoulders. "It's up to you guys," Harry said. "What do you think?" "I think," Alistair began, "that since we now know to expected the unexpected from you two, that we should give ourselves 2 hours at a minimum." Harry and Neville's eyes widened slightly at this news but said nothing. "Very well," Albus said. "In that case I will give you a 30-minute rest break between duels, Harry." Harry's mouth fell open but Dumbledore only chuckled. "I want you rested but not too rested for what we will be doing tomorrow afternoon." Neville patted Harry on the shoulder and looked at him sympathetically. "I feel for you, Harry. I really do." At breakfast, Harry walked up to the head table and stopped in front of the headmaster. When Albus looked up, Harry handed him a small wooden box. "It's the crystal, sir," he said. "It has an hour's worth of last night's battle in it." "Is it?" Albus started to ask but stopped when he saw the look in Harry's eyes. When he returned to the Gryffindor table and sat down between Neville and Ginny, Ron looked up from across the table. "Is that what you guys do every morning?" he asked. Harry and Neville looked up. "Yeah, pretty much," they said in unison. "It was a little louder this morning than usual, but that's pretty much it," Neville added while Harry ordered his breakfast from Winky. The talk around the castle that day was about the few minutes of mock duel a few of the students had seen that morning. It started out with a fairly accurate description of the last few minutes of the duel, but by the end of the day it was blown so completely out of proportion that no one really knew what to believe. The 6 who actually knew what had happened, as well as the rest of the professors, remained silent, watching and listening as the story of a mock duel gradually transformed itself into an epic battle that had lasted for days on end and ended in a draw. It was quite humorous really, and none of the 6 had the heart to set the record straight. In their meeting that night, the main topic of discussion was the situation in Romania and what, if anything, should be done about it. According to Charlie's report, the attacks usually began shortly after sunset and ended shortly before sunrise each day. The Dragon Keepers and the Aurors who had been sent in to help were holding their own but needed help if they were to get any rest. According to Charlie, the attacks seemed to be aimed at disrupting the dragons' sleeping habits so that they would become uncontrollable. It was finally decided, after a great deal of discussion and debate, that Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Ginny, Remus and Tonks would travel to the Dragon Preserve, via Fox, on the evening of Friday, September 27th, to help in the fight and teach the Dragon Keepers and the Aurors about what had unofficially come to be known as the Potter Charm, and return on the evening of the 29th. It was also decided that Ron, Hermione, Ginny and Luna would begin training with Tonks on Monday morning, and since 4 of them were on the Quidditch team and were fairly decent flyers, it was further decided that Harry and Ginny and Ron and Neville would train as airborne teams. They wanted to have one experienced dueler in each team in case of trouble, and even though Ron initially wanted to pair with Harry, he quickly backed down when Ginny began glaring at him. The final topics of discussion were the mock duels that would be taking place the following afternoon. Even though they tried to discourage him, Severus insisted upon being included in the first duel. His logic being that Harry and Neville already knew how the 4 defense professors fought, and that to make it a realistic demonstration, even though he did admit to being impressed by what he had seen that morning, an unknown element should be included in the mix. Severus won out in the end, and it was agreed that Harry and Neville would face the 5 professors at 1 p.m. and that the duel would last for 2 hours unless one side was completely disarmed. The rules of engagement were reviewed to make sure everyone was on the same page, and the meeting was adjourned. Harry and Neville spent Saturday morning in the kitchen area of Harry's trunk discussing spells and strategy. They decided that since they had discussed prank warfare, but never used it, their upcoming duel with their professors would be an excellent opportunity to try their hand at it. They then discussed the various pranks they were going to use on which professors and when. At 12:45 the 7 combatants met in the center of the Quidditch pitch and exchanged greetings, wishing each other a good duel. Harry noticed that Severus sneered menacingly at him as they parted and went to their respective ends, but paid it no mind. That was how Severus was, and they would just have to deal with him as well as their 4 regular opponents. At 5 minutes to 1 the headmaster stepped to the center of the pitch and addressed the assembled crowd. Casting the sonorous charm on himself, he cleared his throat and the crowd fell silent. "Good afternoon," he began. "Even thought your attendance at this demonstration is mandatory. I am pleased to see that you have all chosen to attend. In a few moments Professors Lupin, Moody, Shacklebolt, Snape and Tonks will be attempting to disarm Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom, who have been training for the past few months due to their rather unique predicaments. Many of you heard the explosions of yesterday morning's exercises, and a few of you saw the last few minutes of what had been an hour-long duel. Today's first demonstration will last for 2 hours or until one team has been completely disarmed. I want you to pay close attention to what you will be seeing this afternoon, because each and every one of you is going to be taught to defend yourselves. And while this particular situation, 2 against 5, might seem a bit extreme, as much as it pains me to say this, you may find yourselves in similar situations in the not-too-distant future." As he left the field he turned around and said, "At your leisure, gentlemen," before removing the charm from his voice. The first spell that was cast was almost predictable. Snape cast a particularly powerful stunner at Harry, who easily deflected it. From then on the air was alive with the exchange of magical forms of energy. Most of the curses, hexes, jinxes and charms were easily deflected by their intended recipients. But within the first 5 minutes Harry and Neville had slipped in enough, seemingly harmless, time-released curses and charms to ensure their victory. While they were waiting for the spells to take effect, however, they put on a good show for their fellow students. They ducked and weaved and spun and rolled, vaulting over each other to avoid being hit, all the while sending a wide variety of spells at their opponents, who were forced to use all of their physical abilities to avoid being hit as well. For not having trained as vigorously as the others, Severus was actually doing pretty well, but both Harry and Neville could see that he was tiring quickly. 20 minutes into the duel Severus' robes seemingly transfigured themselves into Mrs. Longbottom's green dress. A large hat with a vulture perched on top appeared on his head, and his wand was transfigured into a large, bright red purse. Then, before anyone realized what was happening, the potions master was surrounded by a thick, almost impenetrable cloud of pink butterflies. While Snape was swatting at the butterflies with his purse, Harry let Neville do the honors of summoning his wand purse, since the transfigurations had been his idea. The transfigurations and butterflies only lasted a minute or 2, but it was long enough to disarm their weakest opponent. Many of the students laughed at Snape's predicament, being reminded of the story of Neville's boggart experience in 3rd year, but the remaining combatants didn't hear any of it. They were still focused on their duel and refused to let up. If anything, in fact, the dueling became more intense a few minutes later when the transfiguration phase of the demonstration began. While Harry conjured a low hedge of roses as a momentary distraction, Neville cast a charm and it began raining rose petals on their opponents. And while a flock of birds flew from Harry's wand, as a distraction, Neville conjured an oil slick around their opponent's feet. The whole process only took a few seconds, but it was enough to cause Alistair to go down. As he fell back, Harry summoned his wand and let it fall at his feet. Half an hour later, after the appearance and subsequent disappearance of a variety of creatures and objects, including cats, dogs, horses, owls, hippogriffs, snakes, serpents, bludgers, snitches and pianos, Kingsley's robe suddenly turned a shocking shade of hot pink and began twisting quickly around his body, essentially immobilizing him. Moments later, Harry hit him with a tickle charm, and while he was struggling to regain his composure, Neville did the honors of summoning his wand. The battle raged for another 45 minutes, with several near misses coming from both sides, before anything else happened. At 1 hour and 50 minutes, Tonks suddenly found herself dressed in a pink tutu and wearing large wooden clogs while strutting around like a chicken. Remus looked mildly surprised at his partner's predicament but was too busy defending himself to do much about it. Once again, Neville did the honors of summoning their opponent's wand. With 5 minutes to go, Remus' robes were transfigured into a straitjacket. Harry summoned Remus' wand before it hit the ground and the stadium erupted into a collection of loud and boisterous cheers. Harry knelt down and picked up the 2 wands at his feet, while Neville collected the 3 at his, and walked over to stand in front of Remus, who was struggling to free himself from the jacket. "Well, Professor," Harry asked as a mischievous smirk appeared on his face, "did we pass the prank warfare test? Is that what you call this?" Remus almost screamed. Harry smiled and nodded his head vigorously. It was the only way we could think to ensure our victory." Remus growled. "Never prank a prankster, Harry. You will pay for this. Now get me out of this thing before I hex you." Harry looked at Remus' wand as he spun the werewolf's wand in his left hand. "I don't think so, Remus. Remember, I've got your wand." Remus screamed. "Arg! Harry James Potter, you let me out of this jacket right now." Harry laughed but relented and undid the transfiguration. "Just you wait, Harry," Remus growled. "I know where you live." Chuckling, Harry said, "Ah, yes, Remus. But I have 2 house elves on my side and a record of all the pranks you pulled while you were at Hogwarts, so I have a pretty good idea what to watch out for." Remus snatched his wand from Harry's hand and stalked away, grumbling, "Just you wait, Potter. Just you wait." Half an hour later, after Moody had lectured the assembled students on some of the finer points of what they had just seen, Albus and Harry took the field and squared off at opposite ends of the field. They studied each other's eyes and faces for almost a full minute, watching for some telltale sign that their opponent was about to act and make the first move. Harry could sense Dumbledore expanding his awareness to include the entire pitch, so he did likewise. Then it happened. Albus' nose twitched ever so slightly and the fight was on. As Albus cast the first spell, expecting Harry to roll to his wand's side, Harry disappeared only to reappear directly behind the headmaster. In response, Albus vanished and rematerialized at the opposite end of the pitch. The trading of places was so fast that those still in the stands, as the observation of this duel was purely optional, thought it was instantaneous. As the curses and hexes began to fly and the 2 combatants moved around the field, they were in as much danger of being hit by their own spells as they were their opponents. The transfiguration phase of this duel began much sooner than it had in the previous demonstration, and, again, the combatants had to be careful where they materialized. When Albus conjured a dragon, Harry countered with an enormous griffin. The 2 creatures fought it out above the ground, biting, slashing and clawing at each other, while the 2 most powerful wizards in the world battled it out on the ground. The carnage in the sky, however, was nothing compared to the mayhem on the ground. Within the first hour, the field was unrecognizable as anything other than the battlefield it had become. The bleachers were still standing, but the ground was red with trenches and craters where transfigured and conjured objects had been destroyed. After another half hour, Harry could feel himself tiring but knew he had to continue the battle until his mentor was satisfied with the progress he was making. So, drawing energy from the castle, he re-energized himself and continued to defend and attack as his latent abilities rose to the surface and became manifest in his destiny. The two combatants were so intensely focused upon their battle that they didn't even notice when a cold wind started blowing out of the north and an icy rain began to fall. As the ground became an impossible quagmire of mud and muck, the two wizards rose up and floated above the field, employing their ethereal abilities to suspend themselves and move around in the invisible ethosphere that surrounds every physical object and permeates the universe while, at the same time, holding it together. An hour later, after several fire whips had been exchanged and Harry's wandless abilities had been stretched to their current limits, Albus lowered his wand and called a stop to the proceedings. "Very well done, Harry," he said as Harry lowered his wand as well and the dragon and griffin disappeared. "You are progressing wonderfully. A few more duels and you will be ready." Harry floated over to hover beside his mentor. "Yeah, that may be, Albus, but I had to draw energy from the castle just to keep going." "Ah, yes, Harry. That is one of the things I was hoping you would do. I needed you to be tired so that you would be forced to draw energy from Hogwarts. I also wanted you to be relatively tired so that you would not try to reason through our duel. To use many of the powers and abilities you learned during your Maturo Octus, you have got to act on instinct alone. I wanted you to realize this while getting used to the idea that you are, indeed, a very powerful wizard." Harry nodded, then looked around at the damage they had done. No one was left in the stands and the pitch looked as though it had been used as a practice range for at least 50 Muggle bombers. Sir Harry asked, indicating the pitch. "What are we going to do about the pitch?" The headmaster chuckled. "I believe this is where your elemental abilities will come in handy. We could fix it with regular magic, but since you are, indeed, an elemental of the highest order, I suggest you use your abilities to repair the damage we have wrought." Harry looked at his friend and watched as he floated away and off the pitch. Rising up and gliding over to float directly over the center of the pitch, Harry withdrew into a meditative state that was deeper than anything he had ever consciously experienced before. Reaching out, he began to feel and experience several of the most basic forces and energies of creation. Turning his attention to the pitch, he commanded a few of these forces and energies to repair the damaged turf and return it to pristine condition. The entire process may have taken 15 minutes, all the while an icy cold rain was beating down on Hogwarts and the surrounding countryside. The two wizards who remained outside, however, did not feel any of it because, due to their mastery of ethereal magic, they were able to erect shields around themselves that protected them from the elements. That did not, however, stop Madame Pomfrey from scolding them for staying out in the cold as soon as they entered the castle. "Honestly, Headmaster," she scolded, "I have never seen anyone who liked the cold as much as you. And now you've got Mr. Potter enjoying it as well. What am I going to do with you two?" Since dinner was already over, Harry made his way up to the Gryffindor common room where he found Neville, Luna, Ron, Hermione and Ginny waiting for him near the fireplace. Ron looked up as he entered. "Hey, Harry," he began excitedly. "After the rain started we came up here and watched you from the dorms. That was really something. But what are we going to do about the pitch?" Harry shrugged his shoulders and grinned slightly. "We fixed it," he said simply, then added, "Now that you guys know what is expected of you, I really do hope you are ready to train." "I've been explaining what we went through over the holidays," Neville said. "They say they're ready, but I don't know if they know what they've gotten themselves into." Harry grinned. "Yeah, well, what say we go up to my trunk so I can get something to eat, and then Neville and I can teach you some of the stretches and exercises you will need to learn to keep from getting hurt." The next 2 weeks passed quickly. Harry and Remus did several mock duels in defense against the dark arts, and even though they were specifically warned to keep it under control, Moony and Prongs Jr. took every opportunity to raise prank warfare to levels above and beyond anything anyone expected. It was not uncommon for Remus to be in the middle of teaching a class of first years about shielding charms when he would suddenly scream, "Potter! I'm going to get you for this!" as his hair suddenly grew 3 feet in length and wrapped itself around his head. Neither was it uncommon to hear Harry scream, "Moony! You're dead!" while either walking down the hall or sitting in a class when his robes transfigured into a frilly dress or his shoes suddenly became roller skates. The most entertaining pranks, however, took place in the Great Hall during meals. During dinner, on the first Friday after the demonstrations, Harry and Remus were casting furtive glances at one another while almost everyone else was cautiously eating their dinners, awaiting the next volley in the now famous Potter-Lupin prank war. When it happened, a large blob of mashed potatoes flew up and into Remus' face. This was quickly followed by a bowl of gravy emptying its contents on his head. Meanwhile, at the Gryffindor table, Harry found himself being attacked by blobs of gelatin and preserves. Someone yelled, "Food fight." And for the next hour it was the kind of free-for-all food fight that can only happen at a magical school. Roast chickens were marching along the tables challenging students to fights. Food was flying through the air and changing direction in flight only to be intercepted by a baked potato. Some of the explosions were really rather spectacular. And when it was over no one had been spared. Very little food had been eaten but everyone had had an enjoyable time. The only downside to the whole evening was that Harry and Remus, as the instigators, had to stand at the entrance to the Great Hall and clean everyone's robes as they left and then had to stay and clean the Great Hall itself. At their meeting that night Albus chuckled merrily as the two marauders entered his library and took their seats. "Ah, yes," he laughed. "Nothing like a bit of recreation to break the tension." Harry and Remus, who had buried the hatchet while cleaning the Great Hall, snickered in response. "Ah, the good old days," Remus sighed nostalgically. Severus scowled but Harry though he could sense a small smile creeping onto the stern potions master's face. "I believe the art of prank warfare has only just begun to evolve," Kingsley chuckled. "Now if we can only get these two to stop fighting each other and turn their attention to our common foe I do believe that neither Voldemort nor his followers will know what hit them." Everyone but Severus laughed at this, but even he smiled ruefully. Ron, Hermione, Luna and Ginny were still complaining about the early morning wake-up calls and their aching muscles but they quickly quieted when Tonks threatened to put them through the same routine Harry and Neville had endured during the holidays, on the weekends. They had heard about the 6-hour training sessions and were not in any hurry to experience them. Towards the end of the meeting that night Albus went out into his office and returned moments later with 4 new brooms. Handing them to the 4 flyers he said, "The Nimbus Broom Company has asked me to ask the 4 of you to test their new Electra 5000 while in Romania. These are the only 4 prototypes they have thus far produced. They say that they are even faster and more maneuverable than the Firebolt but they want your opinions and any recommendations on how they could be improved. So I suggest you spend as much time as you can, without neglecting your studies, of course, getting used to your new brooms. As these are prototypes, however, you will not be able to use them during your Quidditch matches until they come into regular production." At breakfast the following Thursday, the day before they were to leave for Romania, Hedwig, Henry and Pig all landed in front of their respective owners. Hedwig and Henry were both carrying large bundles from Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes and Pig was carrying a letter from Fred and George. While Harry and Ginny relieved their owls of their burdens and presented their companions with pieces of toast, Ron opened the letter and read it to his friends. "Dear Ron, Hermione, Harry, Ginny, Neville and Luna," he began. "Sorry to commandeer all 3 owls for this delivery but we wanted to get these particular items to you before you left on vacation." "Yeah, right," Ron grumbled. "This is not going to be any vacation. Henry's parcel contains several thousand Dementor delights. We hope it is enough to get Charlie and his friends through at least the next few days. Hedwig's parcel contains several thousand Potter charms. We've tested them on a few volunteers, mainly Ted Tonks, and you might want to know that they are powerful enough to protect Muggles. Yes, Hermione, we have given your parents a supply, at no charge. Just so you know, Harry, our jokes and pranks are still doing quite well but, as our chief investor, you might want to know that Dementor Delights and Potter Charms are our best sellers by a wide margin. Our mail order business for those 2 items alone extends to every wizarding community on the planet. Thank you for trusting us with these projects. Even though we are currently donating 75% of our income from those 2 products to the Reconstruction Fund, we are still guesstimating that by the end of the year we should easily clear 1 million galleons in personal income, after taxes." Ron paused and looked up at Harry. "Whoa," he said. "That is some serious money." Looking back down at the letter Ron continued to read. "We have been working on improving our portable swamps as well as our Weasley Whiz Bang fireworks in accordance with your suggestions. The results look promising. They should be ready by November at the latest. Once again, thank you. Sincerely, Gret and Forge." Ron looked up again. "What improvements? What did you ask them to do?" Harry smirked then smiled. "I asked them to turn them into weapons with a few minor improvements." Ginny looked at him and asked, "Prank warfare?" Harry nodded. "Taken to the extreme. When Friday evening arrived, the 6 students and 2 professors entered the headmaster's office with a weekend's worth of clothes stuffed into bags and shrunken down so that they could easily fit into their pockets. Each of them had a hip belt lined with pouches filled with Dementor delights and Potter charms. Remus, Tonks, Hermione and Luna, as the ground troops, also wore small backpacks that had been stuffed with small bags of the charmed sweets. As they made their final preparations for the trip to Romania, Harry did a real quick check on the situation at the Dragon Preserve and, upon seeing that the battle was already in full swing, returned to his body, which was resting in one of the many chairs in the headmaster's office. Looking grimly up at his friends, he said, "We go from here straight into battle. Our arrival point is being protected, but as soon as we hit you had better be ready to fight." His 7 companions grimly nodded their heads and drew their wands. Harry, Ginny, Ron and Neville then mounted their brooms and everyone joined hands. As Fawkes flew over and landed on Harry's shoulder, Albus said, "I cannot help but wish you well, my friends. Please try to stay with your partners, but if you do get separated, please keep in contact with each other and stay safe so that you can be found in the morning." Then, turning to Harry, asked, "Do you have your potions?" Harry checked his chest belt to make sure all of his potions were in their pockets and, when satisfied, nodded his head. "Yes, sir. Then I guess all that is left is for you to activate your charms and go," Albus said solemnly. When they had all activated their defensive charms, Harry nodded towards his mentor, then turned to Fawkes. Grabbing hold of his tail feathers, Harry looked up at the magnificent phoenix that was perched on his shoulder and said, "We're ready when you are, Fawkes." With a blinding flash of light and a soft pop, the 8, plus Fawkes, vanished from Dumbledore's office and almost immediately reappeared behind a large, house-sized boulder near the fringes of the Dragon Preserve. Curses were flying through the air and dragons could be heard roaring their disapproval. "Get down, Turk!" someone yelled from a nearby pile of boulders. Then they heard someone scream in agony as they were hit by a particularly painful curse. "Get down!" Remus yelled. "Communications charms!" Harry yelled as they huddled behind the boulder. "I can't!" Hermione screamed. She was holding hands with Ron and Remus and couldn't turn loose of either of them. "What do you mean you can't?" Harry yelled back. "I mean I can't let go," she screamed. "It's like we're glued together." Harry looked back at Hermione with a questioning look on his face, then turned his attention to his own predicament. He tried to turn loose of Ginny's hand and let go of Fawkes' tail feathers but found that he could not. "What's going on?" he thought. "This shouldn't be happening." Then it hit him. "Drop your shields. They only get stronger as you share them." The others looked at him like he was crazy. "I said drop your shields," he shouted. "If we don't, we're lost. Now, drop your shields." When they dropped their shields, the connection was broken and they were able to move independently. As soon as Harry let go of Fawkes' tail feathers, the phoenix vanished, returning to the safety of Hogwarts and Albus' office. "Shields up!" Harry yelled. "Communications charms!" With their communications charms in place, the world around them became softly muted. They could still hear the world around them, but the dominant sounds they heard were the voices of those included in their charmed circuit. "All right," Harry said gently. "Is everybody here?" After they had all checked in a few seconds later, he said, "All right. On my signal, adjust your frequencies to join the battle. Ready and mark." The sounds of the battle suddenly exploded in their ears. Men and women, witches and wizards could be heard screaming a variety curses, hexes, jinxes and charms, while others could be heard screaming in agony. "Medic!" The voice they had heard earlier called. "I need a medic in Alpha Sector. Turk is hurt bad." Luna glanced at Remus and he nodded. "We'll take care of Turk," Remus said as he and Luna ran over to the injured man, dodging a variety of hexes and curses as they went. "You just arrange for transport." Turk's partner looked up in surprise then nodded his head. "They're here, Charlie," he said a little more calmly as he began to lay cover for Remus and Luna as they tended to Turk's injuries. "Great," Charlie Weasley said from somewhere on the battlefield. "Let their flyers know when the coast is clear and get them up in the air. We are going to need all hands tonight. Oh, and welcome to Romania, guys." The 8 new arrivals laughed nervously. "Thanks, Charlie," Tonks said as she and Hermione prepared to run to an injured witch who was dragging herself into a nearby trench. "I hate to tell you this, but this is not my idea of a summer resort." A few people laughed at Tonks' particular brand of humor, but most were too busy fighting to notice. Moments later, as Hermione gasped at the sight of the injured witch in front of her, Tonks said, "We are going to need an evacuation team in the trench 50 meters to the south of arrival point H." Harry looked up at this and, glancing over at Neville and Ron to see if they were thinking the same thing he was, said, "Ron, Neville, you take that. Ginny and I will cover you." 15 minutes later, when Hermione gave the word that the witch was stable enough for transport, Ron and Neville shot out from behind the shelter of their boulder, flying low to the ground in a tight formation while Harry and Ginny shot up into the sky and began laying a fierce barrage of cover fire while Tonks and Hermione secured the injured witch to the stretcher Ron and Neville had conjured to float between their brooms. As soon as she was loaded, Ron and Neville took off for the Dragon Camp's main hospital and Harry and Ginny joined the battle in earnest. Moments later they could hear Tonks asking, "Are you going to be all right, Hermione?" with obvious concern in her voice. "Yeah," Hermione breathed. "I'll be fine. It's just that. I understand," Tonks said. "Hospital, you've got a partial amputation coming in with multiple lacerations over her entire body and a mild concussion. She should be arriving momentarily." "Thanks," came the response. "We'll be waiting for her." Harry glanced down at Hermione and could see that she was not looking well. He wished that he could have prepared his friends with more than charts and maps and stories about what he had seen in his nightly visits, but he didn't even know if he was fully prepared for what lay ahead. At that moment he realized that all he could do was give it his all and hope for the best. After several hours of aerial combat in which Harry and Ginny and Ron and Neville had perfected their fighting strategies, their adrenaline was still running high when Ginny yelled, "Watch it, Harry. You've got one on your tail." Harry quickly glanced over his shoulder and saw that he had indeed picked up a bogey. He tried several maneuvers to try to shake the Death Eater, but none of them seemed to work. Apparently this guy was riding a firebolt or one of the faster Nimbus brooms. As a last resort he dropped into a vertical dive and raced towards the ground, twisting and turning just enough to keep from being hit. With less than a meter to go he pulled out of the dive and accelerated into a climb. The Death Eater, startled by Harry's sudden disappearance, didn't have time to pull out of the dive and dove into the ground at full speed with a sickening crunch. "A Wronski feint," Charlie screamed joyfully. "Way to go, Harry." A few minutes later someone cheered, "A Dragon Patronus. I love it." This was quickly followed by, "Look at that bulldog go. I love you guys." As dawn approached, Harry and Ginny touched down near an injured Auror and ran to his side. The man looked as though he had gotten into a fistfight with a giant. "Medic!" Harry yelled. "We need a medic in Beta Sector 5, near Hobson's Pond." He then knelt down and started working on healing a few of his minor wounds while Ginny stood guard. He worked feverishly for 15 minutes until a Medowitch arrived. She worked on the man for a few minutes, then looked up at Harry and said, "I'm sorry. I know you tried and you really did do a good job, but he's dead." For a second or two he stood staring at the Medowitch in shock. Then something in his psyche snapped and waves of magical energy began pouring off of him. Ginny turned to look at him and, recognizing the signs of a major elemental outburst from their encounter with Bane, whispered, "Oh no." "What?" Ron asked. "Elemental," was all Ginny had to say. "What?" Charlie asked. "Harry is an elemental," Ron said urgently. "My own, Tonks, Remus, Luna, where are you?" As the others checked in, Ron said, "Get everyone in who doesn't need to be out, but leave enough to guard the dragons. This cannot be good." Ginny cautiously approached Harry and looked into his eyes. What she saw frightened her beyond belief. Harry's eyes were glowing a bright emerald green and the look of determination on his face told her that something major was about to happen. "Harry?" she asked. Harry laid his wand on the ground and silently unbuckled his hip and chest belts, laying them on the ground beside his wand. He then looked through Ginny, seeing her but not recognizing her presence. "This has got to stop," he growled as he mounted his broom. Before he kicked off he looked down from Ginny and glared at his wand and belts. "Take care of them. I will need them later." As Harry rose into the sky, rocketing upwards as fast as his broom would carry him, he blocked out most of the chatter in the communications link, only subconsciously listening to the progress that was being made as the battlefield was cleared, but listening for his friends to report, and while he extended his conscious awareness to include the entire battlefield and beyond. As he searched for giants, Death Eaters and Dementors, the first report he was interested in came over the link. It was Ron's voice. "We're okay," Ron's voice said tiredly. "I got a little singed by an irate Chinese fireball and Neville got winged by a Death Eater from behind, but we're doing fine." Hermione's voice suddenly cut in. You get yourself to a healer right this minute, Ronald Weasley. Burns are a very serious matter and I don't want you taking any chances. Yes, Hermione, was Ron's only response. Then Luna's obviously concerned voice cut it. Are you all right, Neville? She asked. Yeah, Neville said softly. He got my wand arm but I'm fine. My elbow's a little stiff but I'll survive. How about you? Luna laughed. I'm fine. A little worse for the wear but I'm fine. We've got quite a few walking wounded down here and Remus will need someone to take a look at his leg when we get back but don't forget to have someone take a look at your shoulder, Luna, Remus cut in. Tonks, Hermione, how about you two? We got separated, Tonks said. I've got 3 stretcher cases down here with the ridgebacks but other than a few cuts and bruises. I'll be right there, Ginny said. I'm only about 100 meters away. I hope you don't mind sharing a broom. Tonks chuckled softly. That's the least of my worries, Ginny. Keeping these 3 alive comes first. My own. Ron asked, a note of panic rising in his voice. Where are you and how are you doing? I'm all right, I guess, Hermione said. I'm a little dirty but I'll survive. As to where I am I really don't know. I've got an unconscious witch beside me, though, so I will need a stretcher as well. Shoot up some sparks, Hermione, and we'll find you, Charlie said. Moments later a shower of red sparks could be seen near the eastern end of the preserve. She's with the Greens, a voice said. Oh, no, Charlie groaned. I'm closest, another voice said. I'll get her. Thanks, Neil, Charlie said. Hermione, listen to me. If those Greens wake up and find you, you're toast so just stay calm and guide Neil in. He'll get you out. Okay. With all of his friends accounted for Harry turned his attention back to the tasks at hand. As the sun peeked over the horizon he became aware of 2 distinct groups of giants lumbering away from the battlefield with several stragglers heading off in various directions. He didn't want to kill them but he did want to get them out of harm's way. So, flying so high that he appeared to be little more than a tiny speck in the sky, he dropped into the same deep meditative state he had after his first duel with Dumbledore and began commanding the elements to do his bidding. For the first hour, with a combination of lightning strikes and gale force winds, he drove the giants, Dementors and Death Eaters away from the Dragon Preserve, destroying their camps and supplies in the process. After that he surveyed and mapped out the next phase of his plan. Over the next 9 hours he resculpted the landscape around the preserve and formed a trench around its perimeter by compressing a full kilometer's worth of dirt, stone and bedrock into the roughly circular canyon's 2 walls. The result was a kilometer-wide, kilometer-deep canyon whose walls were nearly indestructible. Several streams and waterfalls cascaded down the cliffs, threatening to fill the moat. To solve this problem Harry created a deep ravine that would let most of the water drain out into the valleys below. He was so exhausted by the time he was finished that he was just barely able to guide his broom in the general direction of the dragon camp's main compound. As he approached he could see and, to a certain extent, hear Remus and the others teaching a few hundred witches and wizards about the charm. They were in the practice phase of the program when Harry spoke into the charmed link. Is anyone still on this thing? He asked. Ginny's voice immediately cut in. I'm here, Harry, she said, her voice breathing a sigh of relief. Are you all right? I think so, Harry said tiredly. Do you have my potions ready? Yes. Where are you? I don't know. You'll have to look up and guide me in because I'm just too tired. Moments later Ginny's voice came back to him. A little to you left, Harry, that's it, you've got a little rise coming up then you will be passing through the wards, that's it, Harry. You're almost here, 30 more meters, Harry nose up or you're going to hit the wall, alright, let yourself down easy and stop. As Harry's feet touched the ground he collapsed from utter and complete exhaustion. Ginny and Remus were the first to reach him. Which potions will you need? Ginny asked urgently. Harry looked blearily up into Ginny's face. Even with his glasses she looked blurry. All of them, he mumbled, then closed his eyes and fell into a long, protracted deep and dreamless sleep. At first he was vaguely aware of the activity around him as someone conjured a stretcher and potions were poured down his throat. But after that he was too far gone to either feel or hear or even really care about anything. When Harry opened his eyes next, Ginny was sitting next to him, her head resting on his blanket-covered chest. The blurry figures of Ron and Hermione were slumped together in a couch against the near wall, Pale rays of sunlight were streaming through the narrow window across from his bed, and, turning his head, he saw two more blurry figures slumped together on the floor near what appeared to be a door. A moment later the door creaked slowly open. The two figures on the floor stirred slightly as a blurry face appeared in the opening and looked at Harry. Seeing that he was awake, the person carefully opened the door and quietly entered the room. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," the woman whispered so as not to disturb his sleeping companions. "Morning," Harry said softly. "And the name is Harry." Ginny stirred slightly but did not wake. The healer smiled. "My name is Alice, Harry, and I am one of the resident healers." Harry nodded his understanding and returned her smile. "You came awfully close to total magical burnout yesterday, but for what you did we are eternally grateful. I have a restorative draft for you to take if you can untangle yourself from your overprotective young friend." Harry smiled at the though of anyone trying to get past Ginny when she was in one of her protective modes and was secretly glad that Ron and Charlie were here to deal with her rage and protect the others from her wrath. He didn't envy the Dragon Keepers, but he pitied anyone who dared go against Ginny when she was in one of her moods. After the healer had given him his glasses and left the room, Harry carefully slid out from under the blankets and out of the bed, being more than careful not to wake Ginny, substituting the pillow for his chest as he went, and drank the potion before getting dressed and exiting the room. As he softly closed the door behind him, Remus and Tonks pushed themselves up from their positions on the floor and ran over, hugging him as they might a long-lost brother. "Thank God you're all right," Tonks whispered into his ear. "We were so worried." Harry smiled shyly and shrugged his shoulders. "Sorry about that, but it had to be done." "I don't know what I'm going to do with you, Harry," Remus said sternly. "What would James and Lily and Sirius say if they knew I let you almost burn yourself out over a bunch of dragons?" Then, smiling and letting his false anger evaporate into nothingness, Remus hugged Harry tighter than the teenager had ever been hugged before. "Don't you ever do that to me again," Remus said, laughing and crying at the same time. "You're the last of your line, Harry, and the son of one of the best friends a werewolf could ever hope to have." Remus was about to say something else when they heard a high-pitched scream coming from inside the room. "I think Ginny's awake," Harry said hesitantly, turning around just in time to see the door swing violently open and get ripped from its hinges. As Ginny stood in what remained of the doorway, breathing heavily and a dangerous look of determination on her face, Remus leaned in close to Harry's shoulder and muttered, "Mr. Elemental, meet Miss Hurricane." Harry smiled at this and then turned his attention to Ginny. "Good morning, Ginny," he had time to say before Ginny launched herself at him and glued herself to his body. "Don't you ever do that to me again," she sobbed into his chest. "I'm never letting you out of my sight ever again." Returning her hug, Harry said, "That might be kind of hard to do. I really don't think you were allowed to spend the night in a boys' dormitory." Ginny just squeezed him tighter and refused to let go. Looking up from the embrace, Harry saw Ron and Hermione standing in the doorway, smiling and looking as though Christmas had come 3 months early. And behind them he saw Luna and Neville smiling at each other. "Morning," he mouthed. Several minutes later, as they were sitting down to breakfast, Charlie and a dark-haired man with sparkling blue eyes walked into the dining area and sat down across from Harry. "Harry," Charlie began, "this is Neil Macmillan. He's my boss and he'd like a word or two with you." Turning to the man sitting beside Charlie, Harry noticed a slight resemblance to one of his classmates. "Any relation to Ernie?" he asked the man. "Cousin," Neil said, nodding and smiling at the name recognition. "Well, what can I do for you?" Harry asked. "Do you have any idea what you did yesterday?" I dug a trench," Harry asked hopefully. Neil and Charlie burst out laughing. "Dug a trench, he says," Charlie laughed. "Harry, you built us a castle. And on top of that you dug us a moat that the Dementors can't cross, and any giant would be crazy to even try." Harry smiled sheepishly. "I guess I'll have to go out and survey the damage then," he said. "All I really remember about yesterday is that I was mad and I didn't want anyone getting in my way." "Well, if that's what you do when you're mad, Harry," Remus chuckled, "remind me never to get on your bad side." Harry looked over at Ron for answers. "You'll see, mate," Ron said. "It's bloody brilliant, though, if you ask me." Half an hour later, Neil, Charlie, Harry, Ron, Neville and Ginny mounted their brooms and kicked off for a tour of Harry's trench. Hermione and the others stayed behind on the excuse of wanting to get things set up for the afternoon's training session. As they crested the last rise on the northern edge of the enclave, Harry's mouth fell open and he slowly glided to a stop. "Holy, I did that?" he asked in disbelief. "Yep," Ron, who had also stopped and was hovering beside him, said. "You're good, mate. I know, I'm impressed," Ginny said from his other side. Harry gulped and looked over at Ginny. Oops. Stretching out into the distance before them lay a series of lush, green valleys and tree-covered hills that blended perfectly into the surrounding terrain. A series of artesian wells percolated out of the ground on the near side, providing a natural irrigation system for the vegetation on the Dragon Camp side of the valley, while snowpack and glacial melt provided water for the surrounding regions. As they slowly glided out over the newly created terrain, Harry looked down and noticed several small herds of deer and other animals grazing in the pastures below. He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he hadn't killed any innocents in his drive to stop the attacks. He smiled to himself as several different bird species flitted about, building nests and gathering food. At one point he even watched as a falcon dove out of the sky, snatching a rabbit in its talons as it skimmed over a grassy field. It saddened him to think that the rabbit's life had been cut short, but at the same time he knew that it was a part of the natural order of things. As they flew out over the newly created terrain, Harry could not help but marvel at the wonder of it all. When they dropped down into the canyon, the others began flying in a circulating formation around him, much as the members of the Order had on the night of his escape from Privet Drive the previous year. "I don't know what you did to those walls, Harry," Neil said as they rounded a bend near the upper end of the new canyon, "but they seem to be indestructible. Those Death Eaters threw curse after curse at them last night and they just bounced off. And the giants tried to climb up, but they couldn't get a handhold anywhere. It's almost as if you put a permanent repelling charm on the entire length of the wall. I've never seen anything like it." As they were approaching the Dragon Keeper's compound on their way back, Harry noticed two tiny specks in the northwest sky. He watched them grow steadily larger as they landed and continued to watch as the others went in for lunch. Moments later he recognized Hedwig's and Henry's particular styles of flight and saw that Hedwig was carrying a parcel of some kind. He called out to them, "Hedwig, Henry, what are you doing here?" Both owls landed on the ground in front of him a short time later, clearly exhausted from their long trip. The two owls had apparently taken turns carrying the package. When Harry gently lifted Hedwig up to his shoulder, she perched unsteadily for a moment before leaning against the side of his head for support. After lifting Henry up to his other shoulder, Harry picked up the parcel and began examining it on his way in for lunch. He found an envelope tucked securely beneath many of its binding strings. The letter was addressed to Harry Potter, Keeper's Compound, Dragon Camp, Romania. In the From section it said, Albus Dumbledore, Poppy Pomfrey, Rubeus Hagrid, Dobby and Winky, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Great Britain. Upon entering the dining hall, Harry heard Hermione gasp, "Hedwig." Less than a second later, Ginny jumped up from her seat. "Henry?" she asked. Henry hooted softly as she approached and hopped over to her shoulder when she was close enough for him to make the leap without falling to the floor. "Those birds must really care about you," Neil said admiringly. "Who's the package from?" Ron asked. Taking a seat next to Ginny, Harry said, "It says it's from Albus, Madame Pomfrey, Hagrid, Dobby and Winky." "Dobby and Winky?" Charlie asked. "Who are they?" "A pair of house elves," Harry said absently. "Technically they are free, but Dobby wants to serve me and Winky wants to serve Ginny, so I guess you could say that they are our house elves." Charlie chuckled. "You've got your own house elves, Somehow I'm not surprised. So what did they want?" "I don't know," Harry said, returning his attention to the envelope. "I guess I'll have to open it to find out." "Here," Charlie said, sliding a knife down the length of the table to Harry, "handle first." "Thanks," Harry said, picking up the knife. Breaking the seal on the envelope, Harry opened it and slid the piece of parchment out. Opening it, he read, "Dear Harry, Mr. Macmillan has informed me of your progress. I must say that I am surprised at the level of your abilities. But as I have said, you are an elemental of the highest order. It would seem that you are thwarting Tom's efforts at almost every turn. Be that as it may, however, you cannot keep exhausting your energy reserves like this if you expect to be able to fight Tom the next time the two of you meet. To help you recover more fully before your return to Hogwarts, Poppy has asked me to include refills of your regular potions as well as an additional restorative draft drive. Stone prepared in case of emergency. I suggest you drink this potion immediately. Dobby and Winky asked me to include a few bagels as well. These can be found in the container beneath the potions. You will have to use the finite incantatum charm before eating them, however, as they are currently being protected by a number of charms to preserve their warmth and freshness. Hagrid has asked me to include restorative drafts for Hedwig and Henry to help them recover from their journey. These potions can be found in the smallest of the 3 packages. Fawkes will be arriving at sunset Romanian time to bring the 10 of you back to Hogwarts. I look forward to your return and expect a full report from every member of your team at our next regular meeting. Sincerely, Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Well, Ron asked as Harry laid the letter aside and started unwrapping the packages. Harry absent-mindedly pushed the letter in Ron's direction as he searched for Hedwig and Henry's potions. When he found them, he summoned 2 shallow bowls from one of the nearby shelves and filled them with the drafts. Coaxing Hedwig and Henry off their shoulders, Harry and Ginny placed the bowls in front of their companions and encouraged them to drink their fill, which they did greedily. Breaking into the bagels, Harry removed the charms from one and tore it in half, offering one half to Henry and the other to Hedwig. After the 2 snowy owls were taken care of, he opened the potions container and sorted through the various bottles. He recognized most of them and knew that he would have to brew more of his personal potions when he got back so that Madame Pomfrey would have a supply on hand in case of emergency. The one bottle he didn't recognize was filled with a bright, aquamarine-colored solution that seemed to radiate energy from within. Uncorking the bottle, he looked around and offhandedly said, "Well, bottoms up. Here's to life," and drank the entire contents of the bottle in one gulp. As the potion worked its way through his system, he felt his skin begin to tingle as every nerve ending in his body fired. He was reminded of the Cruciatus curse, but this was different. Rather than hurting, this felt warm and comforting. After almost a minute, he looked around the table and saw that almost everyone was staring at him. "Cool," Charlie said. "Do you glow like that all the time, Harry?" Harry smirked. "Only when Ginny's around," he said. Everyone laughed, and a few minutes later they were eating and discussing the business of the day, that night's battle, which really hadn't amounted to much as the Dementors seemed to have a height limit in their flight and the Death Eaters seemed hesitant to attack the dragons without the giants and the charm. There were only about 200 people left to teach since Remus and the others had spent most of Saturday teaching, and it was decided that Harry would take this last class. As the sun approached the western horizon, the dragon keepers and aurors were, for the most part, going about their business more confidently than they had before. There were still a few who hadn't quite gotten the charm down, but they were practicing every chance they got. Several satellite camps were being set up around the perimeter of the preserve, near the cliffs, to serve as a first line of defense, and others were being set up at irregular intervals, in caves and wizarding tents, along the slopes leading up to the camp to serve as second, third and fourth lines of defense against any attacks. They didn't expect anything more than Death Eaters, at least not for the time being, as the Giants and Dementors had been effectively removed from the equation, but they still wanted to be prepared. As the sun began to set, Harry, Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Remus and Tonks were all standing in the middle of the Dragon Keeper's main compound saying their goodbyes and promising to keep in touch with the friends they had made. The remaining Dementor Delights and Potter Charms had been distributed among the Aurors, and 2 of the Dragon Keepers who were long overdue on taking their vacation time were going to be taking the empty packs back to Diagon Alley to be refilled by Fred and George. The 4 flyers had their brooms strapped to their backs, and Hedwig and Henry were perched on Harry and Ginny's shoulders, nervously awaiting Fawkes' arrival for the return trip to Hogwarts. Harry and Ginny knew that they would rather fly home under their own power, but they had somehow convinced them to return with them via Fawkes. Charlie put his arm around Harry's shoulders, being careful not to disturb Hedwig, and led him away from the others. "I want to thank you for coming, Harry. Charms aside, you guys have done more for the morale of this camp than you can imagine." "I agree 100%, Neil said, catching up to them. "And I want you to know that you are welcome back any time. You've given us the kind of sanctuary we've always wanted and provided us with the means to defend it." Harry began, but was interrupted by the soft popping sound that accompanied Fawkes' arrival. Harry shrugged. "You're welcome," he said, then turned back to his friends. Something about Charlie's approach told him that there was something else Charlie had wanted to talk about and that it most likely had to do with his relationship with Ginny, but since Dumbledore was expecting them in his office any minute now, the conversation would have to wait. Harry walked back and took hold of Ginny's free hand, checked to see that Hedwig was all right and took hold of Foxtail Feathers. With a soft pop they were on their way, no longer standing in the Dragon Keeper's compound but being magically transported to the headmaster's office of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Almost instantaneously, with the same signature pop, the 11 travelers, 4 witches, 4 wizards, 2 snowy owls and 1 phoenix, appeared in Albus Dumbledore's office. "I trust all went well," the headmaster said. At breakfast the next morning Luna joined the others at the Gryffindor house table, and when a fourth-year girl suggested she move back to the Ravenclaw table, Harry, Ron, Neville, Hermione and Ginny scowled at the girl, as all of their tempers were fairly short, and Neville growled, "Luna may have been sorted into Ravenclaw, Joyce, but she is more Gryffindor than you will ever be, so she stays. And if you don't like it," Ginny added with a snarl, "then you can take it up with Professor Potter here." A hushed silence fell over the Great Hall as almost everyone turned to stare at the 6 ill-tempered students who had not been seen since dinner on Friday. Harry turned to look at the fourth-year girl and, curtly nodding his head, dangerously said, "She stays." Several of the students looked towards the head table, where many of the professors had witnessed the exchange, and towards Professor Dumbledore in particular for some sign, but the headmaster simply nodded his head and smiled. From that moment on Luna Lovegood became an honorary Gryffindor, and anyone who complained about it was soundly rebuffed. A few minutes later, as the morning post arrived, Hedwig and Henry flew in with the rest of the owls. But instead of bringing any mail, simply landed and perched on Harry and Ginny's shoulders. "I think they are glad to be back," Ron commented as Pig landed on his head. "And I think Pig is glad to see you made it back in one piece," Harry chuckled softly. Ron scowled but didn't move to swat the tiny owl from its perch. A minute later, when the 3 owls made no sign of leaving, Ginny took out her wand and tapped Harry's plate. Dobby's reflection appeared beneath Harry's unfinished breakfast. "Yes, Ginny." Dobby's voice could be heard coming through the food. Ginny looked mildly surprised that Dobby knew it was her who had called but made her request anyway. Dobby. We have 3 owls up here who don't seem to want to leave. Is there any possibility you could send up a small bowl of owl treats?" Dobby smiled and nodded his head vigorously. "Yes, Ginny. They will be up in a moment." And true to his word, a small bowl of owl treats appeared in the middle of the table between Harry and Ron moments later. The 3 owls hopped down onto the table and began eating. Henry and Hedwig glanced warningly at Pig every time the tiny owl got too close and occasionally hooted disdainfully at the mess he was making, but otherwise seemed to accept him as an equal. A few minutes later Mark Evans walked up behind Harry and tapped him on the shoulder. If it hadn't been for the fact that he was sitting between Ginny and Neville, Harry would have spun out of his seat and hexed the little first-year Gryffindor without even thinking about it. As it was, however, he scared the young boy half to death and earned himself several glances from the head table. When he realized what he had done, Harry blushed and slowly got up and turned around to apologize to the dark-haired little boy who was standing between the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw tables, shaking like a leaf. "I'm sorry, Mark," he said after sitting down with his back to the table. "I'm just a little jumpy today." That's okay," Mark stammered hesitantly. I just wanted to let you know what my father found out," the little boy said, tentatively holding out a sheet of paper that was shaking violently. The others had stopped eating and were taking an interest in the interaction that was taking place between their friend and the little first-year who might be one of his relatives. Harry, realizing that he had probably frightened the young boy out of his mind, smiled and stood up. Guiding Mark to sit in his seat, Harry accepted the sheet of paper and scanned it for a few moments before looking up at Mark and smiling, tears of happiness threatening to spill down his cheeks. "We're second cousins," he said happily. "And from the looks of it, you and your little sister and I are the last 3 in that particular branch of the family. And since I don't have any other blood relatives, I guess you could say we are family." Hermione gasped. "But that's wonderful, Harry," she said. Harry glanced up and saw the tears of joy in his friend's eyes. "I know," he said. Standing up, he returned the computer printout to Mark and walked him back to his seat. As they were walking, he turned to Mark and said, "All I've ever wanted was a real family." "What about the Dursleys?" Mark asked. Harry snorted. They weren't much of a family, Mark. It was more like I was the South Dot Avenue and they were the masters. But that's over now. I know it's not much, but if you don't mind, I would like to spend some time getting to know you. What would you like to know? Mark asked as he sat down with his friends. Everything, Harry said. But if your father knew my mother at all, I would like to talk to him sometime to find out what she was like when she was younger. I'll ask him, Mark said tentatively, but he doesn't talk about his cousins much. All he will ever really say about them is that one was nice and the other was mean. He says the nice one died on Halloween night in 1981 and that the mean one died last summer. Harry looked at his shoes for a moment, struggling to control his emotions. When he felt composed enough to continue, he said, "That would be my mum and Aunt Petunia. My mum was murdered on Halloween night in 1981 and my aunt was murdered this past summer. And since Dudley was murdered as well, I guess I'm all you're going to get where second cousins are concerned on your father's side of the family." Mark looked up at Harry in horror. "You mean I was related to that big oaf?" Harry grinned sadly. "Yep. I'm afraid so, Mark. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but unfortunately we can't really pick our relatives." After defense against the dark arts that morning, Remus called Harry over. "You okay?" he asked. "I saw you jump when that little Evans boy tapped you on the shoulder and I was just wondering." Harry nodded. "Yeah, I'll be fine. I had been watching the attacks every night for 2 weeks before we went so I could get a feel for what we were going into, but seeing it and actually experiencing it are two different things." You've got that right, Harry," Alistair said, hobbling over. "From what these two have told me, it sounds like you eight have seen some of the bloodiest fighting since the height of the war against Grindelwald." Harry looked up into the retired Auror's eyes, even though his magical eye was spinning crazily in its socket, and nodded. "I can imagine," he said sadly. "If the truth behind some of the stories Albus told me this summer is anything close to what happened this weekend, then I can understand why he doesn't like to talk about it. And now you know why he cries sometimes when he does." The other three defense professors looked over at Moody in surprise, but Harry just nodded his head. "Yeah, now I know. But what are we going to do about the others? I mean, I've got a pensieve and I intend to use it tonight. But what about Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna and Ginny?" There was silence for several seconds, as no one knew what to say. Then Alistair said, "Albus has always been one for talking things through, and I'll admit that it does have its merits, but we can't force anyone to talk. What do the rest of you think?" "I'll volunteer my trunk, if you think it will help," Harry said. Remus nodded. "I think that might be a good idea, Harry. We will need someplace private to meet. Someplace where we can let our hair down and talk openly about our feelings." Tonks nodded. "I'm with you. I'll talk to the girls and Ron tomorrow morning if you two will work on Neville. I know there are some things I want to talk about, but I don't want to talk to anyone who wasn't there." "Me too," Remus admitted. "It's not that I don't trust you, Kingsley, Alistair. It's just that." "I understand," Alistair said. "That's one of the reasons Aurors work in teams," Kingsley said. "So we will have someone to talk to. That is also why it is so hard when your partner dies." Tonks nodded her head. "I'll talk to Severus about brewing some calming drafts. And I'll talk to Dobby and Winky about dinners for 8, if that is all right with you guys." "Sounds good to me," Remus said. "Tonks, sounds good to me too." "All right. It's settled then," Harry said. "The 8 of us will start taking dinner in my trunk starting tomorrow night, if we can get the others to agree. Well, I had better get to Charms, so I'll see you guys in the morning." At 4:30 the next morning, Remus walked into the Gryffindor, 6th-year boys' dormitory and approached Harry's bed. "I'm awake," Harry said softly. "Ron and Neville have been having nightmares. I wanted to give them some dreamless sleep potion from my own stock, but I don't want them to get too used to it." Remus looked at him in surprise. "Do you use the stuff?" "No," Harry shook his head. "I just keep a supply on hand in case of emergency." "Brew it yourself?" "Yeah." Walking over to Ron's bed, Remus pulled the curtains back. Ron was thrashing violently around, obviously screaming, reliving one of the most horrific moments from the battle the previous weekend. "Silencing charms?" Remus asked. "Had to," Harry said. "Otherwise none of us would have gotten any sleep last night." Remus nodded. "Neville too?" "Yeah." 5 minutes later, after waking both Ron and Neville up and removing the silencing charms, the 4 wizards began stretching out and getting ready for their morning exercises. 15 minutes after that, after Ron, Neville and Harry had gotten dressed, they made their way down to the Gryffindor common room where Luna, Ginny, Hermione and Tonks were just finishing up with their stretches. Harry cast a questioning glance at Tonks, who nodded her ear in response. All three girls were having nightmares about the battle as well. After 2 laps around the perimeter of the castle grounds, 3 for Remus, Harry and Neville, they met up with Kingsley and Alistair in the Quidditch pitch and started their ballet, tumbling and gymnastics drills. After an hour of that, they broke into groups, and while Ron, Hermione, Ginny and Luna learned about strategy in dueling from Kingsley and Alistair, Harry and Neville went down to the other end of the pitch and dueled against Remus and Tonks. The only difference this time was that Remus was paired with Neville and Tonks was paired with Harry. The battle raged for half an hour, while the others watched, with Alistair and Kingsley commenting about the different strategies being employed by the two teams, before Tonks was disarmed by a stray curse and Harry was left to duel his usual partner and one of his father's best friends. 15 minutes later, Neville was disarmed with several spells that had been fired in rapid succession, and then it was just Harry and Remus. At 7 o'clock, Kingsley shot a stream of sparks into the air and both Harry and Remus collapsed to the ground laughing. "You're good, Remus." Harry laughed. "You're not too shabby yourself, Harry." Remus gasped out. "We're going to have to start you two on solos with multiple opponents sometime this week." Alistair growled. "You won't always have a partner and you will probably find yourselves outnumbered more often than not." Harry and Neville nodded their acceptance of the next stage of their training, but the other 4 just looked at each other with their mouths hanging slightly open. "No partner, multiples opponents?" Ron asked. Lad," Moody growled. "As you learned this past weekend, they don't always play fair and they will do everything they can to separate a team." Hermione suddenly paled and began to shake. Fortunately, Tonks was looking at her at the time and ran over with a small bottle of potion. "Here," she said urgently, shoving the bottle into Hermione's hand. "Drink this. It's a calming draft." Hermione looked panicked but nodded her head and raised the bottle to her lips. Moments later, as the potion began to take effect, Hermione stopped shaking and her color returned. "Thanks," she said. "I don't know what happened." "That's all right," Tonks said, putting her arm around the younger woman's shoulders. "It's not uncommon after your first combat experience. That's why we are all going to start doing dinner in Harry's trunk tonight." The 5 who had not been a part of the discussion the previous morning all nodded their heads in acceptance of their fates. "And Severus has a supply of calming drafts in his office if you need any more." Dinner that evening started out very quietly. The 8 friends were sitting around the table in Harry's conference room just picking at their food. Even Ron, who normally had a voracious appetite, was doing little more than picking at his food. All heads were bowed in silence, as if in prayer, but the fact of the matter was that no one wanted to be the first to say anything. It was almost as if they feared that saying something would cause them to be magically transported back through space and time to the Dragon Preserve and the battle of the previous Friday night. Dobby and Winky watched their friends with concern and did everything they could to lighten the mood, but nothing worked. They gradually fell silent and just watched as the 8 humans silently worked up the courage to face their fears and discuss what they had been through. Several times, people cleared their throats and glanced up as if preparing to break the silence, only to drop their gazes back down to their plates and fall silent. Finally, after almost half an hour of a depressingly solemn silence, Remus cleared his throat and said, "We need to talk about this. If we don't, it is going to destroy us." The others looked up and murmured their agreement, but no one really wanted to begin. Then, after several more minutes of silence, Hermione began talking about how she was feeling. I never knew it could be so bloody. I mean, my parents are dentists and I am used to the sight of blood, but I had never seen anything like that before." As she continued to describe her feelings, she began to shiver and then cry. Ron, after the initial shock of hearing his girlfriend confessing her feelings of fear and dread, moved his chair over to sit next to Hermione and put his arm around her shoulders. When she was finished, she turned into Ron's shoulder and cried. The others let her cry in silence for a few minutes before Tonks, who was sitting on Hermione's other side, spoke up and started talking about her feelings. And so it went slowly around the table, with each person confessing their feelings and letting themselves experience the grief they felt. No one was immune to tears that evening. After dinner, the group moved to the sitting room. As Harry sat down next to Ginny on one of the couches, he glanced at his watch and, seeing the time, asked Dobby and Winky to let the DA know that class was being cancelled for the night. Remus and Tonks silently agreed that this evening was far too important to be put off, so they asked the two house elves to cancel their classes as well. They talked through the evening and far into the night, reliving the horrors of what they had seen and finding comfort in each other's company. It was a very painful experience, and emotionally trying on many levels, but they gradually began to come to terms with what they had experienced and find a sense of peace that they could live with. When Ginny drifted off to sleep at around 1 a.m., Harry carried her into the bedroom and laid her on the bed. Hermione soon followed, and since it was so late, Harry asked Winky and Dobby to conjure another queen-size bed, for Tonks and Luna, in the bedroom and one for Remus in the library. Harry, Ron and Neville then climbed out of the trunk and went to bed. As they were getting ready for bed, Harry looked over at his friends and asked, "Do you guys want silencing charms tonight?" "Only if we need them," Ron said tiredly. Neville nodded his agreement with Ron. "Yeah." At 7 o'clock that Friday evening, as the Hogwarts branch of the Order of the Phoenix assembled in the headmaster's library, the 8 were feeling much better about themselves and were getting back to their lives as students and teachers. There was still a long way to go, but at least they had begun the process. Albus looked around at the group and sighed sadly, then said, "I'm sorry. I had hoped to be able to spare most of you the horrors of war, but, sadly, our adversaries will not allow that to happen. I am, however, very proud of all of you. You are, indeed, a very strong, powerful and courageous fighting unit. My only hope is that others will be able to follow the examples you have set. But tell me, how are your meetings going?" The 8 looked around at each other for a few seconds, then Tonks spoke up. "They are going well, Albus. We still have a long way to go, but we are getting there." Albus nodded his head. "Good. I have a request for the 8 of you." The response to Harry's initial presentation was overwhelmingly positive. "We have had numerous requests for additional training sessions. Since I have no wish to break up such an excellent team, I was wondering if we could impose upon the 8 of you to teach the Potter Lupin Granger Padfoot defensive charm to approximately 1,000 witches and wizards on the last Saturday of every month and approximately 500 on the second Saturday of every month." After a brief discussion, during which it was agreed that Albus, Minerva, Alistair and Kingsley would help with the practice portion of the programs, Severus was excused as he would be attending Death Eater meetings on the weekends. It was agreed that they would teach these classes and that the two main lecturers would be Remus and Harry. The next topic of discussion was the training of a select group of students, in addition to the 6, in advanced dueling. It was decided that the training would be completely voluntary, but that only certain students would be approached for membership in this elite group of fighters. It was also decided that the room of requirement would be used by Harry, Neville and Alistair's group, while Tonks, Remus and Kingsley would be using the Hogwarts grounds and the Quidditch pitch. The training of these additional fighters would not officially begin for another week, but the selected students would be contacted that weekend. First Hogsmeade. The first Hogsmeade weekend was announced for the last weekend in October. With the increased Death Eater and Dementor activity, more teachers were being sent to shepherd the students back to Hogwarts at the first sign of trouble. Fortunately, it was also a teaching weekend for the 8, which meant that there were close to 1,000 additional witches and wizards in town for that evening's training session. The 6 were going into Hogsmeade together to meet with Andromeda Babcock's parents, whom Albus had said would meet them at the Hog's Head at 1 o'clock to discuss the possibilities of mapping a Dementor's energy signature and finding a solution to the problem. The Babcocks would be accompanied by 2 unspeakables from the Department of Mysteries, 2 Ministry Aurors and Mr. Weasley, and would be port-keying into Hogsmeade shortly before the meeting. After breakfast, the 6 lined up as a group in the entrance hall to be checked out by Mr. Filch. Filch scowled at them as they approached, but Harry could sense that there was nothing malevolent behind it. It was just a part of the caretaker's personality. There was a toy store across the street from Honeydukes, and as soon as Harry saw it, he motioned for the others to follow him in. They looked at him curiously, as though wondering as to whether or not he had gone the way of Dumbledore, but agreed to go in and take a look around. The silver-haired man at the counter looked up as they entered. "Ah, Mr. Potter," the old wizard said. "The headmaster said I might be seeing you. What can I do for you and your friends today?" Harry stopped abruptly and stumbled forward as Ron bumped into him. After catching himself and stepping cautiously up to the counter, he hesitantly asked, He did." "Yes," the old man said. He told me that you were looking for a specific kind of toy, a toy that would challenge your abilities and force you to think about several things at once, to make all of the parts work as a whole while keeping each action separate and unique. Harry nodded. Yes, sir, he said. That's what I'm looking for. The others looked at each other curiously, then looked back at Harry as if he had lost his mind. The more complex the better, I take it? The shopkeeper asked. Yes, sir. Then I think I may have what you were looking for, the old man said as he stepped out from behind the counter and walked down one of the aisles. Follow me. We really don't get too many requests for these, the man said as he led them towards the back of the store. Most wizards aren't up to the task. And even those who aren't able to articulate more than a few functions at a time. However, since the odd witcher wizard does occasionally come along who is capable of such feats, we do keep a few on hand, the old shopkeeper continued to babble as he led them to the back of the store, describing the mysterious toys he was leading them to. We don't have many, but we do have some of the most advanced appliances available. The old man led them to a small collection of what looked like scale models of various magical creatures and left them to return to the front of the store. Hermione read the label on one and said, I've read about these. Ron rolled his eyes. They are the magical equivalent of Muggle robots. They're much more sophisticated, of course, and they take an extraordinary amount of skill to operate properly, and she stopped and looked suspiciously over at Harry. Harry, she scowled, why didn't you tell us? I'm not supposed to tell anyone, Harry growled, so, please, don't say anything. It's bad enough that you found out. We don't want it to become common knowledge. Ron, Ginny, Neville and Luna looked curiously between Harry and Hermione, hoping for an explanation, but with a nod of her head Hermione clammed up and Harry refused to elaborate further. 15 minutes later, after carefully examining the few fully articulating toys in the man's shop, Harry selected a half-meter-long model of a Hungarian horntail, the same dragon he had faced in the first task of the Tri-Wizard tournament in his 4th year, and carried it up to the front of the store. The old wizard looked up when he recognized Harry's selection. Ah, a little sentimental value, Mr. Potter? He asked. Harry blushed slightly and smiled sheepishly. Yeah, you could say that, he said while paying for the dragon. Their next 2 stops were Honeydukes, where they stocked up on chocolate frogs, cockroach clusters and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and the 3 Broomstick, where they met up with Kingsley, Remus and Tonks and relaxed until it was time to leave for the Hog's Head. At 12:30 they left the Tree Broomsticks, thanking Madame Rosmerta for her hospitality and reassuring her that they would return as soon as possible. Remus and Tonks turned and walked towards the train station while the others headed for the Hog's Head. When they arrived at the dingy little pub, Kingsley walked over to the oddly familiar-looking barkeep with the filthy rag and the two held a whispered conversation for several seconds. Meanwhile, many of the pub's patrons were eyeing the 6 students suspiciously, which made Harry nervous for the girls' safety. He knew they could handle themselves, probably better than he, Ron or Neville could protect them, but some of the looks they were receiving still made him nervous. Moments later Kingsley stepped away from the bar and approached them. This way, he murmured, and led them around the bar, past the other patrons, through a shadowy doorway in the darkest corner of the pub, up 2 flights of stairs and into a room with a small conference table and several chairs scattered about. You kids get set up, Kingsley said. I'll be downstairs guarding the entrance. Harry nodded and Kingsley left, closing the door tightly behind him. At 5 minutes to 1 Harry was pacing nervously across the floor, occasionally glancing out the dirty windows as if subconsciously expecting an attack at any moment. The table and chairs had been arranged into an acceptable configuration and everything else was going according to plan, but still he felt nervous. He didn't know what it was, and it was eating at him. The others were watching him nervously and he knew that they didn't know what, if anything, they should do to alleviate his feelings of nervousness. Finally, at 2 minutes to 1 Ginny grabbed his arm. What's wrong? She asked. I don't know, he said, returning to the realities of the moment. I feel like I've missed something. I just can't figure out what it is. Well, Ron said, if it will make you feel any better, why don't you do a sweep of the area to see what's going on? Harry nodded as he sank into a wooden chair next to the door. He immediately entered the ethos and began scanning the village of Hogsmeade and the surrounding area. He grew pale when he discovered the 3 battalions of Death Eaters hidden in the surrounding countryside and began to shiver when he discovered the Dementors slowly gliding towards the village from the south. Snapping back into his body, he opened his eyes and stood up. "Get ready to fight," he commanded. "We might have 30 minutes, but get ready to fight." The others looked up in astonishment, then sprang to their feet and followed him as he raced out the door and down the steps. Kingsley was already on his feet when they burst out of the doorway. "What's wrong?" he shouted as the 6 students raced through the pub. Harry and the others skidded to a halt and waited for Kingsley to catch up to them. Taking several deep breaths to catch his breath and settle his nerves, Harry turned to his fellow professor and said, "Death Eaters and Dementors. We might have 30 minutes. Do you want to call off the meeting?" "No. We need their help. This may be the best way to get their attention, but we've got to protect them." "All right," Kingsley said grimly. "You 6 stay here. I'll alert the others." Turning to the barkeep he said, "Aberforth, alert all the other shops in town and have them get ready to evacuate everyone to the castle. If the locals want to stand and fight, that's fine, but we want all of the students except these 6 back on school grounds within half an hour." At that moment 7 people appeared in the street in front of the Hog's Head. Harry recognized Mr. Weasley and Mr. and Mrs. Babcock from their pictures and recognized the other 4 as Ministry of Magic officials by their robes. As Kingsley ran out the door, Harry heard him call for Mr. Weasley to follow him and told the others to get inside. Aberforth tossed his dirty rag on the counter and, pulling his wand out, sent a stream of red sparks shooting out the door and snaking through the streets as he alerted the people to the coming attack. As the Babcocks and their escorts entered the dingy pub, he pushed them towards the 6 students and growled, "We're getting ready for an attack. I want you people safe, so get upstairs and lock the door. We'll put impenetrable charms on the building, but we want you out of sight until it's over." Then turning to Harry he said, "You got those charms, Potter?" Harry checked to make sure he had his pouch with him and found it fastened around his waist. He nodded. "Yes." "Good," the old man growled. "You others?" They nodded. "Good. You may need them. But right now get upstairs and conduct your business." The Babcocks, the Unspeakables and the Ministry Aurors looked both startled and confused and didn't seem to know which way to turn until Hermione and Ginny walked over and explained the situation to them in whispered conversations. Hermione, being a Muggle-born witch, took it upon herself to reassure Mr. and Mrs. Babcock that everything would be fine, and Ginny, being her father's daughter, explained the situation to the Ministry officials. One of the few remaining patrons walked up behind Harry and growled, "You get yourself upstairs, Potter. I'll guard the stairs." The voice as well as the familiar sense of alcohol and tobacco smoke told Harry that this man in the rough clothing was none other than Mundungus Fletcher. "Thanks, Dung," he said, then called for everyone to follow him back upstairs. Once upstairs, Ron closed the door and Ginny, Neville and Luna began sealing the room against attack and casting several layers of privacy charm, while Harry and Hermione took seats on one side of the table and motioned for their visitors to take the seats opposite them. "Don't worry, Mr. and Mrs. Babcock," Hermione soothed. "Andromeda is perfectly safe at Hogwarts, and you are perfectly safe so long as the wards that are now protecting this room remain in place. And we will do everything we can to see that you are returned home safely." "How much have they told you about why you are here?" Mr. Babcock looked around nervously and then said, "All we were told is that you are having a problem mapping the energy signature of some kind of creature that has to be destroyed if you are going to have a fighting chance at winning some kind of war that is going on in your world." "Close enough," Harry said. For the next 20 minutes the 6 of them, Harry, Hermione, Mr. and Mrs. Babcock and the 2 Unspeakables, discussed the war that was currently raging in the wizarding world and what the 2 sides were fighting for. As the topic changed to Dementors, energy fields and possible mapping procedures, Ron, who was standing near one of the windows, said, "They're here." "Here too," Neville said from his window in the other side of the room. Mrs. Babcock looked nervously around the room. "Are you sure we're safe?" she asked in an almost panic-stricken voice. "Quite safe," Harry said, getting up and walking over to stand by Ginny near the 3rd window that gave an obstructed view of the main road leading up to the castle. "How are the students doing?" he asked softly. "I think most of the younger ones are back on castle grounds. A few of the older ones and most of the teachers are staying behind to help fight," Ginny said, a note of sadness in her voice. Harry glanced around the room, then looked at Hermione. "Do you think you can explain what we are trying to do, Hermione?" "Yes," she nodded. "All right," he said as he looked out through Ginny's window and watched some of the street fighting that was going on down below. Neville, you're with Ron. Ginny, you're with me. Luna, I want you to stay here and get ready to treat the wounded. Turning to the Aurors he said, you two guard these people with your lives. If things start to go against us, get them out. The Aurors nodded as they jumped to their feet and took up positions at the windows. As Harry and the others approached the door, Harry smiled at Luna and said, Miss Lovegood, could you please be so kind as to let us out of here so we can go lend a hand? Luna smirked, then grimaced, then reluctantly turned around to undo the spells she had cast on the door. All right, she said suspiciously, but I don't want to hear about any heroics or you are all going to be grounded for a month. Harry grumbled something about Luna being worse than his Aunt Petunia and started down the stairs with Neville, Ron and Ginny right behind him when he heard Hermione call after him, no heroics, Harry. Yeah, Harry grumbled as they descended the stairs. I think she knows you too well, Harry, Neville said as they reached the landing. Glancing up at his friend before heading down the second flight of stairs, Harry groaned, yeah, you're probably right. When they reached the bottom of the stair, Mundungus Fletcher stood up and looked at them curiously. We're going to go help, Dung, Harry said. I want you to stay here and guard the stairs until they come down. The lackadaisical thief sat back down and tilted his chair back against the wall as Harry turned to others and asked, how are you doing on Dementor delights? Neville checked his pouch. I've still got a few, he said. I've probably got a dozen, Ron said. Mine's still full, Ginny said with slight smile. She didn't really need them, but she carried a pouch full anyway. Harry breathed a sigh of relief at Ginny's news. Communications charms. Moments later he heard Luna's voice in his ear. I'll be monitoring you guys, so please be careful. You too, Neville said. Ron, you ready? Ron nodded grimly. Ginny? Harry asked. Ready, Ginny said. As they approached the door, Harry glanced at Aberforth Dumbledore and said, good luck. The barkeep nodded. You too, he said. Take care of yourselves or Albus will never forgive me. As they left the Hog's Head, Harry and Ginny went left while Neville and Ron turned right. Harry and Ginny ran to the corner of the Hog's Head where Harry knew they would meet stiff resistance, as several Death Eaters were entering the village from that direction. Quickly glancing across the street, he saw a wounded witch struggling to get out of the line of fire. Luna, he said, we may have your first patient for you. I'm ready, Luna said. Turning to Ginny, Harry said, you're going to have to cover me, Gin. The only way I am going to be able to get her is if I cover her with the charm. Ginny nodded. Be careful. Harry nodded and activated the charm on himself. Then, taking a flying leap out into the intersection, tumbled and rolled to the witch's side. Placing himself between the witch and the advancing Death Eaters, he looked into her terrified face and said, just relax. I'm going to share my shield with you and get you to a medic. As the woman nodded, Ginny screamed, Harry, look out. Harry spun around and saw a Death Eater running at him with a sword. Quickly dropping his shield, Harry fired several curses at the Death Eater, then turned back to the woman and, grabbing her hand, reactivated his shield. The Death Eater wavered for a moment, then fell forward, burying the blade of his sword in his own stomach. Ew, Ginny winced. Harry picked the wounded witch up and ran back to the Hog's Head. Ginny covered their retreat. As soon as they were inside, Aberforth cleared and lengthened a table near the back of the pub and, after deactivating the charm, Harry laid her on the table. Thanks. I'll take it from here, Luna said as Harry turned back to the battle. What Harry saw when he looked out the window horrified him at first, and then he remembered what Moody had told them about not being afraid to hurt the enemy. Neville, he said. Yeah, how's it going? Not good. Ron and I are fine, but we've got several wounded down here. Why? We've got a small army of Death Eaters up here. I hate to say this, guys, but we are going to have to start hurting these people. Disarm them if you can, but if you can't, take them down. Don't kill them, but take them down. Use those ancient curses we talked about. Will do, Neville said, determination evident in his tone. Ginny turned to look at Harry. His jaw was set and the determined look in his eyes frightened her. Harry glanced over at her and smiled grimly. Gin, he said, you've got to know that I will be fine, but I've got to go out there and fight. I want you and Aberforth to protect the Hog's Head. We will send the wounded your way. Ginny nodded. We've got the same thing going down at the Three Broomsticks, Neville said. You okay with guarding it, Ron? Yeah, Neville, I'll meet you at the toy store, Harry said. Right. Harry and Neville met up at the toy store 15 minutes later. Shortly thereafter, Tonks and Remus entered the charmed communications link to take stock of the situation with their students and relay news of the fight that was going on at the train station. Half an hour after that, Hermione entered the link and started helping Luna care for the wounded. The battle raged for hours. Of all the witches and wizards fighting to defend Hogsmeade that day, there were only 7, excluding Ron, Hermione, Luna and Ginny, who could produce a corporeal Patronus, and they were in high demand. At one point, Harry summoned Ginny's pouch and distributed the Dementor delights to the other 5. When it was over, the casualties were in the hundreds, but fortunately the fatalities were few. Unfortunately, however, Mr. Weasley was among the injured. As Harry and Neville were on their way back to the Hog's Head, they met Arthur, who was leaning unsteadily against the wall of one of the clothing stores. He was bleeding from his wand arm and his robes were in tatters. As soon as Harry saw him, he turned to Neville and said, "Get Luna." "What?" Luna asked. "Nothing," Harry said sternly. "Just drop everything and get down here." As Neville ran up the street towards the dingy pub, Harry cut himself out of the communications link, ran over to Mr. Weasley and helped him to the ground. Tearing a strip of cloth from Mr. Weasley's already tattered robes, Harry wrapped it around Mr. Weasley's upper arm, tightening it to help stem the flow of blood and silently thanking Dumbledore for their lessons in basic first aid. By the time Luna arrived, followed shortly by Ron, Ginny, Hermione and the others, Harry had stopped the bleeding from most of Mr. Weasley's wounds and conjured a stretcher for the trip up to the castle. Mr. Weasley's face was white from loss of blood and he was sweating profusely from the effects of the curses that had hit him. Luna pushed Harry aside and knelt down beside Mr. Weasley. "Move," she commanded angrily. Harry stood up and backed away without any hesitation. Luna drew her wand and began to carefully unwrap Mr. Weasley's wounds. The one on his arm was worse than it had originally looked, and Ginny and Hermione both turned in to hug Ron, whose face had suddenly gone white. Mr. and Mrs. Babcock and the Unspeakables and the 2 Ministry Aurors cringed and turned away as well. Harry and Neville just looked at each other and swallowed as their faces began to pale. Luna, however, focused all of her attention on the wounds and carefully healed each of them to the best of her ability. When she was finished, she reached into her pouch and pulled out a blood restoration draft and poured it down Mr. Weasley's throat. She then conjured a pillow and some blankets and made Mr. Weasley as comfortable as she could for the trip up to the castle. When she was finished, Luna looked up at Harry and Neville and said, "I've done all I can. He should be fine, but I want to get him up to Madame Pomfrey as soon as possible." They nodded and Neville joined Luna as she led Mr. Weasley's stretcher up to the castle, and Harry turned back to his friends. "He'll be fine," he said. "Luna's a powerful witch and a gifted healer." Ron looked at Harry for a moment, his face still pale, then nodded for him to take Ginny. Harry put his arms around Ginny and she clung to him, crying into his chest. One of the Ministry Aurors handed Harry his dragon and said, "We'd best be going." Harry nodded but turned to Mr. and Mrs. Babcock and said, "Now do you see why we need your help?" They both mutely nodded. The trip back up to the castle was slow and painful. Ginny was crying most of the way and Harry could tell that Ron was trying to be strong for his sister's sake, but every once in a while his voice would crack and Harry could hear the fear and uncertainty his friend was feeling. When they reached the gates, Remus, Tonks, Kingsley and Alistair were waiting for them. They walked in silence most of the way, each lost in their own thoughts, until Harry broke the silence. "How many casualties?" he asked. "Too many," Remus said. "More than 300. Arthur was by far the worst. I'm just glad Luna was there." "Me too," Harry said softly. Remus almost laughed. "Luna's a strong girl, Harry. She's growing up fast. I honestly don't think her father will recognize her at the end of the year." "Yeah, but is that a good thing?" Harry asked. "I don't know, Harry," Remus said, shaking his head sadly. "I really don't know." As they entered the castle, stretchers were lining the halls and several people wearing street Mungo's uniforms were tending to the injured. Harry guessed that they had flowed in as soon as news of the attack on Hogsmeade reached London. He also suspected that Albus and Poppy had given them a list of the healers they wanted. Several people looked up as they passed, on their way to the hospital wing, and more than just a few turned away when they saw Arthur Weasley's injuries. When they entered the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey took one look at Mr. Weasley and shooed everyone out of their way as she directed Luna to take him to the private room just outside of her office. When they reached the door, she opened it and motioned for Luna to take Mr. Weasley inside but held her hands up when Ron, Hermione, Ginny and Harry tried to enter. "I'm sorry," she said. "I know he's your father, but no visitors until he is stable." Glancing at Harry's torn jumper and spotting a small bloodstain, she added, "You might want to get that shoulder looked at, Mr. Potter." "I would do it myself, but as you can see we are rather busy at the moment." Harry looked at her curiously, not registering the fact that he might be hurt for several seconds, then gradually became aware of a dull, throbbing pain in his right shoulder. Turning his head, he saw the tear and the bloodstain and turned back and nodded his head. "You just take care of Mr. Weasley. Spare no expense. I'll pay for it." Madame Pomfrey nodded and closed the door behind her, shutting herself, Luna and Mr. Weasley in the private room. As the seven turned to leave, Ginny looked at Harry's shoulder. "You had better get that looked at straight away, Harry. It doesn't look good and we've got a class to teach in a few hours." Harry looked over at Remus. "How are you doing, Remus?" he asked. "Any injuries?" Remus checked himself over. "Nope. I got away free this time." "Good. Then you take the lecture tonight and I'll do the one tomorrow." "Tomorrow? Yeah. Some of these people aren't going to feel like attending tonight, and since they came all this way to learn about the charm, I want to make sure they get their money's worth." The 6 other members of the teaching team who were present nodded their agreement. "Let's get your shoulder taken care of first," Tonks said. "Then we can worry about who's going to be teaching what." A few minutes later, as the rest of the students were nervously heading into the Great Hall for dinner, Harry was sitting on a stretcher on the opposite side of the entrance hall with his shirt off while Drive Stone was healing a rather nasty cut on his shoulder. "It's lucky for you my first job at St. Mungo's was as a general healer, Harry," Drive Stone was saying. "Otherwise I don't know what I'd do. Do you go looking for trouble or is it natural?" Harry laughed despite the pain and winced as it flared up. "It's natural. Trouble just seems to find me." "Doctor." Stone shook his head. "I should have known," he said sadly. "Poppy told me about a few of your exploits when I was here this summer. And when I first met you, you had just been attacked by 23 Death Eaters. Then last month you go off and fight in a dragon preserve in Romania and almost burn yourself out. And today you insist upon fighting an army of Death Eaters in Hogsmeade. Tell me, Harry, what is the flavor next month?" Harry snickered, still wincing slightly. "Quidditch. Gryffindor versus Slytherin in 2 weeks. "Oh, no," Drive Stone groaned. "And they wonder why healers have gray hair." Then, changing the subject, he asked, "Tell me, Harry, how are you doing in potions?" "All right, I guess." "Why? I've got a fresh bottle of that restorative draft you drank in Romania I'm going to give you, but it is only good for 2 months and it takes a week to brew. If I were to give you the recipe, do you think you could brew it?" Harry shrugged his shoulders and once again winced with a resurgence of pain. "I don't know. I could try. I already brew all of my own elemental drafts." "Doctor." Stone threw his hand up in the air. "The kid's an elemental too," he exclaimed in exasperation. "What's next? Are you going to tell me that you're an ethereal as well?" Yeah, Doctor." Stone's mouth fell open. "You're kidding, right?" "No," Harry said softly, shaking his head slightly. A few seconds later, after Dr. Stone had recovered from this latest shock, he looked Harry in the eye and said, "Harry, please tell me you're kidding. Ethereals and elementals are extremely rare by themselves. I don't think there has ever been anyone who has been both. If you are indeed both, then there is only so much I can do for you if you should get yourself in any real trouble. Magical burnout is one of the things I can deal with, but there are other, more complicated, problems that could arise that I have no way of knowing how to treat." Harry shook his head again. "I'm sorry, sir, but I am both as well as a few other things I haven't even tried yet." Doctor Stone handed Harry his jumper and sat down beside him with a heavy sigh. "What am I going to do with you, Harry?" he mumbled half to himself. Harry looked at the healer, confused by his concern, and said, "Well, if it's all the same to you, I would appreciate it if you would be my friend first and my doctor second." The healer remained silent for several seconds, slumped over, staring down at his shoes. Then, looking over at the young man sitting next to him, smiled slightly. "All right, Harry," he said sullenly. "I'll be your friend. But right now I've got other patients to attend to, so you go get something to eat. If I'm still here when you are finished with your presentation, I'll stop in to see how you are doing. In the meantime, however, he said, handing Harry a bottle of the glowing, aquamarine potion and a piece of parchment, take these and keep them in a safe place. Harry accepted the restorative draft and recipe and tucked them in one of his pockets. After thanking the healer, he turned and walked across the entrance hall. When he didn't see any sign of Ron, Hermione, Neville or Ginny in the Great Hall, he remembered that they were going to be eating in his trunk again tonight before heading to the Room of Requirement, and turned around and ran up to Gryffindor Tower. Over dinner it was agreed that Ron and Ginny would not take part in either of the presentations that weekend so they could stay close to their father and visit with the members of their family who were expected to arrive later that evening. Luna was also excused as Madame Pomfrey had decided that since she had already done most of the work on Mr. Weasley, she should be the one to finish it. Her reason being that in cases of severe trauma it was usually best for one healer to do all of the work due to the risk of a second healer's magic undoing the first healer's work. Madame Pomfrey looked up as Harry, Hermione and Neville entered her domain after the second presentation, and said something to Luna, who looked up and smiled. When she finished what she was doing, she walked over. Harry noticed that her stride was more confident and determined than it had been, and was both pleased and concerned at the changes that were taking place in his friends. Taking Neville's hand, Luna said, "This way. Follow me." The three, Neville didn't really have much choice in the matter, followed Luna through the infirmary to the room they had taken Mr. Weasley into the previous afternoon. When she opened the door, there was a general rustling of robes as Ron, Bill, Fred, George, Percy, Ginny and Mrs. Weasley all stood up. "Harry dear," Mrs. Weasley gasped and pulled him into a bone-crushing hug. "Afternoon, mate," Ron said from the far side of the bed. "How'd it go?" Harry smiled nervously. Well, let's just say that the attack on Hogsmeade got their attention," he said, not wanting to think about anything but Mr. Weasley's condition at the moment. "How's your dad?" "I'm doing fine, thank you, Harry," Mr. Weasley said, pushing himself up in bed. "That's twice I owe you my life, Harry." "You don't owe me anything," Harry said. "But while I'm here, do you mind if I ask why you didn't use the charm?" "You know what it was like out there, Harry," Mr. Weasley said. "It was just too fast. Everything was happening so fast that we barely had time to think." "Yeah, I know," Harry said glumly. "Did you even have a Potter charm on you?" "No, Mr. Weasley mumbled, cringing at his wife's reproachful glare, "I didn't. We weren't expecting any trouble, and when it came I confess that I was unprepared." "I understand I owe Luna a debt of gratitude as well," he said, smiling weakly over at the young healer who was standing next to Neville. "Poppy tells me that if she hadn't healed my wounds as quickly as she did, there is a very good chance I would have died." Ginny, Hermione and Mrs. Weasley all gasped while the color quickly drained from Ron, Fred, George, Percy and Bill's faces. Luna smiled shyly and took a step back, as if trying to use Neville as a shield to protect herself from all of the attention she was now receiving. Mrs. Weasley caught Luna's arm, however, and pulled her into one of her famous hugs. When she let go of her, Mrs. Weasley held he at arm's length and looked at her through tear-filled eyes. "Thank you," she whispered. Harry walked over to stand next to Fred and George. "Guys, I have a favor to ask of you." Fred and George turned towards Harry but didn't say anything. "Is there any way you can individually wrap some of those Potter charms so that everyone can have one on their person? They will have to be in an easy-to-open container that will protect the charms and keep them from breaking until they are needed." "Sure," George said. "It shouldn't be too difficult," Fred added. "I don't know why we didn't think of it sooner." "Good," Harry said. "I'll pay for the advertising, but I want you to place full-page ads in the Daily Prophet, Witch Weekly, the Quibbler and any other publications you can think of to get the word out about them so that if worse comes to worse the people will be safe against magical attack until help arrives." "Can we use Charlie as a reference?" one of them asked. "Huh, Charlie hasn't stopped talking about that time you guys were in Romania last month. He says that if it hadn't been for you guys and those charms there would have been a lot more casualties." Harry looked nervously over at Mrs. Weasley. He didn't know how much she knew about their trip to Romania and he didn't want her to find out about it through a newspaper clipping. How much does your mum know about that? She almost had a litter of kittens when she found out about it." And she wanted to skin Dumbledore alive. But she's all right with it now. We think. Harry glanced over at Mr. Weasley and saw that Luna was in the process of casting a number of diagnostic and healing charms. Madame Pomfrey said I should be the one to complete your healing, Mr. Weasley, she said after casting the last charm. She says that since I started it your wounds would probably respond best to my magical aura. Mr. Weasley nodded. I can't find anything else wrong with you, so we'll just give those spells a few minutes to wear off and then I'll have her come in and check you over. But I don't see why you shouldn't be able to go home this afternoon. Ginny rushed over and hugged Luna. Thank you, Luna, she said in a hoarse whisper. I don't know how we will ever be able to thank you enough. At first Luna looked shocked, as if not knowing how to react to the praise she was receiving for the small miracles she had performed, and looked nervously around at the room full of Weasleys. Then, as she slowly realized that she was actually being congratulated and complimented for being herself, she returned the hug and said, That's okay, Ginny. Your dad will be fine and this is what I was trained for. I'm just glad I was able to help. Harry turned back to the twins and, smiling, said, Anyway, do what you can. Fred said, Will do, Harry. But keep your money. Yeah, we'll pay for the advertising. Harry glanced up at them curiously. Yeah, George agreed. As of last week 100% of the profits from the Dementor Delights and Potter Charms are being dedicated to the war effort. And the goblins are starting to complain because our first war chest vault is almost full. So we're going to have to open another one next week. All right then, Harry said, then asked, Have the goblins chosen a side yet? Bill and Fleur and I, Percy said, joining the conversation, have been working with them over the past few months, trying to secure their rights through ministry channels. We're pretty sure most of the Gringotts goblins are on our side. After your little demonstration in Romania, most of the others, as well as most of the dwarves, joined our side as well. There are, however, a few small pockets of resistance. I think they are waiting to see what happens with the Dementors. Harry nodded. So are the ghosts and ghouls, he said sadly. I just hope we can solve that problem. The other three nodded their agreement. I want to take as many of his weapons away from him as possible so that in the final battle it's just him and me. I don't know how I'm going to beat him yet, but I am going to beat him. Couldn't you just strike him down with a bolt of lightning? Ron asked, stating the obvious. Harry's eyes and voice grew cold. No, he said, sending a shiver down the spines of those who heard him. Death is too good for him. He's caused too much pain and suffering. I want him to suffer. Harry's face darkened as he stalked over to the door, determined to find some way to make Voldemort pay for all of the damage he had caused. Ginny turned to follow him, but Ron grabbed her arm and shook his head. As he opened the door to leave, Harry growled, I'm going to the library. Harry spent the rest of that Sunday in the headmaster's library, absorbing every book in the school and every magical and muggle library within a 300-kilometer radius of the school, searching for some way to make Voldemort pay for all of the pain, suffering and anguish he had caused. Dobby brought him his dinner and an occasional snack, and Professor Dumbledore checked in on him occasionally but otherwise left him to his own devices. It was not until late in the evening, after the Weasleys had left and most of the students and teachers had gone to bed, that Albus interrupted Harry's train of thought, insisting that he go to bed. Harry, Albus said gently. It's late. I think you should be going off to bed. I know it's late, sir. But I've got to find some way to make Tom pay for everything he has done. Yes, I agree, the aging headmaster said. All in good time. But you have classes tomorrow and you need your rest. Harry stifled a yawn. I know, sir. But there's something else that's bugging me. And what might that be? Albus asked, conjuring a chair and sitting down to speak privately with the young man before him. Harry turned to look into the aging professor's eyes. I just don't understand it, he confessed. What's he playing at? What do you mean? I've been monitoring his progress for over a month. I know how large his forces are. What I don't get is why he attacked Hogsmeade with such a relatively small force, and why, since he probably knew that I would be there, he didn't come himself. Albus leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers thoughtfully for several minutes, obviously deep in thought. I don't know, the headmaster finally said. Since this was his first major offensive since the attacks in Romania, perhaps he is simply wishing to let us know that he is still there. He might also be biding his time until he is able to determine just how powerful you have become. Harry found out why there had only been 3 battalions of Death Eaters in Hogsmeade that night. He had only missed a few Death Eater meetings due to his need for a peaceful night's sleep upon occasion, and apparently Severus had missed them as well. When he entered the Ethereal that night and went to check up on Tom, he found out that there had been attacks in Newcastle, Northern Ireland, Lare, Ireland, Portree, Scotland, Street. Just, England, and on the Isle of Wight that weekend as well, and that they had all taken place at the same time so that the Aurors would not know where to turn first. The only community that had been able to repel the attack had been Hogsmeade, and that had primarily been due to the presence of so many additional Aurors. After the meeting, Harry expanded his awareness to the whole of Great Britain and then focused his attention on each of the sites in turn. What he discovered made his heart clench in pain. In some of the town's entire neighborhoods had been destroyed. In the coastal communities the docks and piers had been demolished. And in all of the towns and villages they were still counting the dead and wounded. When his internal alarm went off at 4:15, Harry got up, dressed himself and proceeded to wake the others. 15 minutes later, as he followed his friends into the room of requirement, which had been turned into an Olympic-sized track and field complex for their morning exercises, Alistair came over and asked, "What's wrong, laddie? You look like hell." Harry looked up at his fellow professor, trainer and friend and shook his head. "I'll tell you later." After their warm-up, run and exercises, Harry directed everyone in their group, of which there were 60, to sit down in a circle around him. When he had everyone's attention, he looked into their eyes and said, "For those of you who stayed and fought in Hogsmeade on Saturday, let me say that we are all eternally grateful. The odds were against us, but we won that particular fight. Now you know what we're up against and why you are being trained to fight." Swallowing hard, he glanced over at Moody and then, with a heavy heart, sighed and went on. "But we were lucky. Don't ask me to tell you how I know, because I really can't explain it, but Hogsmeade was only one of 6 communities that were attacked on Saturday. Towns and villages were attacked all over Great Britain that day. I don't have any casualty counts. Neither do I have a list of the dead. But he hesitated. I think it is safe to assume that at least a few of our fellow students, if not a few of us, will be receiving notices over the next few days as the dead and missing are accounted for." His voice cracked. With a heavy sigh he looked back up into the eyes of his fellow students. "I don't know why the Daily Prophet didn't carry any news about the other attacks in Sunday's paper. All I know is that we were the only group that was able to repel the onslaught. For those of you who fought, counseling sessions will be arranged to help you deal with what you have experienced. Please do not think you are too strong to need to talk about it. Many of you saw what it was like for Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Ginny and myself at the end of last month, after we returned from Romania. It helps to talk about it. Seek out your friends and your fellow fighters. Speaking from experience, I think I can safely say that it won't be easy, but it will help. I am going to suggest that you find a partner, someone you feel comfortable talking to, and work through this together, because I don't know how long this war is going to last. All I know for sure is that it is going to get worse before it gets better, and we are going to have to lean on each other for support. I have just one final note before we start dueling. We are going to have to work with each other across house boundaries, so please do not be afraid to reach out and help someone in need, even if they are your worst enemy. You never know but that your worst enemy today might turn out to be your best friend tomorrow." There were a few murmurs as Harry stepped back, and Alistair looked at him with what Harry and the others had come to recognize as an expression of concern on his scared face. They then broke up into their groups and began practicing. The more advanced students, mainly Harry, Ginny, Neville, Ron, Hermione, Luna and a few others, moved down to one end of the field and, after half an hour of singles dueling, broke it up so that Harry was facing 5 opponents and Neville was facing 3, while Alistair hobbled around correcting spells and commenting on moves and techniques. Harry was hard-pressed when defending himself against Ron, Ginny, Lavender, Padma and Cho, but he did eventually disarm Lavender, Padma and Cho. Neville was getting better but only lasted about 15 minutes against Hermione, Luna and Colin. When the Owls arrived with the Morning Post, Hermione was in the process of paying for her copy of the Daily Prophet when the first scream went up at the Hufflepuff table. Moments later screams went up at the Ravenclaw and Slytherin tables as well. When Seamus opened a letter he had received from his father, he paled as he read the note. Looking across at Harry he gulped. "Me cousin, she was just a wee lass. And me mam is in hospital." Harry bowed his and sighed as he closed his eyes. He felt Ginny's hand slide into his own and squeeze, but he didn't have the energy to squeeze back. The next 2 weeks were filled with attacks. Not only were Tom's forces striking throughout Great Britain and portions of Western Europe, but other despots and Dark Lords were uniting behind his banner and carrying out attacks in Eastern Europe, Asia, Africa and the Americas. There really wasn't anywhere on the planet that could be called safe, and more often than not Hogwarts was being used as an emergency medical evacuation center. The hospital wing was always full, and healers, potions masters and other specialists were constantly flowing in from all over the country. It was, for lack of any more articulate description, a madhouse. Classes went on as scheduled, but silencing charms were used on all of the rooms to block out the screams and groans of patients whose cots and stretchers lined the halls. The house elves were kept busy not only preparing food for the faculty, staff, students, patients and medical personnel, but helping Filch clean the bloodstains off of the floors and walls. All students were encouraged to go directly to their classes and not to dawdle any more than was absolutely necessary. For those upperclassmen that had free periods, they were encouraged to help the healers, house elves or potions masters. The only exceptions to this rule were Harry, Ron, Hermione and Neville, who were spending most of their out-of-class time working on the war effort. Since he could do it, Harry magically expanded the hospital wing to twice its normal size and added several treatment rooms. He also set the suits of armor to patrol the castle grounds to make more room for the wounded. Ron, Hermione and Neville were given access to Harry's crystal ball so that they could study and learn the tactics used by the various groups of Death Eaters. When Ron got his first look into Harry's ball, he gulped and looked over at Harry. "No wonder you spend so much time with your pensieve." Harry looked over at his friend and nodded. "You're just seeing a recording. I've removed the emotional content because that's just too much for anyone to be able to handle without a pensieve." The upshot of all of this activity, even though it was very trying on everyone concerned, is that even though the house rivalries remained intact, the houses were gradually uniting behind a common cause. It wasn't pretty and it most definitely wasn't easy, but they were gradually becoming a cohesive, working unit. During Harry's regular Thursday evening training sessions, it took a lot of effort for him to focus upon the tasks at hand, but he knew that since he was supposedly the only one who could defeat Voldemort, he needed to train. So, after several minutes of debriefing, he would drop into a deep meditative state and focus his wandless magical abilities on the dragon he had purchased in Hogsmeade. His first task was to make it open its eyes and mouth. This was easier said than done, however, because he had to isolate and move specific artificial muscle groups while paying attention to how they affected the whole. He quickly learned that no action, no matter how seemingly insignificant, takes place in isolation. When he had mastered the eye and mouth movements, he moved on to the head and neck. Again, this was easier said than done because with head and neck movements most of the rest of the dragon's body became involved, and it fell over several times before he learned that in order for the model to remain upright, the head and neck movements would have to be accompanied by a variety torso, wing, tail, leg and foot movements. Needless to say, he was worn out by the end of his first session with the dragon, and he hadn't even gotten to walking yet, let alone flying. The goal of these exercises was to train his mind to be consciously aware of several things at once and to at least subconsciously understand how they functioned as a system. So far as to how this applied to his training to face Tom went, Albus explained that it would help him focus on his objective while remaining constantly aware of everything that was going on around him. Albus encouraged him to apply these principles to his nightly journeys as well as his dueling practices so that, when the time came and he found himself in the midst of a battle, he could face multiple opponents at once and still distinguish friend from foe. At their first regular order meeting after the attack on Hogsmeade, it was decided that the Gryffindor-Slytherin Quidditch match would go on as scheduled because everyone was in need of a distraction, no matter how brief, from the war. It was also decided that since Harry and Ginny had been negotiating with the Wood Elves, that the 8, plus Albus, Alistair and Kingsley, would go into the heart of the Forbidden Forest on the third Saturday of November to meet with their counterparts and seal the deal. The other main topic of discussion, aside from the war, was the Christmas holiday and how they were going to ensure the safety of the students. It was decided that while the Hogwarts Express would indeed run, for those who wished to return home for the holidays, all of the students would be encouraged to stay. They would also be encouraged to invite their families to stay in specially designed wizarding tents either in Hogsmeade or on the castle grounds. Ron was placed in charge of security for the event, Hermione and Ginny were placed in charge of accommodations, Hermione for the Muggles and Ginny for the wizarding families. Neville and Luna were placed in charge of the apparition and portkey points that would be set up in and around Hogsmeade, and Harry was placed in charge of the temporary modifications that would have to be made to the castle itself. It was decided that, for this event, the castle would be made visible to the Muggles. They would not be able to take any pictures of it, but they would be able to see it. It was also decided that there would be a Yule Ball on Christmas Eve and a New Year's Ball on New Year's Eve, as well as, if they got enough snow, a number of sleigh rides, snowball fights and other wintertime activities. They weren't sure about ice skating because of the giant squid, but there was always a possibility. In the hour before dawn on the second Saturday in November, the day of the Gryffindor-Slytherin Quidditch match, Harry was anxiously pacing the floor of the sixth-year Gryffindor boys' dormitory. The attack that night had been particularly gruesome, and even after spending most of an hour siphoning his memories of the events off into his pensieve, he still had a hard time forgetting what he had seen. Throwing his bed curtains open, he lay down and dropped into occlumency mode. Clearing his mind, he sorted through his memories and pushed the latest into the furthest recesses of his mind. Then, after a brief respite from all thought, began to focus his mind upon what lay ahead. As his thoughts turned to Quidditch, he remembered that he and Ron had worked out several new plays and formations, had drilled the team on them to flawless execution. The Chasers were working as a seamless unit, rivaling the levels of cooperation shown by Katie, Alicia and Angelina. Their beaters were a murderous pair of team players and knew their positions well. And Neville was so accurate with his bludgers that he could actually knock the quaffle out of a chaser's hands without the chaser even knowing about it until it was too late. It didn't happen often, but when it did, it was a sight to behold. But then again, there was still that element of surprise, of the unknown. They had practiced and drilled and practiced some more, but they didn't know what they were up against, since Slytherin had to replace their seeker, both beaters as well as one of their chasers. "Oi, Harry," Ron said, sounding slightly surprised that Harry was actually laying in his dormitory bed and not sleeping in his trunk, and yanked Harry out of his meditative thoughts. "What's up?" Harry glanced over at his friend who was sitting on the edge of his bed facing him. "Quidditch. I know that," Ron said, stating the obvious. "But why aren't you in your trunk?" Harry laughed. "Ron," he said, sitting up and shaking his head. "You don't know how funny that sounds coming from you. If it weren't for the fact that I know that you know how nice it is in there, I would almost be willing to say that you are starting to sound an awful lot like Dudley did when we were little." Ron blushed. "Oh, sorry," he said and looked up apologetically. "No, that's all right, Ron. You had no way of knowing. And besides, I've put that behind me. I actually don't mind spending time in my trunk. I only wish my cupboard had been even 1/10 as nice." Ron grinned and chuckled. "Yeah, I can imagine. So what are you doing up here anyway?" Harry sighed and looked over at his friend. "Taking a break. Last night was not good. We may get a few casualties out of it, but most of them were so mangled that there really isn't much left." "What's it look like?" Neville asked, coming over to stand between the feet of their beds. Harry glanced up, then shook his head. "You'll see. Can you at least give us some idea what we will be looking at?" Harry glanced back over at Ron, then looked down at his hands. "I'd really rather not, but since you are going to have to study it anyway, I guess I had better warn you. It is some of the most gruesome fighting I have ever seen. It makes Romania look like a Sunday picnic. You are going to see traumatic amputations and decapitations, with blood spurting all over the place, as well as partially clothed bodies sliced to ribbons and the flesh torn away from their bones." Harry shivered slightly, then, with a shake, looked back up at his friends. "Just be glad you get the edited version. I've already spent an hour with my pensieve this morning, and I have a feeling I am going to have to spend another hour with it after the training session tonight." Then, smiling weakly, Harry changed the subject. "I'll tell you what. You guys give me until you are ready to go down to breakfast to practice my occlumency, and I promise that I will be ready for Slytherin." As Harry laid back on his bed, Ron and Neville headed off for the showers. Fortunately, neither Dean nor Seamus had been awake to hear Harry's brief description of the attacks, because Harry knew that each of them had lost at least one loved one that night, and he didn't want them to hear what had happened. It was bad enough that he knew. He was just glad that there was no way the Daily Prophet could come anywhere close to communicating the horrors of what he had seen that night. As they approached the Quidditch pitch that morning, Harry noticed that the stands had been magically enlarged overnight to accommodate the people who would be attending the seminar that evening, as well as many of the injured as wanted to attend. It wasn't as big as the stadium at the Quidditch World Cup, but it was large, at least by Hogwarts standards. Harry and Ron had agreed to alternate on the pre-game speeches because while Ron considered Harry to be the better speaker, Harry considered Ron to be the more enthusiastic Quidditch devotee. Today it was Harry's turn to deliver the pep talk. When everyone was ready and settled, he cleared his throat and said, "I know we've all been under a lot of pressure lately. I also know that some of you might be feeling rather hopeless given the events of the past couple of weeks. I know it's frustrating for some of you because you want to be out there fighting. But I can tell you this much. You don't want to be out there until you are ready. Quidditch is a sport. It's a game. Ron and I have taught you everything we can, and we feel that you are ready. We feel that you are ready to go out there and teach those Slytherins a lesson in humility. But like I said, this is just a game. I want you to fight to win, but I don't want you to fight dirty." Harry paused as an evil smirk spread across his face and a glint of fiery determination came into his eyes. Smiling at his teammates and winking at Ginny, he started the last sentence of his speech with a growl, then let it explode to fill the locker room and echo off of its walls. "Now, let's go out there and teach those snakes a lesson." As one, the Gryffindor Quidditch team rose to their feet and cheered. On their way to the doors, however, Ginny stepped over and looked up into his eyes. She could tell that he had seen something and that it had affected him deeply. "What is it?" she asked. Harry looked into her concerned face and sighed. "I can't hide anything from you, can I?" Ginny shook her head. "No, you can't. Now what is it?" Harry looked at her and frowned slightly. "Can I tell you about it later? I don't mean to put you off, Gin, but I'm afraid that if I even let myself start to think about it, I might not be able to focus on the game." Ron and Neville came over, and when Harry saw them, looked at Ron with pleading eyes, silently asking him to explain to Ginny that he really didn't want to talk about what he had seen that night. Ron led Ginny a few steps away and began explaining Harry's secret spying missions to her in whispered tones, and Neville looked into his friend's eyes with an expression of genuine concern. "Are you going to be all right, Harry? I mean, it's not too late to call in one of the reserve chasers if you would rather not." Harry shook his head and smiled. "No, but thanks. I'll be fine. I need to do this to help me get my mind off of it." Neville nodded. "Okay." A few minutes later, just before the teams were going to be introduced, Ginny came over and took hold of his hand. "I'll always be here for you, you know." Harry smiled at her and squeezed her hand. "Thanks," he said. "Maybe tomorrow we can do a private dinner in my trunk so we can talk about it." Ginny smiled and leaned up, dotting him on the cheek. "I'd like that," she whispered into his ear as the doors flew open and the announcer screamed, "And here comes Gryffindor." The announcer's voice was strangely familiar, but Harry couldn't quite place it until Professor McGonagall made her first warning. Back after a year-long absence, thanks to an ungrateful old biddy who would. Professor McGonagall warned. Harry smiled and almost laughed out loud. Oliver Wood was back. Yes, Professor. Anyway, back as Seeker, after a year-long absence, is none other than Harry Potter. The roar in the stands was ear-splitting, not only because of the cheering that effectively drowned out any noise from the Slytherin section, but because someone conjured a giant lion's head that let out a deafening roar. Yeah, Oliver said, nervously glancing over his shoulder at the apparition. "Potter is one of the Gryffindor team captains this year, and I know for a fact that he has only failed to catch the snitch once in all the matches he has played. Returning as keeper this year, after a very successful debut last year, is Ron Weasley, the other Gryffindor team captain and youngest brother of the infamous Weasley twins who were forced to retire last year." "Wood, I'm warning you," McGonagall growled. The rest of his apology was drowned out by a mixture of laughter at his predicament, cheers from the crowd, and the reappearance of the roaring lion's head. As the introductions continued, the lion's head made 5 more appearances, effectively quashing any comments from the intimidated Slytherins. When Madame Hooch called the captains together, she made her usual speech about wanting a good, clean game, then had them shake hands. Orville Burns, one of the Slytherin captains, stepped forward and, attempting to crush Harry's hand, sneered, "Say your prayers, Potter. You're going down this time." Harry maintained his grip and reflected most of the pressure Burns was exerting back at him. Innocently smiling at his adversary, Harry said, "I have no problem with that so long as it's a fair fight. But then again, if it's a fair fight, I don't think you stand much of a chance." Burns growled but didn't say anything. When everyone was in the air, Madame Hooch released the bludgers and Snitch. She threw the quaffle up into the air and blew her whistle. The lion roared again and the game was on. It was a hectic, fast-paced match that would have done the Irish and Bulgarian national teams proud if everyone had been flying firebolts. But then again, Oliver was having a hard enough time keeping up with the action. The Gryffindor team, aside from Harry, may not have had the fastest brooms in the world, but they were easily outflying the Slytherins. And by the number of lions' roars coming from the stands, Harry could only guess that the Gryffindor chasers were enjoying a successful run. He, however, had tuned out most of the commentary and was focusing on finding the Snitch. At one point, to shake the Slytherin seeker off his tail, as he had been marking Harry most of the game, Harry dropped into a steep, vertical dive straight through a Gryffindor formation. In his mind he knew it was a Wronski feint, but the Slytherin seeker didn't know that Harry hadn't seen the Snitch and followed Harry into the dive. Harry accelerated into the dive until, with mere centimeters to spare, he pulled out of the dive and started climbing back up into the match. Moments later he cringed as the Slytherin seeker plowed into the ground with a sickening crunch. He wasn't surprised when Madame Hooch blew her whistle for time and Madame Pomfrey ran out onto the field to attend to the injured player. Harry swung around and hovered over the injured Slytherin and looked down with heartfelt concern. He hadn't meant for his opponent to get hurt, all he had wanted to do was scare him a little so he would stop marking him. He slowly dropped down to hover beside the injured player as Madame Pomfrey conjured a stretcher and levitated the boy onto it. "Is he going to be all right?" he asked softly. Madame Pomfrey looked up and nodded. "He'll be fine. I don't know where you learned that move, Mr. Potter, but I don't think you are going to have any more trouble with seekers marking you after this." Harry looked at her curiously for several seconds until she walked away, leading the stretcher and its occupant off the field and up to the castle. "It was his own fault, you know," Ginny said as she glided in to hover beside him. "Ever since you started playing, the other seekers have been marking you. They have got to learn to play their own games." Harry looked over at her and smiled weakly. "Yeah, I know. That doesn't make it any easier, though." "I know," she said gently, "but you can't let others' weaknesses stand in the way of your strengths." Harry smiled, a little more confidently this time, and said, "Yeah, you're right. What's the score anyway?" Ginny looked at him and laughed. "You really are in your own little world up there, aren't you?" Harry blushed. "Don't worry," she laughed again. "I was up there last year, remember? I know what it's like. The score is 130-10 in our favor." Harry smiled hesitantly and was about to say something when Madame Hooch appeared in front of them. "Get up there," she barked. Harry and Ginny looked at Madame Hooch, then quickly glanced at each other and took off, rising to their normal playing positions. 5 minutes later, when the score was 160-10 in favor of Gryffindor, Harry saw the Snitch. The only real problem was that it was hovering right behind Ron. Harry began his run from above the Slytherin goals and barreled down the pitch, racing past chasers, beaters and bludgers, flying straight towards Ron at top speed. He could see the panic in Ron's eyes as his best friend realized he was on a collision course. With less than 5 seconds to impact, Harry screamed, "Roll!" At the last possible moment, Ron rolled to his left and hung upside down as Harry rocketed through the goal and grabbed the Snitch. As his fingers closed around the golden walnut-sized ball, he pulled up on his broom and made a gracefully sweeping arc up and over the pitch. "That was fantastic," Oliver screamed. "I've never seen anything like it. Potter is back and with a vengeance." Harry flew back to the goalposts and smiled sheepishly at Ron. "Sorry about that, mate," he said. "I didn't mean to scare you, but 310-10 is good enough to prove the point." Ron looked pale. His eyes were wide and sweat was streaming down his face. Yeah. Do you mind if I go ch change now?" Harry studied Ron curiously for a few seconds until realized what his friend was talking about, then burst out laughing. "You can go change any time you want, Ron." The crowd was going wild as Ron flew off to the locker rooms and the lion was making repeated appearances every few seconds, causing the Quidditch pitch to echo with its roars and startling several flocks of birds in the Forbidden Forest. As Harry, snitch in hand, floated down to the ground, Ginny wrapped her arms around him and pulled him into a tight, celebratory hug. When she finally released him, she looked up, laughing, and said, "Where's Ron?" Harry leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Don't tell anyone, but I think he wet himself." Ginny looked up at Harry and her eyes grew wide as her mouth fell open in shock. Moments later, however, she was doubled over in laughter. At that moment someone wrapped their arm around his shoulders and screamed, "When I told you to die for the snitch, Harry, I didn't mean for you to take everyone else with you." That was some fantastic flying. Harry turned to look at the man beside. "What are you doing here, Oliver?" he asked. "We had a bye this week, so we came in to learn about your charm, and I asked McGonagall if I could announce the game." No sooner had Oliver shouted his reply than Harry felt himself being pulled into an overpowering hug. "We won! We won! We won!" Hermione screamed, jumping up and down while hugging Harry, her face a picture of ecstasy and joy. Then, looking around, she asked, "Where's Ron?" Ginny, who was still laughing at Harry's earlier comment, looked up briefly and then burst out laughing again. Hermione looked at Ginny, then back at Harry. "Ron's in the changing room," Harry said. "He's had a pretty rough day." "I'll say," Oliver said. "He had 12 saves. There are going to be a lot of teams looking at him next year." Hermione looked at Oliver, and even though she seemed to recognize his face, she didn't say anything. "Hermione, you remember Oliver Wood," Harry said by way of introduction. Hermione got that far away, glazed look on her face that let everyone know she was thinking, then suddenly smiled. "Oh, yes. I remember you. Oliver Wood, the terror of the 7Gs, weren't you?" Harry cringed at Hermione's use of the nickname the Quidditch team had given their former captain. Oliver shook his head and smiled. "Not anymore," he laughed. "Now I'm on the receiving end of some of the hell I put that team through." "Where'd that lion come from, Hermione?" Harry asked. "Did you like it?" "Of course I did. It was a little unnerving at first, but it was a nice effect." "Who conjured it?" Hermione smiled and began to laugh again. "Luna and I go together and expanded her hat idea from last year." Harry just shook his head and laughed. "You too. I'm glad Ginny's on the team." Hermione blushed and Harry put his arm around her shoulders. "That's all right, Hermione," he said. "It's kind of amazing, really. A few years ago you couldn't care less about the game, and here you and Luna are coming up with one of the best cheers I've ever seen." Hermione blushed again. When they reached the entrance to the changing room, Harry, Ginny, Neville and the rest of the team, as well as Oliver and a few of his teammates, went inside while Hermione and Luna moved to the changing rooms, main entrance, to await their return. After his shower, Harry was getting dressed and only half listening to the conversations going on around him when he heard Oliver and one of the Puddlemere United beaters talking about the new Electra 5000 series of brooms that was expected to be out the following year. "Yeah, the reviews sound really great," the beater was saying, "but it doesn't sound like they have been tested on a Quidditch pit yet." "I know what you mean," Oliver agreed. "It sounds like the initial tests were pretty extreme, but I would still like to know how they handle under normal circumstances." As he finished tying his trainers, Harry stood up and, while walking over to Oliver's group, winked at Ron, Neville and Ginny, who joined him. "Actually, they haven't been tested on a Quidditch pitch yet," he said. Oliver turned around. "What do you mean? How do you know?" Ron smirked. "We flew the prototypes into battle in Romania at the end of September. That's how we know. And we haven't been practicing with them because they aren't allowed on the pitch yet," Neville added. The entire Puddlemere team turned to stare at the four students. "You mean you were the testers?" one of the chasers asked. Harry smiled sheepishly. "Yeah, the four of us tested them in combat. That's where we got some of our new plays and formations," Ron said. A sandy-haired man who looked to be in his late 20s or early 30s stepped forward and reached out to shake Harry's hand. "I'd like to talk to you about some of those plays. They were absolutely amazing." "The name's Stephen Douglas. I'm the Puddlemere United captain." Harry took his hand and shook it. "Harry Potter. But the one you want to talk to is Ron. I just sit up there and watch them unfold and look for the snitch. He's the real mastermind behind the plays." As they left the locker room, they were joined by Hermione and Luna. The entire Gryffindor team was engaged in a lively conversation about Quidditch tactics and strategies with their Puddlemere United counterparts as they made their way up to the castle, but Ron, Ginny and Neville were getting most of the attention. When they were about halfway to the castle, a slightly built young woman with short blonde hair and hazel eyes stepped over and started walking beside Harry. "Allison Nolan," she said. "I'm Puddlemore's Seeker." "Nice to meet you," Harry said. "I'm Harry Potter." "No," she blushed. "Harry, I must tell you that is the first successful Wronski feint I've seen since Crumb did it in the World Cup 2 years ago." Harry cringed at the memory of the sound of the Slytherin Seeker plowing into the ground in the aftermath. "I didn't mean for him to get hurt," he mumbled. "I just wanted to scare him a bit so he would stop marking me." "I understand," she said. "He's an inexperienced flyer. But where did you learn to do it so well?" "Romania," Harry said simply. "Sometimes the only way to get a Death Eater off your tail is to outfly them. Ginny and I can both do them, and Ron and Neville have a pincer move that is flat deadly if you aren't expecting it." She stopped. "You weren't kidding. You really did test the prototypes in Romania." Harry looked at her, his eyes starting to glaze over with the haunting memories of that terrible night. "Yes," he said. "We really did test them in a combat situation. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go up to the hospital wing and check on their Seeker." "Sure thing," she said. Harry caught up with Ginny and told her that he would catch up with them in the Great Hall because he wanted to go check on the Slytherin Seeker. Ron overheard their conversation and said, "I don't see why, Harry. I mean, he is a Slytherin after all." Harry turned and glared at Ron for a moment. "This isn't Romania, Ron," he snapped. "It's just a game." Ron blushed and dropped his eyes to the floor. "Yeah," he said. "You're right. Do you want any company?" "No," Harry said. "I'll be fine. You guys go on ahead. I'll meet you at lunch." When Harry entered the hospital wing 15 minutes later, Madame Pomfrey met him at the door. "What can I do for you, Mr. Potter?" she asked. "I just came to check on Brian Daniels," Harry said. "I didn't mean for him to get hurt. I just wanted to scare him a little." "I understand," Madame Pomfrey said. "That's one of the things I've never liked about that sport. The weaker players try to copy the better ones and usually wind up getting hurt. I've notified all of the house teams that under no circumstances or any of their Seekers to mark you during a match." "What are you doing here, Potter?" Orville Burns spat as Harry and Madame Pomfrey approached the injured Seeker's bed. "This is a game, Burns," Harry growled, his anger level rising to dangerous heights. "It isn't war. I don't know if you have ever fought in an actual war or not, but I have." Harry's voice was dangerously dark now and he was struggling to control his temper. "Quidditch is not a matter of life and death. I happen to care about people. If you want to be pig-headed about it and not care, that's your problem, but I am not going to let you stop me from caring about an innocent victim of an accident that never should have happened. I didn't ask him to follow me into that dive. He did it of his own accord and now he's paying the price. All I want to know is if he is going to be all right." Burns and the rest of the Slytherin Quidditch team blanched at the near outburst and took a step back from Harry. "He'll be fine," Madame Pomfrey said, breaking the tense silence that followed. "Would you like me to let you know when he wakes up?" Harry broke eye contact with Orville and shook himself out of his darkening mood. Looking quickly at Madame Pomfrey, he said, "Yes," turned around and almost, but not quite, literally stormed out of the hospital wing. By the time Harry reached the Great Hall a few minutes later, he had calmed himself down for the most part and decided to let Burns and the other Slytherins deal with it on their own. He honestly didn't think they knew what war was all about, and he knew that no amount of talking could convince them that Quidditch was just a game. They would have to experience the terrors of war firsthand before they realized how trivial these house rivalries were. Part of him wanted them to have had these experiences yesterday, while another part of him wanted them to never have to go through it. When he joined Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, Luna, the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and the Puddlemere United Reserve team, in the Great Hall, Ron and Oliver were talking about the latest developments on the international Quidditch scene. "Yeah," Oliver was saying, "I guess old Crumb must be thinking about retiring." "What do you mean?" Ron asked, glancing at Hermione for some sign. Hermione, however, looked as shocked as Ron and shrugged her shoulders to indicate that she hadn't heard anything either. "Well, it seems Bulgaria is looking for a new Seeker and they want them there by the end of the year," Oliver said. "I mean, they already have a reserve and a second alternate. But the scuttlebutt is that Crumb is taking an extended leave starting in January and they want to fill the third position before he leaves." "I wonder what that's all about," Ron thought out loud. "I don't know," Oliver said. "But it will be interesting to find out." I mean, he's only 20. He's at his prime. He's still got a lot of good years ahead of him. Maybe he's found something a little more important than Quidditch, Harry said. Oliver looked up suddenly and stared at Harry in disbelief. Then, after a moment's hesitation, his expression softened and he said, "You know, Harry, if these guys hadn't filled me in on your experiences in Romania and Hogsmeade this year, I would call you a traitor. But you're right. Maybe he has found something worth fighting for." The rest of that afternoon was spent visiting with Oliver and his teammates. Ron met with their team captain and, with minimal input from Harry, described several of the team's new formations, and Neville and Ginny and the rest of the Gryffindor team discussed tactics with their Puddlemere United counterparts. After a while, Harry, Ron, Ginny and Neville retrieved their Electra 5000 prototypes from Dumbledore's office and gave demonstrations of some of the moves they had used in Romania. Ron and Neville even demonstrated their pincer move, in which they flew straight at each other at top speed, only veering off at the last possible moment. If anyone had been following them, the trackers, would have collided in mid-air and been finished. Each of the Puddlemere flyers then took a turn on one of the prototype brooms and was suitably impressed by the handling and performance. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.